Om Ajnanatirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupa Sagrajata Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. So by reciting these prayers, these words, we hope to invoke the grace of great teachers and great masters, that they also be present here, bless this occasion.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Krishna.
Pranam. Jai Shri Prabhupada. Jai Shri Gurudev.
Hare Krishna, Dhananjay.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. Donat Pranam. Jai Shri Prabhupada. Jai Shri Gurudev.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, Dhananjay Pranam.
Pranam. Hare Krishna. Janvi, you there?
Yes, Prabhuji, I'm here.
I think we can start with
Dhananjay Pranam.
Yes, we can start with our. I'm just waiting for.
Okay, no problem.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam. All
Hare
glory
Krishna,
to
Mataji.
Prabhupada and Guru Maharaj.
हरे कृष्णा सभी को जन्म प्रणाम जय श्री प्रभुपाद जय गुरुदेव जय गौरंगा
Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, Dandavat Pranam.
Hare Krishna, Mataji.
Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam.
Wonderful to see you. Wonderful to see all of you.
हरे कृष्णा प्रभु जी, दंडवत प्रणाम प्रभु जी। मैं
हरे
आपसे
कृष्ण
कुछ
जी।
बोलना चाहती हूँ। प्रभु जी, आरती के साथ अगर कोई मृदंगा और करताल भी बजाना चाहे तो प्लीज बजा सकते हैं।
हाँ माताजी, यूजुअली क्या होता है कि वो ना थोड़ा साउंड का लैग होता है अगर कहीं तो,
अच्छा।
बट वी कैन ट्राई। आप गाने वाले हैं क्या?
जी 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 प्रभु जी।
ओके, एक सेकेंड।
अगर कुछ अरेंजमेंट होता है तो, अगर प्रॉब्लम आती है तो कोई बात नहीं, पर जस्ट मैं सोच रही थी कि कोशिश करके देखें, शायद कुछ अच्छा हो जाए।
श्योर श्योर। कोई प्ले करना चाहेंगे मृदंगम?
Hare Krishna Prabhu ji, Dandavat Pranam. Hare Krishna.
हरे कृष्णा।
Dandavat Pranam.
Sadhana Bhakti Mataji, are you ready?
हरि बोल।
श्री श्री राधा श्याम सुंदर की जय, श्री श्री लक्ष्मी नरसिम्हा की जय, श्री श्री गौर निताई की जय, श्री श्री शिला प्रभुपाद की जय। श्री श्री गौर निताई की जय। श्री श्री लक्ष्मी नरसिम्हा की जय। संसार दावा नललीढलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घन घनात्वा संसार दावा नललीढलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घन घनात्वा प्रापस्य कल्याण गुणानवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणनारविन्द प्रापस्य कल्याण गुणानवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणनारविन्द महाप्रभु तननि चहित वाचित्रमाद मनसुरसेन महाप्रभु तननि चहित वाचित्रमाद मनसुरसेन रोमाञ्चकम्पा कुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्द रोमाञ्चकम्पा तरंगभाजो वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधननित्यमगनादो श्रीविग्रहाराधननित्यनाना श्रीकारतान्मन्दिरमर्दनादो युक्तस्य भक्तान् संयुञ्जनोऽपि वन्दे गुरो चरणारविन्दम् युक्तस्य भक्तान् संयुञ्जनोऽपि वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् चतुर्विधाशी भगवत्प्रसाद पादनत्रिकान् हरिभक्तसङ्घा चतुर्विधाशी भगवत्प्रसादो पादनत्रिकान् हरिभक्तसङ्घा कृत्वेव तृप्ति भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् कृत्वेव तृप्ति भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयोरपारम् माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्ना श्रीराधिका माधवयोरपारम् माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्ना प्रतीक्षणास्मादनलोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् प्रतीक्षणास्मादनलोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयोरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्ना श्रीराधिका माधवयोरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्ना प्रतीक्षणास्वादनलोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् प्रतीक्षणास्वादनलोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जयो नो रतिकेलसी आयालिभियुक्त प्रेक्षणीया निकुञ्जयो नो रतिकेलसी यायालिभियुक्त प्रेक्षणीया तत्रादीक्षात् अतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् तत्रादीक्षात् अतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जयो यायालिभियुक्तेक्षणीया तत्रादीक्षात् अतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षात् हरेतेन समस्तशास्त्रे युक्तस्तथा भाषते वदति साक्षात् हरेतेन समस्तशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भावैव सति किन्तु प्रभोय प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् किन्तु प्रभोय प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षात् हरेतेन समस्तशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भावैव सति साक्षात् हरेतेन समस्तशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भावैव सति किन्तु प्रभोय प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् प्रभोय चिरैव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् अदनतीप्ता हरिभक्तसंज्ञा यस्य प्रसादो भगवत्प्रसादः यस्य प्रसादान्वतिकुतोऽपि जायन्तु वन्तस्य यस्य श्रीसन्ध्या वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् जायन्तु वन्तस्य यस्य श्रीसन्ध्या वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादा भगवत्प्रसादो स्वाद यस्य प्रसादा न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादा भगवत्प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादा न गति कुतोऽपि जायन्तु वन्तस्य यस्य श्रीसंज्ञा वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् जायन्तु वन्तस्य यस्य श्रीसंज्ञा वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारधाम हरिहलोक प्राणाय कारुण्यनाथं संसारधाम प्राणाय कारुण्यनाथं प्रापस्य कल्याणगुणनवास्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् प्रापस्य कल्याणगुणनवास्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा पदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमः। ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणी निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्देशतारिणी नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणी निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्देशतारिणी जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा जय राधा श्याम सुंदर राधा श्याम सुंदर राधे जय राधा श्याम सुंदर राधा श्याम सुंदर राधे जय राधा गिरधारी राधा गिरधारी राधे जय राधा गिरधारी राधा गिरधारी राधे जय लक्ष्मी नरसिंह 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 जय लक्ष्मी नर जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय गुरु महाराज की जय ओम जय विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिभागाचार्य अष्टोत्तर श्री श्री श्रीमद कृष्ण कृपा श्री मूर्ति अभय चरणानंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिभागाचार्य अष्टोत्तर श्री श्री श्रीमद कृष्ण कृपा श्री मूर्ति भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय नामाचार शिला हरिदास ठाकुर की जय प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्री वसाती गौर भक्त वृंद की जय वृंदावन धाम की जय नवदीप धाम की जय गंगा माई की जय यमुना माई की जय तुलसी महारानी की जय भक्ति देवी की जय हरि नाम संकीर्तन की जय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल सामवेद भक्त वृंद की जय सामवेद भक्त वृंद की जय सामवेद भक्त वृंद की जय श्री श्री गुरु गौरंगा की श्रील प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Sakshi.
हरे कृष्ण अगर कोई मिस्टेक हो गई हो तो प्लीज मुझे माफ कर देना हरे कृष्ण
हरि बोल मदर यू आर वंडरफुल कीर्तन मदर वंडरफुल आरती आपने सिंग किया
थैंक यू
हरि बोल
Thank you, Damodar Mataji, for that amazing arti. Sakshi, are you on now for Nrsimha prayers? Yeah. Okay.
नमस्ते नरसिंहाय प्रहलादलादता शीलतङ्कानकालाये इतो नरसिंहो परतो नरसिंहो यतो यतो यामि ततो नरसिंहो बहिर्नरसिंहो हृदये नरसिंहो
नरसिंहतिं शरणं प्रपद्ये तव करकमलवरे नकामद्भुतशृङ्गां दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गम् केशवद्रेता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे तव करकमलवरे नकामद्भुतशृङ्गां दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गम् केशवद्रेता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवद्रेता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवद्रेता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज नरसिंह भगवान
श्री श्री नरसिंह भगवान की जय। श्रीला प्रभुपाद की जय।
Hi Krishna. So now we will thank you first of all, Sakshi, for that amazing kirtan. Now we'll be moving on to our Tulsi Puja and Tulsi Arati. Mataji, if you're already on, perfect. And if Pramodini Mataji, can you please turn on your video? Okay. Hey Krishna Mataji, take it away.
वृंदाय तुलसी देव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च कृष्ण भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवते नमो नमः। वृंदाय तुलसी देव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च कृष्ण भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवते नमो नमः। विद्याय तुलसी देव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च कृष्ण भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवते नमो नमः। नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्णा प्रेयसी नमो नमः। नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्णा प्रेयसी नमो नमः। राधा कृष्ण सेवा पावो ई अभिलाषी राधा कृष्ण सेवा पावो ई अभिलाषी नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्णा प्रेयसी नमो नमः। ये तुम्हारा शरणालय तारा वंशा पूर्णा होय। ये तुम्हारा शरणालय तारा वंशा पूर्णा होय। कृपा करो तारे वृंदावन वासी। नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्णा प्रेयसी नमो नमः। मोरा यही अभिलाष विलाप कुंज दियो वास। मोरा यही अभिलाष विलाप कुंज दियो वास। नयना हरि वो सदा युगल राशि। नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्णा प्रेयसी नमो नमः। निवेदन धरो सखीरनुगत करो सेवाधिकार दिए करो निज दासी सेवाधिकार दिए करो निज दासी नमो नमः नमो कृष्ण प्रेयसी नमो नमः दीन कृष्ण दाता कोई मोरा कोई दीन कृष्ण दास मोरा गोविंदा प्रेमी सदा येन भाषी सदा श्री राधा गोविंदा प्रेमी सदा येन भाषी प्रेमी सदा येन भाषी नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्ण प्रेयसी नमो नमः यानी कानी पानी ब्रह्मा पानी तानी तानी ताना संत प्रदीक्षिणे पदे पदे तानी तानी ताना संत प्रदीक्षिणे पदे पदे तानी पानी चा प्रपानी ब्रह्मा पानी चा तानी तानी ताना संत प्रदीक्षिणे पदे पदे तानी ब्रह्मा तानी चा तानी तानी ताना संति प्रदीक्षिणे पदे पदे यानी कानी चा पापानी ब्रह्मा तानी चा तानी तानी ताना संति प्रदीक्षिणे पदे पदे यानी कानी हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम हरे हरे जया तुलसी महारानी 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 जया बिंदे देवी 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 श्रीमती तुलसी महारानी नमः। वृंदाय तुलसी देव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च कृष्ण भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवते नमो नमः। वृंदाय तुलसी देव्याय प्रियाय केशवस्य च कृष्ण भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवते नमो नमः। तुलसी महारानी की जय।
Haribol. Thank you, Mataji, for that amazing kirtan. Now I'd like to request Damodar Krishna Prabhuji to please turn on his audio so that and video so that we may move on to the next portion of our program, which is Guru Puja.
Shri Guru Charana Padma Keval Bhakoti Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Keval Bhakoti Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Keval Bhakti Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Keval Bhakti Sadma Pandamui Sabodhana Mate Pandamui Sabodhana Mate Bandhamui Sabodhana Mate Bandhamui Sabodhana Mate Jahar Prasade Bhai He Bhavatoriya Ja Jahar Prasade Bhai He Bhavatoriya Jai Krishna Prapti Hai Jaha Hoite 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 Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Chitete Koriya Utya Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Chitete Koriya Utya Arna Kori Ho Mone Asha Na Kori Ho Mone Asha Arna Kori Ho Mone Asha Arna Kori Ho Mone Asha Shri Guru Charone Rati Eise Uttam Goti Shri Guru Charane Rati Eise Uttam Goti Je Prasade Pure Sarva Asha 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 Chakshudhan Dilo Jai Jane Jane Prabhu Se Chakshudhan Dilo धन्य धन्य प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिलो जे धन्य धन्य प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिलो जे धन्य धन्य प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ हृदय अविद्या विनाश जाते 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 देव गाय जहाँ रचरितो देव गाय जहाँ रचरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आधम जनर बंधु गुरु करुणा सिंधु आधम जनर बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आधम जनर बंधु गुरु करुणा सिंधु आधम जनर बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया 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 एते जागृत त्रिभुवन जागृत त्रिभुवन एते जागृत त्रिभुवन जागृत त्रिभुवन श्रील प्रभुपाद पतित पावन पतित पावन श्रील गुरुदेव होइनु शरण गुरुदेव होइनु शरण जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव श्री प्रभुपाद की जय श्री गुरुदेव की जय जय गौर प्रेमानंदे
हरि बोल
go to 10 offenses. The offenses against the chanting the holy name are as follows. It is taken from Nectar of Devotion. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy name of the Lord. To consider the names of the demigod like Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma to be equal to or to be independent of the name of Lord Vishnu. Number 3, to disobey the orders of the spiritual master and considering him an ordinary personality. Number 4, to blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literature in pursuance of the Vedic version. Number 5, to consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. Number 6, to give some mundane interpretation on the holy name of the Lord. Number 7, to commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy name of the Lord. Number 8, to consider chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, Karma Kanda. Number 9, to instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. Number 10, to not have complete faith in chanting of the holy name of the Lord and to maintain material attachment even after understanding and hearing so many instructions on this matter. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must guard against these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prema. Now, let us offer our humble obeisances to all the Vaishnavas who can fulfill all our spiritual desire. Vancha kalpataru varsya kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namah. Sistastakam. Cheto darpana marjanam vavamahadavagni nirvapanam Shreya Kairava Chandrika Vitaranam Vidyavadhu Jivanam Ananda Buddhi Vardhanam Pratipadam Purna Vrita Swadanam Sarvatma Snapanam Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam Nam Namakari Bahuda Nija Sarva Shakti Tatrarpita Niyamita Smaranena Kalaha Etadrishi Tava Kripa Bhagavan Mamapi Durdaivam Nidrishami Hajani Natnuragaha Trinadapi Sunicena Tarorapi Sahishnuna Amanina Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahari Na dhanam na janam na sundarim Kavitam va jagadisha kamaye Mama janmani janmanisware Bhavatad bhakti rahetu ki tvai Ai nanda tanuja kinkaram Patitam vishame bhavam budhau Kripaya tava pad pankaja Sthita dhulishadrisham vichintaya Nayanam galadhasrudharaya Vadanam gadagada rudvaya gira Pulakir nichitam vapupada Tavanama grahane bhavishyati Jugaitam nimeshena Chakshusha pravishaitam Sunnaitam jagat sarvam Govinda virahe name Ashlishava padaratam pinashthumam Madarshana marmahatam karatuva Yatha tatha vavidadhatulam pato Mat prananathastu sa evana para Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama राम राम हरे हरे नमो महावदान्नाय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामने गौरतिशे नमः।
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, thank you so much. Thank you all of the pujaris and all of the kirtaniyas for the amazing beginning of our program. Now we'll be moving on to a break. However, before we have our breakfast break, I do want to ask if there was anyone that was not here tomorrow during our introductory game, if they would like to please introduce themselves so that we can know all the devotees that are here. If there was anyone that wasn't here, if you could just message me and I can call out your name so that we can do the introduction.
Yeah, we have His Grace Chaitanya Das Prabhu today. He couldn't join yesterday because of temple seva. Prabhuji, you there?
Hi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu.
He might be on mute.
Yes, I believe Prabhuji is muted.
Chaitanya Dev Prabhuji.
Hi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhuji.
Dhanvi, Radha Mohan Prabhu was not there also yesterday.
Okay, so we can begin with Radha Mohan Prabhuji. If you would like to please give a brief introduction of yourself and your family, and then let us know one thing that you are really excited about for this Bhakti retreat. Radha Mohan Prabhuji. Hare Krishna, Radha Mohan Prabhuji. If you could unmute and begin your video. I believe Prabhuji is unavailable at the moment. I know Bindu Madhav Prabhuji also is here. He was also not present yesterday. Bindu Madhav Prabhuji, if you could please unmute and begin your video and give a brief introduction if possible. If you're not busy. Okay, that's no problem at all. It is around 9 o'clock now, which is our breakfast time. So if anything, we can continue this later on with our introductions. Now I would like for everyone to please go on their, oh, I think Chaitanya Prabhuji is here. Prabhuji, are you here? No, never mind.
I'm here.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, could you give a brief introduction? Just introduce yourself and your family.
All right. Yeah, my name is Chaitanya Devdas. I am a disciple of his Sriman Kratu Das Adhikari Maharaj and servants of the Vaishnavas. I'm based here in Denver. And my son Aditya, my daughter Smriti, and my wife Sonika. So they're all here. Smriti works in Austin, so she's not here. And yeah, 16, 17 years.
Okay, thank you, Prabhuji. Prabhuji, if you would like to just let us know what is one thing that you're really excited about for this retreat?
Association of devotees, just seeing everybody and associating with them virtually. That's the best part.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Thank you for providing us with your association as well.
Oh, thank you. Hare Krishna.
Now we will be moving on to our breakfast break. Just a few reminders for whoever is observing Ekadashi. The fast breaking time is 10:45 to 11. So if you are doing Ekadashi, make sure to continue doing that until 11:45, at which point you can break your fast. And I hope to see you all here again at 9:30. At 9:30, we will be continuing with the rest of our program. We have the Bhajan Rahasya Class by Gurudev first, followed by the class by Guru Ma. So make sure to be here at 9:30 sharp, and hope to see you all. Hare Krishna.
So we are coming for breakfast to your place?
If you can come to my place, Prabhuji, come, but the border is closed.
Thank you.
Prabhuji, we want your khichdi that you gave us at your place.
Oh, we were seeing Sandhani Mataji finally. Very good. Thank you. Hari Bol.
You're missing your khichdi.
We have been trying to reach you through WhatsApp so many times, but no luck.
Now I'm here.
Now we'll catch you. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
We missed you yesterday, Prabhuji. Good to see you today.
Yeah, no problem. I'm here now.
Hare Krishna. The breakfast time is for the 10:45 is for US Eastern. Please check your local times for other time zones. Yes, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Prabhuji, yeah, just want to, I know it's kind of very last minute, but since the fast breaking time is a little late today, I don't know if it's possible to somehow adjust the schedule a little bit. Sorry, I have not looked at it in detail, but is there some possibility to adjust the schedule to match everyone's? I don't know if that's an unreasonable ask, but
Yeah, we were thinking about that, but because of different time zones and because Guru Maharaj is already scheduled,
okay,
it will be a little complicated and tricky.
Absolutely, no problem, Prabhuji. Just wanted to check with you. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
You.
So we'll see everyone back in half an hour, maybe 25 minutes, and we will have darshan of Srila Gurudev and we'll hear from him. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna.
Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Idemo svi skupa u sekcica, molim vas. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, još jednom molim vas. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
So now we will continue with the rest of our program. I humbly request Maharaj to please provide the first lecture about the Bhajan Rahasya book. Maharaj, take it away.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Mataji, we can hear
Hare
you.
Krishna Maharaj.
Haribol. Yes.
Dandot Pranam Guru Maharaj. Koti Koti.
Dandot Pranam.
Dandot Pranam Guru Maharaj.
Dharma Pranam Guru Maharaj Ji. Danvat Pranam Guru Maharaj Ji. Danvat Pranam. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
क्लियर आएगा
अभी क्लियर आएगा महाराज फोन चेंज
मेरा आवाज क्लियर है
Yeah.
जी जी महाराज बिल्कुल क्लियर है आवाज
Perfect.
क्लियर है
यस यस महाराज
Okay. So shall we start?
Yes, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesh Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namaste. तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानु सुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये वाञ्छाकल्प तरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण प्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिन् इति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी अचत देश तारिणे। तो आप सबका इन भक्ति रिट्रीट में हार्दिक स्वागत है। भक्ति रिट्रीट में हम ज्यादातर साधु संघ में ज्यादा ध्यान देते हैं, तो ऐसा ही एक विषय आप लोगों ने चुना है, भजन रहस्य। तो श्रील भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर ये हमारे संप्रदाय के बड़े चढ़े वैष्णव हैं और सेवंथ गोस्वामी बोला जाता है। उन्होंने कई कुछ सुंदर सुंदर पुस्तकें लिखी हैं, आई थिंक ओवर 100। उसमें मुख्यतः है जैव धर्म, भजन रहस्य, हरिनाम चिंतामणि और प्रेम प्रदीप और कई किताबें ऐसी लिखी है जो बहुत ही सुंदर अपलिफ्टिंग, हिंदी में श्योर, आई मीन इंग्लिश में सॉरी, वेरी अपलिफ्टिंग books he has compiled and left for us. So today you have chosen to understand Bhajan Rahasya. Bhajan Rahasya ये भजन करने का जो रहस्य है, कैसे भजन करना चाहिए, उनकी चर्चा करते हैं। तो भजन रहस्य में श्रील भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर मुख्यतः 5 बुक्स का समन्वय, सॉरी इंग्लिश, is writing Bhajan Rahasya from his own experience and his own sadhana, and he is combining in Bhajan Rahasya so many books and stuck or sloka, that is describing Astayam Lila, how one should meditate on Astayam Lila. The whole 24 hours a day is divided into 8 याम. उनका दूसरा नाम है अष्टकालीय लीला, अष्टकाल. तो ये गुड लीलाएं
महाराज आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है, सॉरी महाराज.
times chakrakar. It goes on like a clock. It doesn't stop. Mantro.
Guru Maharaj, your voice is not. You're not audible. You've not been audible.
My voice doing what?
Your voice is for a little bit not clear, and for also it's not audible sometimes. You're completely.
अभी आ रही है?
अभी आ रही है. Yes, Maharaj.
Guru Maharaj, is it possible you can put your earphone and it will work better?
Well, but I think somebody tried to call me. That's why.
Okay.
Somebody was trying to call me.
Yes, Guru Maharaj, there was a burst sound.
So now it is clear, or should I take a earphone?
No, this is absolutely clear.
Yeah.
Guru Maharaj, better to have earphone. That will be better to have earphone. That will be more
I'll
clear.
put it on little. So the second sloka is incorporating in this Bhajan Rahasya is a sloka from Bhakti Rashamra Sindhu. That is Ado Shraddha Tata Sadhu Sangha Tata Bhajana Kriya Tata Anartha Nivrutti Syat Tata Nishtha Ruchis Tata Tata Bhava Abhidanchanti Sadhakanam Ayam Premna Pradurbhave Bhavat Krama. Pradurbhave Bhavat Krama. ये भजन का क्रम है आदो श्रद्धा. So I will try to white earphone नहीं मिला. Okay. तो इससे तो चलेगा हमारा white earphone. हाँ? White earphone क्यों नहीं चलेगा मेरा? ये चलेगा महाराज, इसमें कोई सोच.
Voice is very clear, Maharaj.
Okay, now it is more clear. Now it is more clear.
Earlier was better.
Earlier was better. Okay. So then let's put it on. उसमें कनेक्ट करने में टाइम ये कनेक्टेड है. आपका फोन भी वो आप मेरा भी. ओके, समझ गया. Now it is clear, na?
Yes, Guru Maharaj.
Okay. So, Adav Shraddha, that sloka incorporated in this book, and Sista Astak, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu के शिक्षा के 8 श्लोक, and यष्टाम लीला, इन दोनों का समन्वय है, and on top ये आदव श्रद्धा वाला श्लोक incorporated है. And then he is stating something about Upadeshamrit and Harinam Chintamani and Manas Siksha. तो मुख्यतः अष्टयाम लीला, शिष्टाष्टक and आदव श्रद्धा. So in the beginning of this book, we should try to understand how Bhaktivinoda Thakur is incorporating his mood or bhajan into Astayam Leela and Sistastak with Adav Shraddha Sloka. Actually, these books, Astayam Leela book, written by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami Maharaj, and Ujjwal Nilmani, these books, once upon a time, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur wanted to publish it for the public. And he wrote to Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur said in a joking mood, you should print these books for yourself only. Meaning these books are not for common public. Astayam Leela and Ujjwal Nilmani. तो अष्टयाम लीला हमें समझना चाहिए कि क्या है. तो भगवान श्री कृष्ण की ब्रज में 8 प्रहर चक्राकार. If I speak in Hindi, let me know. Okay? In a clockwise, continuous lila is going on. In other words, I'm reading from Srila Rupa Goswami's Mangal Stotra, Mahaprabhu Astakali Lila Smaran Stotra. Mahaprabhu. We are talking about anyway. I have इसमें अष्टयाम लीला कर दो. I think I got it. No. So you can take it out. Page 56. So I think 6 words. Can you find Astayam? 6 words.
6 number.
Yeah. Okay, Amartika. Astayam Leela, short description. So your Astayam Leela or Ado Shraddha Slok. So it begins with Ado Shraddha. Shraddha. Shraddha means Shraddha means to have firm faith, Vishwas. Shraddha sabde Vishwas kare, Sudrada Nischay. Krishna Bhakti kaile, Sarva Karma krita hai. अर्थात शास्त्र और साधु गुरु के वचनों में कृष्ण के वचन में पूर्णतया विश्वास इनको श्रद्धा कहते हैं। तो श्रद्धा पूर्ण विश्वास, कृष्ण और गुरु के शब्दों में पूर्ण विश्वास। तो सगुण और निर्गुणा, सगुणा और निर्गुणा श्रद्धा होती है। तो कर्मानुष्ठान श्रद्धा राजसी है और अधर्मा मतलब जो धर्म के विरुद्ध आचरण करते हैं, मीट फिश खाना वगैरह, तो उनको तामसी श्रद्धा कहते हैं। और कृष्ण विषयक सेवा, कृष्ण सेवा विषयक श्रद्धा जो है वो है निर्गुण श्रद्धा, निर्गुण ट्रांसेंडेंटल। सो श्रद्धा दृढ़ होनी चाहिए। वी शुड हैव माय नोट्स आर okay. Anyway, so we have to develop firm faith, and that's where bhajan begins. Shraddha, sabde vishwas kare, sudrida nischay, Krishna bhakti kaile, sarva karma krita hai. That if I practice pure, unalloyed, transcendental loving devotional service of Krishna, then my all mission of life will be fulfilled. So this kind of firm faith is Shraddha. So we should have a Nirguna Shraddha, which is pertaining to Krishna. So no Rasik, Tamsik, Satvik Shraddha. So Shraddha, yes. Okay, we'll do. Evening. Anyway, so okay. So first, yeah, start with sadhan, and this is bhajan at the end of the night. The bhajan, the whole 24 hours are divided into 8 yam, and bhajan bhajan starts with at the end of the night. Bhajan at the end of the night means pratham yam sadhana, and at the end of the night, Radha Krishna they wake up in third Yogpit in Vrindavan. First Yogpit is in Vrindakund, where there is another kund right across from that one. That's a center of morning pastimes, the morning Astamya, Leela. And the Shraddha, we have to have Shraddha in this Leela. And Sadhu Shraddha, Tata Sadhu Sangha. And then Sadhu Sangha, the Shraddha ke, after Shraddha there is Sadhu Sangha. So that is next Prahar Leela, Sadhu Sangha. And Sadhu Sangha means taking shelter of the Guru. And Bhajan Kriya, the Bhajan Kriya in which there should be Nishtha. And Anishta means in Bhajan, there are so many obstacles. So Anishta. So Anartha Nivrutti. Anartha Nivrutti means there are so many anarthas. Rag, Dvesh, Mrityu ka bhai, Vishwam ki or the Mrityu, we are afraid of Mrityu, we are indulging in sense gratification. And we are desiring the heavenly planets, celestial heavenly planets. And Man, Puja, Pratishtha, adoration, distinction, honor. This is all anartha. So we have to get rid of this anartha. And then Nishtha. Nishtha means that solidified faith. It's called Nishtha. So faith is there. Shraddha, Sadhya, Vishwas, Kar, Sudhara, Nishchay. Krishna Bhakti kaile sarva karma krita hai. Sarva karma krita hai. So when we have firm faith that by rendering transcendental devotional service to Krishna, my whole life will be successful. So that is solidified faith, Nishtha. And Ruchi. Ruchi means the taste. The taste comes in the association with the devotee, in the association of devotees. So the association of devotees are very important. Otherwise, by alone, we cannot develop taste in the bhajan, ruchi. So this is the process by which we should perform this bhajan. So Bhajan Rahasya, Bhakti Thakur is saying that Archan and Bhajan, there is a lots of difference. Yes. Yeah. There is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, there is Krishna. Yes, 381. So, Radha Govind ki Nitya Leela, Nisant Leela, Maran at Pratah Kal means early morning meditation, bhajan in early morning, and meditating on Nisant Leela. And that is 3:36 a.m. to 6 a.m. And that is render in श्रद्धा level. तो निशांत काल में कुंज भंग लीला, जब राधा कृष्ण अपनी निकुंज लीला का त्याग करते हैं, का स्मरण कर व्यक्ति राधा और कृष्ण की अंतरंग लीलाओं का रस लेगा. So this is Govinda Lilamrit, that in Nisant Lila, early morning pastimes, Radha Krishna is waking up in the pleasure groves of Vrindavan, and then they are being waked up by Suk, Sarika, and different birds and a monkey and stuff. They all try to wake up. Vruddha Markati Khati की वाणी से आसंकित और प्रेमालिंग में बधे रहने के चुप राधा कृष्ण लालायित होकर एक दूसरे की ओर निहारते हैं. So Radha Krishna is waking up in Nikunja, and these birds and others in the Nikunjas, they try to wake up Radha Krishna, and they wake up and they go home. Radharani goes to her home in Javat, and Krishna goes into Nandagram, and there they go to their own bedrooms and they try to catch up their rest of the sleep, and they get up. After that, they get up at 6 o'clock, and 6 o'clock to 8:36 is a Prata Lila, and that is Sadhusam, Bhajan Kriya, and Anartha Nivritti. That bhajan. So Govind Lilamrit is explaining that how Radharani takes bath and her sakhis, they are doing sringar, they are decorating Radharani. Sola Sringar or Bara Abharan is ornaments, and 16 different kinds of sringars. They are decorating Radharani. And then Radharani, along with his sakhis, departs for Nandagram to cook for Krishna. So Jasoda Mai, she is waiting for Radharani to come so that she can cook breakfast for the Lord, for Krishna. And Krishna wakes up and he doesn't take bath right away, and he directly goes to the Braj, means where cows are, and a ghost, they say ghost. So he goes into ghost Vihari, and he tries to milk the cows. And after that is over, he comes back to his palace and takes bath, and so his mother, Jasoda, and his friends, they try to decorate Krishna, and afterwards Krishna goes into breakfast area, dining room, not a small. So he takes all Vyanjan that Radharani had cooked so far. So that is the Leela at 8:36 to 10:48. Sorry. 6 to 8:36. And the third prahar is Purvahan Leela Smaran Pratakal. So Bhajan Rahasya means we have to meditate while chanting Hare Krishna mantra into this Leela or Astakaliya, Yastam Leela, Purvahan Leela, Smaran Pratakal 8:36 to 10:48. And it is performed under intense Nistha. Nistha means solidified faith. And in this, Sri Krishna Tata Gop Sakha, Krishna, by meditating on Krishna, they go for herding cows, and they, Nand Maharaj and Yasoda and other Brajavasi, they look, beholding Krishna and his friends going to herd the cows, and Radharani, Krishna is seeing Radharani, and he just brushed through his kataks and goes to Govardhan Radhakund to herd the cows. So I meditate on that Radha and Krishna who is going out of Nandagram with cows, behind cows, and Radhika is meditating on Krishna leaving Raj to herd the cows, and all Sakhis they take Radharani back to home Javat. And then Madhyan Lila starts, Pratarka, 10:48 to 3:36. And it is assigned to Ruchi. And of course, according to this, the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Ashtak, the first Yam Lila is Chetadarpan Marjanam, Bhava Mahadavagni Nirvapanam, etc. And then second Yam, where they go to Nandgam and Javat and they sleep, that is in next verse, which is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sista, second slok. Actually, in the evening, my energy goes quite a bit down. So, and then we are into fourth yam, which is Ruchi, and the fourth sloka, Sista is applying. मैं राधा कृष्ण का स्मरण करता हूँ जो मध्याह्न काल में एक दूसरे के संग में प्रमुद्ध होके अष्ट सात्विकता व्यभिचारी भाव जैसे विभिन्न विकारों से विभूषित होते हैं। उनके नेत्र कभी वाम भाव कभी उत्कंठा दर्शाते हैं। जब वे अपने प्रेम संबंधों में अति चपल हो जाते हैं, वे ललिता एवं अन्य सखियों की चुहल से चहचहा उठते हैं। सखियों से घिरे हुए राधा कृष्ण झूलन, वन विहार, जल केली, वंशी चोरी, मधुपान, रथ केली एवं सूर्य पूजा जैसी विविध लीलाओं का आनंद लेते हैं। इस प्रकार मैं सब और से सखियों द्वारा श्रीत राधा कृष्ण का ध्यान करता हूँ। So Madhyan Leela, we have to meditate with Ruchi, taste, and the Sister Astak, and going Lilamrit, Madhyan Leela. So this is Bhajan at Madhyan. And then Aparahan Leela, Dopar 3:36 to 6. That is performing intense attachment to Krishna, Asakti. And that is Sri Radha Krishna. We have to meditate on अपहरण काल. So in this lila, Krishna is coming back to Vraj with the cows and calves, and he goes to Goshala. Krishna goes to Goshala and prepare for milking cows, and that is the Sayam Lila from 6 to 8:36, Sayam Kal Lila. So he takes bath and then Sri Krishna, he goes to Goshala after taking bath, and he tries to milk the cows, and then he comes back and takes his bhajan, and in this way we should meditate on Astakali Leela, in which Sayam Leela from 6 to 8:36. And Prados Leelas, Ratri 8:36 to 10:48, Vipralamba praying, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ka corresponding Astak Sloka. So प्रदोष काल में राधा का स्मरण करता हूँ, जैसे कृष्ण की प्रसन्नता हेतु कृष्ण अथवा शुक्ल पक्ष के अनुसार उपयुक्त परिधान पहनती है. राधा अमावस्या की रात श्याम वर्ण और पूर्णिमा की रात श्वेत वस्त्र धारण करती है. वृंदा देवी के तुलसी महारानी वृंदा देवी के परामर्श के अनुसार राधा जमुना के तीर पर एक दूती के संग एक निवृत्त निकुंज में जाती है. मैं कृष्ण का भी ध्यान करता हूँ जो गोप सखाओं के संग सभागार में बैठकर विभिन्न कलाकारों द्वारा प्रदर्शित विविध करतबों का आनंद उठाते हैं. श्री कृष्ण की मृदुल माता यशोदा उन्हें घर लाकर सुलाने का प्रयास करती है. राधा के संग की उमंग का स्मरण कर श्री कृष्ण चुपचाप अपने शयन कक्ष से निकल वन निकुंज की ओर चुपके से चले जाते हैं. मैं इस लीला में रत राधा कृष्ण का स्मरण करता हूँ और अपनी आखिरी अष्टयाम लीला रात्रि लीला from 10:48 p.m. to 3:36 a.m. So this is a prem, the last stage. Bhava, Vipralam prem, and Bhava, and Asakti, Nishta, Ruchi. So this is the last stage, which is prema. So I will not read. You can read this Bhajan Rahasya. हे मन, राधा कृष्ण को प्राप्त करने की कामना करते हुए उनके विश्राम लीला का स्मरण व पूजन करो. भजन रहस्य में से उद्धृत किया है. भजन के विषय में अपनी रहस्यात्मक शिक्षाओं का समापन करते हुए श्रील भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर कहते हैं, भक्ति में निरत रहते हुए इस अष्टकालीय लीला निधि के सतत स्मरण द्वारा व्यक्ति धीरे धीरे सिद्धि प्राप्त करे. गोपी भाव की साधना करते हुए जब एक तो स्वरूप सिद्धि की अवस्था को प्राप्त होता है, तब वह इस धराधाम में दृश्यमान ब्रज में रहते हुए इन अष्टकालीन लीलाओं का रस लेता है. श्री कृष्ण की कृपा दृष्टि पर इस पार्थिव शरीर को त्यागने पर ऐसा भक्त भगवत धाम में राधा कृष्ण की सेवा प्राप्त करता हूँ. भजन रहस्य में उद्धृत किया है, हे बंधु, भगवान नाम कभी भी शक्तिहीन नहीं होता, न तो साधना के स्तर पर और न ही सिद्धि के स्तर पर. अतएव हरिनाम जपो और इसे ही अपना एकमात्र उद्देश्य बना लो. किसी अन्य भक्ति साधन की ओर ध्यान न दो, भजन रहस्य। तो ये भजन रहस्य बुक है कि आदो श्रद्धा तथा साधु संग तथा भजन क्रिया तथा अनर्थ निवृत्ति तथा निष्ठा रुचि तथा आसक्ति तथा भाव विदंचन्ति साधका नाम अयं प्रेरणा प्रादुर्भावे भविक्रम। तो भाव जातु भावांकुरे जने, तो भाव जिन those who have attained bhava, there is called bhavankuरे जने, उनको जात भक्त कहते हैं, जात भक्त। So others, I mean, Bhavankure Jane. So we have to meditate on these different limbs of Shraddha and Salika Prem. Let's look at Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's 8 verses from Sistastak. And then Astakali meditate on 8 different pastimes of Radha Krishna in a 24 hours a day. And then we have to intensely chant for the name during meditation on Astakali. So this is Bhajan Rahasya. So Bhajan Rahasya is combination of all this. Srila Bhakti Thakur, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, in the beginning is saying that the archan, there is a gulf of difference between archan and bhajan. Bhajan is performed at the soul level, and that means totally spiritual level. That is bhajan. And archan is the function of mind and senses and intelligence. So that is archan. And bhajan goes beyond on a spiritual level. So this is Bhajan Rahasya. Bhajan Rahasya means we have to meditate on Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Astak, Sister Astak, and Srila Rupa Goswami's Nectar of Instruction, Ujjwal Nilmani, and Harinam Chintamani, and Asta Yam Lila, written by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, and that's Sloka Ado Sradha, Tatam Tata Sadhu Sampra, Tata Anartha Nivrutti, etc. So all this combined together, we have to intensify our bhajan, and it is on a spiritual level, meditating on Radha Krishna's Astam Leela. So 7 minutes. Any question anybody has? Any question?
Maharaj, Hare Krishna Dhanavad Pranam, this is Chaitanya. Maharaj, I wanted to just read what you were explaining from your book, Bliss and Beyond, the bhava, definition defined. So this is Bliss and Beyond, Maharaj's English book. So it defines bhava is the initial stage of love of Krishna, wherein static emotions and feeling fructify, which becomes the expression of love. Srila Rupa Goswami in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu gives the characteristics of a person in whose heart bhava has manifested. And the shloka here in the book is Shantir avyartha kalatvam viraktir manya shunyata asha bhadra samutkantha namagane sadaruchi asakti tad gunakyane priti tad vasati sthale iti adhyo anubhavaha syurjata bhava ankura jane. Translation is, when the seed of static emotion for Krishna fructifies, the following nine symptoms manifest in one's behavior: forgiveness, concern that time should not be wasted, detachment, absence of false prestige, hope, eagerness, a taste for chanting the holy names of the Lord, attachment to description of the transcendental qualities of the Lord, and affection for those places where the Lord resides, that is, temple or a holy place like Vrindavan. These are all called anubhava, subordinate signs of static emotions. They are visible in a person in whose heart the seed of love has begun to fructify. So this is, Maharaj explains the definition of bhava. Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you, Chaitanya Dev.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Pranam. Maharaj, thank you so much for this one. Can you hear me, Prabhuji?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Guru Maharaj, thank you so much for this wonderful class. I had a question which was asked, I think, in one of your previous lectures as well on the similar topics, and also, taking a clue from what we hear from your lectures always, wherein you recommend that we practice Vedi Bhakti and Raganuga Bhakti along the sides. At this point in time, reading Bhajan Rahasya, hearing it from your lotus mouth, of course, it sounds very nice, but for someone fallen like me, it doesn't seem very practical. It's more of a theory at this point in time. So my question here is, should we make any attempt to even trying to meditate, or do anything that is recommended in these scriptures, or we should just continue practicing our Vedi Bhakti and this will automatically come? Thank you, Guru Maharaj.
Chaitanya Dev, can you answer this? Okay. I cannot hear that. Huh?
What, you want me to repeat the question, Maharaj?
You can answer that. I can't hear properly. You can answer this.
Okay. I'll try, Maharaj. So Akshay Prabhu is asking, okay, after hearing your lectures and the condition we are in, following Vedi Bhakti, is it appropriate to dive into this deep philosophical topics of Bhajan Rahasya, and how should we practically follow that, right? Akshay Prabhu, that was the question.
Yes, thank you. That's also the question. Thank you.
Yeah, so we don't want to be at the level of Vedi Bhakti all the time. We have to get to Raganuga Bhakti, as Maharaj explains. We have to take our mind to Vrindavan, then only, because the highest goal of life is Krishna Prem. If you want to settle for something less, that is not the goal of Bhakti. That's why it's the topmost sublime method. So we have to endeavor to get into Raganuga Bhakti. That's why Nectar of Instruction, the first 7 slokas, explains Vedi Bhakti, right? Which includes all process of Vedi Bhakti. Then from 8th sloka, it's Raganuga Bhakti. And 9th to 11th is ultimate prema. So Rupa Goswami, Nectar of Instruction, has given all 11 verses, the condensed process. So Maharaj says, okay, at least you till Raganuga Bhakti, you memorize all up to the 8 slokas, right? So 8 sloka is the Raganuga Bhakti. So we have to get to that level. Raganuga Bhakti is not any different Bhakti. It is a part of Sadhana Bhakti only. So Sadhana Vedi and Sadhana Raganuga. then only you can relish the bliss which you are hankering for. So in nutshell, that's the answer. But so to dive into these topics, you have to, at least you know the goal, that this is the goal. You have to get to that point. So it is very relevant because if these things are not mentioned, then we won't know the goal, right? We won't know what this goal entails. So in this book, if you have read Bliss and Beyond, this last stage, definition of love and levels of love, Maharaj explains prema, then rati, then sneha, then pranay, man, pranay, rag, anurag, bhav, mahabhav. So definition, understanding the definition and the description, it helps. And this Bhajan Rahasya, as Maharaj explained, Govind Leela Mrid, Nectar of Instruction, Siksha Ashtak, Ujjwal Leela Mani, I mean, that's the highest you can get. Don't settle for less. What it means is don't settle for less.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Wonderful explanation. So obviously, these books and the lectures, that instructions that we hear from you, exalted Vaishnavas, devotees, Guru Maharaj, are definitely, that definitely give us the goal. But if you don't mind, can I ask a follow-up question, please?
Yeah.
So Prabhuji, you mentioned that the first 8 shlokas of Nectar of Instruction, they instruct about the Vedi Bhakti, and then the last 3 are more on the Raganuga Bhakti. And again, in a way, there is no difference also, like you mentioned. But somebody like me who is still trying to practice the first part of first shloka of Nectar of Instruction, which is Vacho Vegam, of course, we do not want to settle for just this, but till the time we come to that point of properly following Vedi Bhakti, my original question was, should I even endeavor towards Raganuga Bhakti? So first, do I need to clear one level before I get into the next, or just sitting at the very beginning of it, I can make any humble attempts?
So it's like the stage of, as Maharaj explained, Adhishraddha Tata Sadhu Sangha Bhajan Kriya. So it's not that you do first increase your faith to that level, then you come to Sadhu Sangha, then Bhajan Kriya, right? You don't, so it's all parallelly starts. But it's like a pyramid. It's like a pyramid, right? So when you keep progressing in this krama, right? So your faith will keep expanding. So if you see the pyramid, the pyramid is small. Then when you keep increasing your Shraddha, Sadhu Sangha, Bhajan Kriya, Anartha Nivritti, your faith will keep increasing. Your Sadhu Sangha will keep increasing. Your Anartha Nivritti will keep happening. You will keep reducing anarthas. So it's like a parallel stage. Anarthas remain up to the stage of Nishtha also. It's not that you are a Nishtha, so you will be absolutely zero anartha. It will maybe 1%, 2%, something like that. And then when you reach to the stage of prema, then it will totally dissolve. So it's a package deal right from the beginning to the end. So to answer your question, so when you are practicing Nectar of Instructions, first 7 slokas, you also start mentally meditating on Vrindavan Leelas and go to Dham, live in Dham mentally. You practice that. Otherwise, when will you practice? When will you practice? So it all goes parallelly. And then Vacho Vegam, Manasa, Krodha, they all will flow parallelly.
Sure, Prabhuji. Thank you so much again for this wonderful explanation. Hare Krishna. Thank you to you and thank you to Guru Maharaj. Dhanar Pranam.
Hare Krishna.
I really like the example of pyramid. The beautiful example.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Yes.
Maharaj, can I say a little bit on this?
Yes.
Maharaj, a beautiful question asked by Akshay Krishna Prabhu and very nice explanation given by Chaitanya Dev Prabhu also. but at the end, I will just make a humble request to say this only, that this subject, this topic of Bhajan Rahasya is really very, very deep, and it is very difficult for people like me to understand and go really dive into this kind of subject. And it is, you need to bless all of us so that we can able to speak, hear, and at least start understanding the basic fundamental concepts of this Bhajan Rahasya. Your blessings is required on this.
Is a question? Okay.
Only your blessing is required, Maharaj, to go into these deep subjects, Maharaj. Without your blessing, it is not possible to even go into touch the subject at all.
Yes, yes. The blessings are always there, but we have to try. Get into bhajan. After nivrutti, we can get into this bhajan. It's very important. Bhajan begins on the spiritual platform, soul platform. And until then, we are on a not material, but on sensual, mental, intellectual. Intellectually, we are performing this sadhana. Sadhana bhakti means raganuk and vaidhi. We don't get into vaidhi at all because vaidhi, vidhi vidhan and shastra ka bhai and dabav se with push and force we indulge in bhakti. That's not bhakti. So we have to get into raganuk and practice and get ultimately at a retired age beyond 50, when we're beyond 65, say, we have to dive into our own bhajan, like what Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur is teaching us how to get into bhajan. We have to dive into that until we mature. Until that time, we can practice. We can practice 16 rounds forever, principles, festivals, and bhakti vrikshas, and going to temple, and all this bhajana kriya. This is all bhajana kriya. But we have to get into this bhajan at 65 and above. We should become serious from now. Then we can reach that time at that level. If you have that much span of life and that much time, we should get into intense bhajan, recommended by Bhakti Vinod Thakur. Bhakti Vinod Thakur was performing this bhajan, and then he wrote this Bhajan Rahasya, how one should do bhajan. So Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur has seen him doing bhajan in Jagannath Puri and in Mayapur, in Swarup. So he was intensely getting into bhajan around the clock, at 8 prahar, 8 yam bhajan. Okay, anybody has any question? Anybody has any question? Okay, so we can get into next session, which is, I guess, mataji. So let's get set here, and give me 1 minute. Yeah.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. We have about 20 more minutes. So if anyone has any more questions, we can take them.
Yes, for question answer.
Oh, 15 more minutes for question answers.
Yes, Guru Maharaj, we have more time for this slot.
Okay, I'm ready.
Anyone has any more questions? Or any
Sorry about
additions, any comments?
my energy is a little down, so I couldn't perform well during this delivering lecture.
Maybe tomorrow they can give morning. Tomorrow take morning.
Anyway, whatever they fix. Okay, anything else? Any question?
So, Maharaj, doesn't look like there are any questions, so we can move to the next slot.
Okay.
Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Pranam.
For engaging in Krishna service.
Maybe we all can chant together
Maharaj.
loudly.
Maharaj, one question for all of us practitioner devotees. What is one mapdand for every devotee to find out what level they are at?
Well, Maptan is given by Srila Rupa Goswami, and we can self-examine ourselves. Niti Dhyasam. Adho Sraddha. Sraddha means a faith in Krishna's transcendental words and scriptures. Adho Sraddha. Tata Sadhu Sang. We love being with sadhus, devotees, prasadam, festivals, and so forth. So that is sadhu sang. Adho Sraddha Tata Sadhu Sang Tata Bhajan Kriya. Bhajan Kriya, chanting holy name, worshipping Lord, reading, hearing. So Bhajan Kriya. Adho Sraddha Tata Sadhu Sang Anartha Nivritti Shya. All anarthas, desires for mundane material acquisition, etc. So, Adho Sraddha Tata Sadhu Sambhajan Kriya, Tata Anartha Nivritti Shat Anishta, Ruchi Tata Sakti Tata Abhidanchanti, Sadhakanamayam Premna, Pradarbhaga Bhajat Krama. So, this is the Kram, and these are the different steps to go all the way to the top, which is prema, love of Krishna. So we have to understand this sloka thoroughly, and I have explained that in my book. So we have to examine ourselves, which steps we are in, bhava, prema, or sadha, sadhu sang, nishta, ruchi, anartha nivritti, and ruchi, nishta. Okay, we have to analyze ourselves. So we can be honest about it, how and where we are. Okay, any other question?
Thank you, Maharaj.
Guru Maharaj, one question I have. Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Okay. Maharaj, in the service, in our attempt to advance in devotional services, we see a lot of ups and downs. So 2 days we are up and 4 days we are down. So what we can do to make those down curves lower and become better?
Yeah, because you have to work, you have to take care of family, you take care of households, and so forth. We are involved. Otherwise, then performing our devotional service to Krishna. The Gokulananda is on, so he can do bhajan. His age is, I am on, it's my age to do bhajan, 65. So I'm in this Corona time, I realize what is bhajan and how to get and dive into the bhajan. Because there is no other thing. You can, no outing, no temple, going to temple, no going outside of gate and within. So intensify bhajan. In bhajan means meditatively on Krishna's pastimes, holy name, paraphernalia, dham. Meditate on this along with japa. 2 hours, no other thoughts, no other activity, no other planning. So if you can devote those 2 hours to your bhajan and just renounce your self from everything, wherever mind goes, bring him back to Krishna's holy name, Krishna's pastimes, Krishna's Swarup Dhyan, Krishna's Lila Dhyan, Krishna. So Dhyan, we have to put our mind to work on Krishna's transcendental name, form, pastime, paraphernalia. So we have to, if not all the time 24 Astayam, then at least 1 yam, 2 hours, less than 2 hours, we can renounce everything and put ourselves into one little room, yogesh room, yogesh study room. Yeah, in your living room is also, nobody's up at early hours. So living room is also good, where Radha Shyam Sundar is there. So we have to corner ourselves, then corner our mind and dictate our mind to focus on Krishna's holy name, his Astayam Lila, his Lila mentioned in Bhagavatam, and his form, starting from his lotus feet, different signs, Sank, Chak, Gada, Padma, Dhaja, and star, and tricorn, and swastik, and so many signs under his lotus feet. Then come little above, he has a red kumkum around his foot, and above this and below ankle, he wears beautiful, what is in English, jajar or
anklet.
Necklace, nupur. Nupur is also Hindi. Anyway,
Anklets.
And then he wears beautiful rings on his lotus feet finger, and like that we have to meditate on his lotus feet and how he is painted nice beautiful lotus and different leaves on his feet below knee, and beautiful feet, and then he wears beautiful yellow garments, yellow dhoti, pitambar, and on that pitambar he wears nice beautiful jingling bells, kind of the kardani kind of ornaments in which he puts his beautiful flutes, and like that his navel, and come to the nice beautiful hairline going from navel to his chest, and kasturmani, and he wears kasturmani. There is nice beautiful beautiful hair, which is Lakshmi or Lakshmi, what is that called? Anyway, and then his hand like a like a lotus stem, and nice, beautiful long fingers, and nice reddish nails, and he wears beautiful rings on those fingers, and nice, nice bazuband flowers, bazuband on his arm, and come to the face. Anyway, go on and on. So like that, we can meditate. So this is bhajan. This is bhajan. While chanting, we meditate on himself, Krishna himself, and we can similarly meditate on his pastime, Leela, yeah, how mother binds him with the mortar. So we can meditate on his Leela, birth Leela, so many Bhagavatam, so many Leela. So like that, 2 hours we can chant holy name and meditate on his holy name, the words Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So meditate on holy name or meditate on Nam, Rup, just like I said, Rup. Leela is pastime. Nam, Rup, Leela, Gun is beautiful 64 qualities. Out of that is very much Bhakta Vatsal, and you can meditate on his qualities like that. So this is bhajan. We should chant holy name and meditate on his name, form, pastime, paraphernalia, holy abode. Like that, 2 hours, definitely we can all try to intensely do it, because we are engaged in work and household things and so many. But 2 hours, Prabhupada has fixed for us. That for those 2 hours, we should definitely get into bhajan. This is Bhajan Rahasya. Any question?
Maharaj, sorry if nobody else is asking. Can I ask one more question, please?
Yes.
So Guru Maharaj, of course, you very nicely explained that if we cannot invest 8 yams, then we should at least do one in these meditations while we are chanting for 2 hours. So definitely, as Chaitanya Dev Prabhuji also guided us, it is something that we should practice along the lines, along the side. But Maharaj, my question was, if someone like yourself, who is an example for all of us, who has spent all their life in preaching the glories of the Lord, preaching the message of the Lord, is it still necessary, or which one is better? If do they towards the later part of their life, do they still give up the preaching activities and take extra time for bhajan, or just keep it as one part of their whole day routine? That's something which I wanted to, Maharaj, understand. Sorry if not, if it's an inappropriate question.
Your intensity of devotion to Krishna, intensity. Like in early days, I had that intensity or urgency of performing devotional service on a neophyte stage. So where I quit everything, house, jobs, and everything. I just give it up and get into devotional service. Not that I was performing bhajan 24 hours a day, but I was remaining into the fire of devotion, preaching, talking, festivals, organizing festivals, and so on and so forth. So it depends upon your urgency, how urgent you want to get into bhajan, intense bhajan. But until then, 2 hours, we should corner ourselves, close our eyes, and be by ourselves in one nirjan room where there is no disturbance, and just try to practice our bhajan. 2 hours. Chant and meditate on holy name, or meditate on his form, or his pastimes, or his paraphernalia, or his abode, or his parikars, all one. So holy name contains his pastime. Holy name is Krishna. If Krishna can enjoy his pastime, then holy name also is enjoying pastime. None other than holy name is Krishna. So chanting holy name and meditating on Krishna's holy name, from which we automatically Leelas manifest. Automatically his dham will manifest. His rope will manifest automatically. Because holy name is Krishna. And without Krishna there is no dham. Without Krishna there is no holy name. Without Krishna there is no Leela. Without Krishna there is nothing. So holy name is Krishna. And because Krishna is in this thing, holy name is in pastimes. Holy name performed pastimes. So this is intensity of bhajan. Adho sada tata sadhu, anartha nivritti, etc. Ruchi, taste, and nistha. So then, all these things will come. What Bhakti Thakur is saying. But first we have to become very, very dead serious and sincere. Serious and sincere. And how much time we want to devote. But at minimum 2 hours we have to devote. But you can increase 2.5 hours or 3 hours, whatever you can afford. You can increase bhajan. It's very important. All right, another question?
Thank you, Guru Maharaj.
महाराज दंडवत प्रणाम. मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है महाराज. महाराज अनर्थ प्रवृत्ति, अनर्थ निर्वृत्ति का बहुत लंबा टाइम होता है किसी का, मतलब मैं मुझ पे समझती हूँ जैसे कि उसको कैसे मतलब पार किया जाए. अनर्थ निवृत्ति बहुत लंबा टाइम जैसे होता है, सबसे बड़ा टाइम अनर्थ निवृत्ति का होता है. मैंने अपने अंदर ऐसे महसूस किया महाराज, तो उसको कैसे.
Yes, anartha nivritti will happen when you remain on transcendental platform. Transcendental platform, that is where this bhajan begins. Bhajan begins at transcendental, on spiritual level. Bhajan begins at spiritual, not mental, intellectual level. Up to mental, intellectual level, it is archa. And total spiritual level is bhajan. In other words, whole our existence becomes totally spiritualized. And we see nothing but spiritual. Everything around us is spiritual. स्थावर जंगम देखे ना देखे तामूर्ति सर्वत्र स्फुरायते मुझे इष्ट स्फूर्ति. Everywhere he sees Radha Krishna. So this is automatically anarthas goes away. So we have to work towards giving up this anartha and swartha and adoration, distinction, honor, lust, anger, greed, and all these things will go away automatically when we fix ourselves, nischay, to perform intense bhajan. It will automatically flee away. But we have to take those 2 hours and fix it for exclusive for nothing else but chanting and meditating bhajan, meditating on holy name, dham, Nam Rup Lila Gunda, meditating on them while chanting. Tan Nam Rup Charitadi Sukirtana. Smartyo Kramena Rasana Manasi Niyoche. Rasana and Manasi. Kalam Akhilam Niyet Iti Upadeshishara. Ishtan Rajata Dhanuragi Jananugami. So we have to fix ourselves. I want to do this. I want to. 2 hours, no disturbance. Exclusive for bhajan. Exclusive. 2 hours a day. 20 hours here. 22 hours here actually. 2 hours, not driving, chanting, driving, and not chanting, doing other phone and one hand mala, other hand phone, or putting TV on, or it may be a spiritual program. Doesn't matter, but you should close the eyes, corner yourself into, you have beautiful temple room and with Parda and Tulsi Maharani, P.T., Radha Gopinath and Prabhupada, and just sit down in the room, that room 2 hours straight and meditate on holy name and Krishna and pastimes and like that. All this thing is very nicely described in my next book called Anand Ki Aur Bhag 2, Sankirtan, Naam, Sankirtan and Japa. Very nicely described. Any other question?
Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. I have one more question if it is okay. Dear Krishna Prabhu, may I?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Guru Maharaj,
yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for wonderful answers, Guru Maharaj. One question is the fluctuations in the relationship with the with the with the deities. So in your classes, we learned that we need to develop the relationship, sambandha, and we learned that we need to be in the dasa bhav, but due to some mood or whatever reasons are, the fluctuations do happen when you are in you're serving deities with the Ishwari Bhav, but um, sometimes you feel the parental love, sometimes you feel the friendly love. Is that okay? And how we should take care of these fluctuations?
Fluctuation comes when you are on mental platform. It is the mind which fluctuates. And mind makes your consciousness fluctuates. So what we should really do is corner ourselves. You also have a nice temple and deity and a front room, and just wake up early morning and go to bed. In America, everybody can go to bed 8 o'clock and get up 3:30, 4:30 early morning and devote those 2 hours for meditating holy name. And while chanting holy name, you can meditate on holy name or Nam Rup Lila Gunda, meditate on this. You have to corner yourself, seclusion, and close your eyes and focus your mind wherever it goes, bring him back and put him back to work or to meditating on holy name or whatever you're meditating in connection with Krishna. So fluctuation comes during the day. Early morning, what you're going to do? You're going to drive 4:30 or you're going to do what? Gardening or cleaning house or go to work or who took your computer on, you online, what? There's nothing. 4 to 6, there is nothing. And that's why that time from Maharat is allotted for spiritual upliftment. So we have to fix ourselves. We have to have a strong determination. We have to give up our alas, laziness, craziness, and become fixed in Krishna consciousness. It is an intensity, it is an urgency, emergency, Prabhupada says. How much we're going to live? We're already at halfway. And like me kind of age, at the end of the life. So what else is left except bhajan? 2 hours we have to intensify our bhajan, get into real, and that bhajan will make you relish transcendental mellow, Russia, and you will be always anxious. How can I chant nice sounds in early morning? And it will create nice taste, which is relishable, which is enjoyable. They become addicted to that taste, chanting, meditating, you become addicted. So no fluctuation if you become determined. You have to nischay, dheeraj, utsaha, nischaya, dhairya. So that is needed. And everybody can do, irrespective of their work, business, whatsoever. 4:30 to 6:30. Yeah, 4 to 6. Wonderful time. Early to bed, early to rise makes men healthy, wealthy, wise. And another question I think I'm taking up to next session's time.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Guru Maharaj, suppose somebody is involved in seva in temple, right? And because in seva in temple, he has to, sometimes tell some devotees something, which is not, in a not harsh word, but still he has to criticize, or maybe not criticize, but he has to tell what the devotee should do. Is not that aparat. That is like, can be that person. That person can go beyond Anathnivritti. It's always Anathnivritti.
Because the dog is barking, so he cannot hear. So maybe wait 1 minute.
Okay, I think it is quiet now. Go ahead.
Yes, so Guru Maharaj. Yeah, so somebody who's serving in temple, and he has to criticize, because he in such a service that he has to tell devotees what to do, what not to do. All these are sort of aparat. So how we can cross this anartha-nivritti? Because the person who is serving temple, he will never cross over the anartha-nivritti. So what should we?
First of all, it is not aparat. It is seva. Somebody is saying what to do. So somebody has to manage different activities. So if he tells us something to do, we should be proud of that and do it, whatever is expected to be done. So it is not a aparat, first of all. It is a duty we are performing. And we have to perform our duty transcendentally, very tactfully. So it's not aparat. I think that's where we have to, that's what we have to understand. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Guru
Krishna
Maharaj.
Guru Maharaj.
Yes.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. I have a similar question about services in the temple. So if you see something not right going on in the temple, or some senior devotee is not behaving correct, should we interfere or should we let it be, because, they would get fixed on their own? Or should we say something or ignore it?
The answer to this question is very intricate. First of all, you have to know whether that senior devotee is ready to hear you or not. Will he accept your comment, or will he accept you? Will he listen to you or not? If not, then if you are over concerned, then you can talk to the devotee who is above him. So, and once you talk to devotee above him, you just wash your hand off. Your job is done. Whether he takes action or not, that is up to him. He may feel that action is not needed. So this is how much far you should go. Otherwise, it will ruin your spiritual life, your consciousness. It will bother you, and it's not what we want. We want to become stable and steady in our devotion, in our bhajan. So we have to be very careful. It may come into Vaishnava Aparadh if he doesn't listen to you or whatever. We have to be very careful dealing with devotees. Very, very careful. Krishna.
Yes, we can, I always feel it's okay to ignore, they are doing their best and I need to do my best, whatever I can. So I can just ignore it. But sometimes, it's like a question mark. Oh, I'm ignoring it. Am I doing a wrong thing by just keep ignoring it? Because it doesn't bother me much. Like they have their own ways of doing things, and and I can keep ignoring. That's easy. I just want to know if I'm doing the right thing.
Well, if it is above you, if there is senior devotee, better not get into it.
Okay.
I would get into it until it bothers you left and right. If it is totally different, like totally off track, like illicit sex, gambling.
महाराज आपकी आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है.
Guru Maharaj, something happened. Something got muted. Everyone is muted, or it just Guru Maharaj got muted?
Yeah, we can't hear.
Yes, Guru Maharaj. We couldn't hear anything.
Yes.
We were not able to listen the last part, Guru Maharaj.
Just the last part we could not hear, Guru Maharaj.
Last part is, what did I say? That
Guru Maharaj, it's muted again. Just 1 minute.
the devotee may not forgive you. So it is more important to be concerned about devotees, offending devotees. Krishna, Haristhane aparade tare harina, tumasthane aparade nahi paritra. So this we should be okay. Okay. So better stop for you. I'll give a chance to Mataji's time. I took her time up. So
Maharaj, I'd like to add one more thing, Maharaj, what you were answering and what Sandhani Mataji was asking. Prabhupada in one of the conversation, very said about this temple management. He said, if you do your morning sadhana very well and you read my books, management will be on the fingertips, Prabhupada said.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Okay. Hare Krishna Prabhu. Haribol, you're on.
Yeah, yes, Guru Maharaj. Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj. I don't think devotees want to get let go of you. But as you said, we will move to the next slot. Janvi?
Yes,
No,
I would like to thank you, Maharaj, first of all, for that amazing lecture and for answering all of our questions. Now, if Guru Ma can,
Yes.
please present.
Guru. Okay. Krishna Radhe Shyam. Yeah.
Hare Krishna, Guru Ma, Dhananjay Pranam.
Hare Krishna to everyone.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Dharma Pranam. Dharma Pranam Guru Maharaj.
Pranam Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Dharma Pranam.
Pranam Mataji.
Dhananjay Pranam Mataji, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Glorious to
Dandavat
all
Pranam.
worship.
Hare Krishna Mataji, Dandavat Pranam.
Hare Krishna Mataji, Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam, Guru Ma.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj.
They already explained earlier everything. So maybe I don't have to do much. Gyantiraandasya Gyananjana Sarakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Sri Chaitanya Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadam Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Dhananjay Radhe Vrindavan Shri Pranama जो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवास हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम राम
Hare Krishna Guru
श्लोक नंबर 1 श्रद्धा faith कृष्ण वर्णम कृष्णम कृष्ण सांगोपांगसपासनम यज्ञैः संकीर्तन गाय भजामि कलिपावनम. By the sacrifice of the congregational chanting of the holy name, I worship the deliverance of living entities of Kali Yuga, Sri Gauranga, who constantly sings the name of Krishna. Although his complexion is not black, he is Krishna himself. He is accompanied by his anga, bodily limbs, in the form of Nityananda and Advaita Prabhu. Upanga, parts of limbs of Sri Vas Pandit, weapon in the form of the holy name, and Parsadas, associate like Swarup Damodar Rai Ramanan, Gadada, and Govind. So this book, Bhakti Thakur, Bhajan Rahasya, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is talking about the holy name in this, that Sankirtan is everything in Kali Yuga. So we should always remember that only holy name is everything. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Eva Kevalam, Kalu Nasteva, Nasteva, Ratiranyatha. Which cleans the heart of all the dust accumulated for years together. This in this Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, Chetu Darpana Martanam Bhava Mahadava Shreya Kairava Chandrika Vitarnam Vidyavadu Jivanam Anandam Buddhivardhanam Patipalam Purnamrita Swadanam Sarvapnapanam Param Vijayate Sanki Sri Krishna Sankirtanam, which cleans the heart of all the dust accumulated for years together. Thus the fire of conditioned life, of repeated birth and death is extinguished. This Sankirtan movement is the waxing moon that spread the white lotus and good fortune for all living entities. It increased the ocean of transcendental bliss and enable us to taste the full nectar of for which we are always anxious. His holy name, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explaining, purify the unclean heart. The holy name purifies the unclean heart. The result of chanting is that one awakens his love for Krishna and tastes transcendental bliss. By chanting, our heart gets clean. Association of Krishna and engage in his devotional service. One attends the association of Krishna and engage in his devotional service because Krishna's name and Krishna's are non-different. So you associate with Krishna directly when you chant holy name. Rupa Goswami desired the holy name as the personified of bliss and knowledge. So Rupa Goswami asking Krishna to have thousands of ears and thousands of mouths so he can chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
To always desire to chant. And Prabhupada said, if you don't want to waste time, then Namagane Sadaruchi. We should always remember the holy name. Here it says, O Harinam, O Krishna, you destroys the misery of those who take your shelter. So if you take shelter of the holy name, then it destroys the misery of everything. You are the festival for the residents of Goloka. I bow down again and again before you, whose form is fully spiritual like Prabhu. So holy name is like a festival in Goloka. One can be freed from all undesirable habits. If we chant, then we can be free from all undesirable habits. This is the meaning of awakening all good fortune and initiating the flow of love for Krishna. So, to give satisfaction to the soul, for this is derived from devotional service to Mukunda. If you want to satisfy our spiritual soul, then if we serve Krishna, then we can. If we serve Mukunda, then we can get satisfy our soul. So we should always be ready to serve Krishna, and that's the only thing, only goal we should have. That I want to serve Krishna. Routine activity which are naturally painful from the very beginning. If you do routine activity, is always painful from the beginning. Transcendental by nature and transcendental by nature if they are not utilized for the devotional service of the Lord. If you don't use it, utilize for Krishna's service, then it's not transcendental.
मैंने सब हिंदी में ही शुरू किया था किसी ने कहा कि नहीं कुछ लोग हैं जिनको हिंदी समझ नहीं आती।
Service unto you is the base part of self-realization.
बोल रहे थे
Who beats the empty husk of wheat cannot get grain. Who simply speculates, his only gain is trouble. If you speculate, then we get trouble. Blazing fire of material existence is totally executed. Therefore, one who desires freedom from material bondage should adapt the process of chanting and glorifying the name, fame, form, and pastimes of the Supreme Personality of God, at whose feet all the holy places stand. One who has uttered the name of Hari even once easily achieve the determination to attain liberation. Only once if we chant without offer, then we can get the liberation. This Harinam is the most auspicious of all auspicious, sweeter than the sweetest, and it is the eternal transcendental fruit. Even once without offense, if we chant, we get the Krishna prema. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said if somebody chants once, he is a Vaishnava. The living entity in the material world can never have any happiness because the demigod is saying this. Because they are overwhelmed by the three kinds of misery. Therefore, they take shelter of the shade of your lotus feet. And the demigod says, we also thus take shelter of them. Shelter of Krishna's lotus feet. Devi is Gunamai. That's the sutta. Simply hearing about his power, the Lord, when people properly glorify the Supreme Personality of Godhead or simply hear about his power, the Lord personally enters their heart and cleans away every trace of misfortune. So we have to worship Krishna, Supreme Personality of Godhead, properly and glorify him. And in the second world, there is no restriction regarding place or time, nor is there consideration of purifying or impurity. Simply by the performance of Sankirtan chanting, Rama Rama, or the Hare Krishna mantra, one can achieve the highest liberation. So for chanting the holy name, we don't have to see the time, place, and circumstances. We can chant anywhere, even if we are dying, and if we are in the hospital, we are not clean, but we can chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. In Kali Yuga, the holy name is very merciful, and in Satyuga, all those yuga is hard to deliver ourselves, but in Kali Yuga, it's so simple. Only we have to do is chant Hare Krishna. Here it says that Anartha, the living entity attracts by Maya, is attributed with four types of anarthas: weakness of heart, all kind of offenses, material desires, illusion about spiritual knowledge. These four anarthas. This anartha leads to material bondage, which leads to miseries. Illusion, spiritual knowledge is of four types. Illusion about one's own identity, Illusion about spiritual knowledge is four. Illusion about one's own identity, that we are thinking we are this body, but we are spirit soul. Illusion about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. People don't know that Krishna is Supreme Personality of Godhead. They worship that God because they refuse that God. That I give you this and you give me this. So it's a business. But Krishna is like a mother, he knows that. So for Krishna, all we have to do is Patram Puspam Phalam Toyam Yume Bhaktya Prayas. So it's very Krishna, worshipping Krishna is very easy, so merciful. Illusion about the process of sadhana and prema bhakti. Illusion regarding subjects unfavorable to Krishna consciousness. There is a four types of material desires. Desire for material objects, desire for heavenly comforts, desire for mystic powers, and desire for liberation are the four types of material desires. Offense are of the four types. Offense towards the name, towards the Lord, towards the devotees, and towards living entities. Weakness of heart is four types. Intelligent person knows the four kinds of weakness. Attachment to object not related to Krishna. This anartha gives birth to six enemies: Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Mad, and Matsar. This anartha also begins six waves: Soka, distress, illusion, hunger, thirst, old age, and death. The creeper of devotion can never grow as long as one cannot give up these anarthas. All anarthas, however, goes far away by the performance of Nam Sankirtan. So if you want to get rid of anartha, what we have to do? Sankirtan, Harinam Sankirtan. Chant Krishna's name, do Kirtan. Living beings who are entangled, entangled in the complicated messes of birth and death can be freed immediately by even unconsciously chanting the holy name of Krishna, which is feared by fear persona. This holy name, the by fear is afraid of the holy name. Since number 1 and 2 is very long, so I will try to move. When the living entity is attracted by the material energy, which is separate from Krishna, is overpowered by you. Instead of being the eternal servant of Krishna, he becomes Krishna's competitor. You have to become eternal servants of Krishna. One who desires to achieve Krishna's mercy should take shelter of a bona fide guru. When he engages in undivided devotional service under the guru's direction, he ultimately attains Krishna. So if we want to, if we want our mind to surrender to Krishna, then we have to take shelter of Hari and Guru. Then we can surrender our mind to Krishna. By rendering devotional service unto the personality of God as Sri Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge and detachment from the world. When we satisfy Krishna's senses, then we can satisfy. We don't have to satisfy our senses. We always have to satisfy Krishna's senses. Then Krishna gets pleased. directly by following the rules and indirectly by following the restrictions. The means of getting freed from the three anarthas: material desire, weakness of the heart, and offense. And here they are saying these verses of Updeshamrit, 8 verses. Now I'll go to the in the age of Kali, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu always did kirtan with his Anga, Upanga, and Parsadas. That I already said. Only Harinam is weapon to destroy the ignorance in this dark age of Kali. If you want to get rid of this ignorance of this Kali Yuga, then only weapon is Harinam. Harinam, Harinam, Harinam eva kevalam. Kalo nasteva, 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 tatiranyata. Lord Krishna himself is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prahlad Maharaj called him Channa Avatar, the hidden incarnation of Lord. For same reason, Lord is called Triyugi, because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a devotee of Krishna. That's why it's called Triyugi. The Krishna's avatar is in Triyuga, and fourth Yuga is because in Kali Yuga, Lord appears as a devotee. One who is very intelligent in this Kali age will worship Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with his associate by Sankirtan Yajna. Now I will go to the verse number 3 because I won't have enough time. So I will just, whatever point I took it out from different verses. So that's what I will read. The result one gets in Satyuga by meditating. In Treta Yuga, by fire sacrifice. In Dwapar Yuga, by deity worship. Same result one will get by chanting the holy name of Lord. Only Harinam is the way. Rest all means of karma, jnana and yoga are useless. Only Harinam is the way. And you can easily get Krishna's love by Harinam. In Hindi it says, Lakh dukho ki ek dawa kyun na ajmaye. So, all the disease, only one medicine. So why we shouldn't take? And that medicine is in Kali Yuga, Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So we should remember that whatever is disease we have, and the main disease is birth, death, old age, and disease. So if you want to get rid of that, then we have to chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Verse number 4. Nam Prabhu is very potential, can remove all the sins of sinners, which one sinner cannot able to do. Nam Prabhu is very merciful, that one person, the sinner who will not able to do as much sin, but he can deliver sins of sinners, which one sinner cannot able to do. Nam Prabhu is very potent. One who is chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra, for him no need of any atonement of sin. So if we chant Hare Krishna, then we won't have any sin left. We should always chant by cooking, by driving, by taking bath, by cleaning. Like we can put Krishna in the middle of our life, and whenever we have time, we can chant Hare Krishna and try to think what we can do. If we get tired of chanting, then we can do reading. If we get tired of reading, then when we can watch Krishna conscious Mahabharata, Ramayana, Krishna story. So if you want to engage in Krishna service, ena kena prakarena, we can engage in Krishna service. Verse number 5. Karma, jnana and yoga are difficult. Bhakti is easiest. Krishna says in Gita, Nahapi kamanasti. There is no loss or defeat in this devotional endeavor. If not able to complete fully or achieve perfection in this path, then also no mistake or lacking, no fear in this world. Or what world? One win-win situation. There is no fear of karma, jnana, yoga. This would always be the bhakti. Hare Krishna Mahamantra is not of this material world. When we chant Radha Krishna dance on earth, the Hare Krishna mantra is not from this material world. It came from Golokera Premadana Harinama Sankirtan. It came from Golok to deliver us. But we are so unfortunate, we don't have a taste or attachment for it. We should be attached. When can I chant my name? When can I chant? When can I chant? Whenever you have a little time, try to chant. Prabhupada said, don't waste time. Verse 6. One who has done worship of Krishna properly in hundreds of previous lifetimes, they can chant Harinam. Who can chant Harinam? If you do for hundreds of years, if you worship Krishna properly, then on your tongue, the Harinam will come. And by Prabhupada's mercy, he gave us this Harinam. So we have to say thank you to Prabhupada and Krishna. Scripture says, Archana is fruitful when it done with chanting. When we do Archana, then we have to do chanting different mantras. Then it will be fruitful. In Hare Krishna Mahamantra, 16 names and 32 syllables are there, and 8 Yugal names are there, which is from of Sister Ashtakam, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's revealed to whole world, which is the stage of a devotee from Shraddha to Prem. So in 7th verse, there is a sequence of devotion. Shraddha, faith. How you get the faith? By listening to Krishna's words. We have to have faith in Krishna's word. Then we can get Shraddha. And Maharaj gives example, the Shraddha's level, that when the birds flies, some birds flies very high. So whose Shraddha is high, they can become a good devotee. Shraddha. And then by Shraddha, you will get Sadhu Sangha. And Sadhu Sangha is very important. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says Sadhu Sangha, very important. Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Sastrikai. Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhi Hoy. Even a fraction of a minute, if you do Sangha with a devotee, then your life can be changed. So all these devotees become a devotee by mercy of the devotees. Some people become devotee by books, some people by going to the temple, some people become devotee by talking to some people. So you always see that they become devotee by mercy of devotees. So Sadhu Sangha is very important. When we try to ignore Sadhu Sangha, then you fall down, because then you lose the taste for Krishna. So Bhakti Vinod Thakur always says that if you give me birth, then give me birth at a devotee's house. So I will have a sadhu son. So Bhakti Vinod Thakur says, I don't want birth life. I want the birth in devotee's house. So is that important? After sadhu sang, it comes bhajan kriya. When you do sadhu sang, then you do Krishna's bhakti, bhajan, kirtan, seva. And then all anartha nivrutti will go. After bhajan kriya, the anartha will go away. And then Nishtha will come, and then Ruchi, Asakti, Bhav, and Prem. Whomever you serve, you get the love for that person. So if we serve Krishna, then we will get love for Krishna. If you serve spiritual master, then you get love for spiritual master. Verse number 8. A devotee wishes to die in fire or remain in cage, in prison, always. But he never wants to associate with those people who are envious of Krishna. So we have to be very careful. Verse number 9. A devotee wishes to live with an embrace snake, lion, or crocodile, but he never wants to associate with demigod worshippers. Stri Sangi, Muktivadi people. So devotee doesn't want to wish to live with it, associate with those kind of people. Bhakti Siddhanta Thakur, Bhakti Siddhanta says that you can live with the tiger in the cage, but you don't want to live with the Mayavadis because they are Krishna's aparadi. A devotee should reject everything which is unfavorable to Krishna, Krishna's devotion, and accept everything which is favorable to Krishna's devotion. That Bhaktivinoda Thakur said in this 6th Saranagati, that whatever is favorable we should accept right away, and whatever is not favorable then we should drop on right away. Best example of this is Gaur Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj. Gaur Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj was saying, who for avoiding materialistic people, association sometimes used to chant near toilet place. He didn't want to associate with materialistic people, so he was chanting his round here where the people was going to the toilet. And used to say, stool smells are better than the smell of materialistic people. He didn't want to associate with materialistic people. Because if you associate with materialistic people, then you get their association and you want to become materialistic. So that's why we have to be very careful not to associate with them. You should feel pity for them. That, oh my God, they are wasting so much time not serving Krishna or not chanting. And all they're doing is trying to get more money, more this, more that. But everything is going to stay here in this material world. We cannot take anything. We come folded hand and we go open hand. So we have to be very careful not to get attached to the material things. We should get attached to Prabhupada and Krishna and Krishna's Leela, hearing Krishna's Leela, saying Krishna's Leela to people, talk about Krishna. Verse 10, 3 days of chanting names, Suddhanam, Namabhas, and Namaprad. When anarthas are there in heart, one cannot get Siddhade. One who try to do so, their all bhajan spoils and they become sahajyas, which is not favorable to bhajan. One must follow the footsteps of Rupa and Raghunath Das Goswami. We should always try to follow the footsteps. When Prabhupada was saying to his disciple one time, he asked, can I go to hear someone? Prabhupada says no. If he says one thing different than me, then you will be disturbed. You will be confused. So we should be very careful. When all anarthas destroyed from heart, one gets Siddhade and get pleasure of Astakaliya service. So we have to get rid of all the anarthas if we want to go back home, back to Godhead. So we have to practice here because Krishna's Golok Vrindavan is very clean and nice. So Krishna doesn't want any dirty thing there. So we have to practice here. We have to get very purified so we can go to Krishna, Golok Vrindavan. In form of holy name, Krishna himself appeared in this world. Krishna's name and Krishna is non-different. So he appeared in this world to purify us. When conditioned soul turns opposite from Krishna, he falls down into Maya and forget his relationship with Krishna. Like you don't have to go away from Krishna. If you go away from Krishna, then you will fall down and Maya will catch you. So we have to Maya and forget his relationship with Krishna. Then we forget about Krishna. So we have to be very careful. Only by Krishna's devotion, our Bhavarog, repeated of birth and death, will stop. No other ways. So if we serve Krishna, then we can get rid of our birth, death, old age, and diseases, all miserable. Birth is miserable, death is miserable, old age is very miserable, and death is miserable. So if you want to stop this and go to Krishna, then we have to serve him. Krishna is very merciful. If you go one step, he comes 10 steps towards you. When one chants Hare Krishna Mahamantra seriously and regularly, we have to chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra seriously and regularly. Prabhupada said we have to chant like a crying baby. When the baby cries for the mother, chants like she cries very seriously. Then mother drops like mother is cooking. And baby is crying. She gives so much toys that play with these toys so I can do my cooking. So Krishna does the same thing. He gives us so much toys. Play with this. House, fear, car, this, that. All these are toys. So you play with it and waste your time. So when you cry for Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, then Krishna comes to help us. The way the mother, when the baby cries, drops all the toys, I don't want toys anymore. Then mother turns off the gas and runs to the kids. So same way we have to cry like a baby cry, and Krishna will help us. When heart becomes completely cleansed and no desire for own pleasure, sense gratification, then Jiva realizes the mellow of conjugal love of Radha and Krishna in form of Srimati Radharani's servant. We have to get rid of our sense gratification, then we can serve Radharani. Verse number 12. Holy name of Krishna is Krishna himself.
Guruma, your phone is on mute. Guru Mataji, your phone is on mute.
Hare Krishna, Guru Mata, we cannot hear you anymore. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Guru Mata, we cannot
Now
hear
it is
you.
okay. Now it is okay.
Yes. Can you hear now?
Yes, Guru Maharaj.
हाँ गुरु माँ अभी आ रही है आवाज.
Yes, it is good now. Guru Mata, it is good.
Okay. Krishna's name is so powerful that by holy name of Krishna 32 seva and 10 name offense will be eradicated. If you want to get rid of offense, you have to chant Hare Krishna. And 32 seva aparadh, in case if some seva aparadh happens, if we chant, then eradicated. But we should not like do some simple activity and then say, oh, I will chant Hare Krishna and it will go. That's the wrong thing. If one's mind is disturbed by the enemy of lust, anger, greed, etc., it can only be controlled by service of Krishna, not by any kind of practice of Ashtanga Yoga. So if you want to get rid of lust, anger, and greed, then what you have to do? Can only control by service of Krishna. Then you have to do service of Krishna. One who are trying to practice this Ashtanga Yoga for controlling of senses and mind, their senses become agitated and they fall down. When they see the sense objects, Vishwamitra and Surbhi Muni are the best example of this. He was doing meditating, but then they get disturbed. If one performing devotional service of Krishna, being pleased out of unmotivated devotion of his devotees, Krishna protects and nourishes his devotees by all ways. Like if you do, if one performing devotional service of Krishna, Krishna gets pleased and out of and then we have to do devotional service without unmotivated. We don't have to have motivation that, oh Krishna, I do this for you and then you do this for me. Then it Prabhupada said it's just a business. And Krishna is not our servant, so he can do everything for us. We have to become his servant. Verse 14. The pure knowledge, the fruitive action, and the detachment, if not dedicated to Krishna, and by which one is not able to develop attachment for Krishna. We have to become detached from material world and get attached to Krishna. That all are useless for attachment for Krishna. Otherwise it's useless. Verse 15. The devotion of Krishna's all auspicious, one who after descripting this make hard endeavor for knowledge of impersonal Brahma and try to merge into that. At last, by their hard endeavor, they get only pain and miseries. Who wants to get merged into Krishna's Brahman effulgence, then it's only a pain and misery, because then you cannot do any service to Krishna. And without service is miserable. You hang like in the sun, there's some rays are hanging, some dust and everything is just like that. Path of devotion is very simple and sublime. Bhakti is very simple and sublime. Only by offering leaves, flower, fruits and water, one can please Lord very easily. To please Krishna is very easy. All you have to do is offer him Patram Puspam Phalam Toyam Yome Patya Praj Tadaham Patya Uparta Asnami Prayata. One who wants to, verse 16, one who wants to get liberation from his material world, they must take shelter of holy name of Krishna. If you want to get rid of, if you want to get out of this material world, then we have to take shelter of Krishna's holy name, which is potential enough to destroy all sins. Then Harinam will destroy all the sins. Then we can get rid of this material world, material bondage. If one has taken shelter of holy name, then mind will not engage in garbage of karma. Otherwise, mind will remain contaminated by passion and ignorance, and sins will also not destroy fully. So if you don't engage our mind on chanting, then we will engage in garbage, karma, Maya. So we have to choose Krishna or Maya. And between us and Krishna is only one thing, is Maya. Maya rupi achannam parda screen Maya ka Krishna और हमारे बीच में है. Verse 17. If by anyhow one is able to chant his 2-syllable name, Hari, immediately he will be liberated. So it's so simple and sublime. So we should always chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Sorry, because there was 17 words, so I was just trying to pick out some points and I was just reading those points. So if anybody have any question, please go ahead. I hope you get something from this.
Hare Hare Krishna Mataji. Mataji, question. You were reading from something from your phone. This was from the Bhajan Rahasya book or something else? I couldn't maybe get that point from where you started reading.
It's from Bhajan Rahasya. Bhajan Rahasya.
Bhajan Rahasya.
In Hindi. In Hindi.
Okay.
It was from Hindi that we did it in Hindi here in India.
Okay. I think you are reading in English and the words which I think the book we have is different. I thought maybe you are carrying some different book. Just want to.
The first words I read it from this. It has a portrait out of miseries and all those things was in first verse. First verse has a very big purport. So I was reading from that.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
So your Bhajan Rahasya is different?
I think what you are reading and what Bhajan Rahasya we have, it was a different, message is the same, but I think I thought you are reading from the book itself, from the phone when you're reading. But that words were not.
No, in the phone there were some points that I
Points.
did
Okay. You might have written the points. I can understand.
Yeah, because it was 17 words, so it was hard to.
Yes, I know it's too much.
Yeah, in 1 hour it's not possible.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know why you all decided to do 17 words.
Yeah, it is too much to cover 17 verses in 1 hour. Yes.
Yeah. That's nice.
Nice, mother. You very nicely, I think, written the points and then covered all the points.
I don't know. And most of the things Maharaj already described.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, maybe I'll check it out. My Bhajan Rahasya is different, maybe. So from tomorrow, I'll see what it is. Oh, Maharaj, like you. Huh?
Are there any? Are there any more questions?
Thank you so much, Guruma. Very, very nice points. It was. I know you were worried about how will you cover 17 verses, but very nicely you gave us the summary. And मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा आपने बोला point जो बोला Krishna log is very clean and pure. So we have to become clean and pure in our consciousness. Thank you, Guruma.
Sorry if my book is
Thank you very much for that amazing lecture. I think there's not a lot of questions because you explained it so well that no one has any more questions now. Because you explained it so detailed.
They didn't understand what I was thinking. I don't know. But mostly the Bhakti, he's saying about the Harinam, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Bhakti Thakur. So I try to do it on Harinam.
It was perfectly done. Now we can, if there are no more questions, we can move on to the next portion of our program. All right. In that case, Bhavya, we have our bhajans now. So Bhavya will be singing Hey Gopinath bhajan.
I knew it.
Hare Krishna, Bhavya.
Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you sing the first line so we can just make sure that the sound is good with the instrument?
Yeah, sure. Hey Gopinath
cannot hear Bhavya. No, now it is good.
Is it good?
It is good. It is good.
Wait. Okay. So, Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. So I'll be singing the bhajan He Gopinath. So before that, I'll be reading the translation of the bhajan. So, O Gopinath, Lord of the Gopis, please hear my request. I am a wicked materialist, always addicted to worldly desires, and no good qualities do I possess. O Gopinath, you are my only hope, and therefore I have taken shelter at your lotus feet. I am now your eternal servant. O Gopinath, how will you purify me? I do not know what devotion is, and my materialistic mind is observed and fruit of work. I have fallen into this dark and peerless worldly existence. O Gopinath, everything here is your illusionary energy. I have no strength or transcendental knowledge, and this body of mine is not independent, being controlled by material nature. O Gopinath, weeping and weeping, the sinner begs for an eternal place at your divine feet. Please give him your mercy. O Gopinath, since you can do anything, you have the power to deliver all sinners. Who is a greater sinner than I? O Gopinath, you are the ocean of mercy. After entering this phenomenal world, you expand your divine pastimes for the sake of the fallen souls. O Gopinath, I am so sinful that although all the demons attained your lotus feet, Bhakti Vinod has remained in a worldly existence. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachayane Nirvishishinivari Pashita Deshataine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Mama nivedana shuna Vishai durjana sada kamarata Kichu nahi mora guna Mama nivedana shuna Vishai durjana sada kamarata Kichu nahi mora guna He Gopinath He Gopinath He Hey Gopinath, Amara Parasya Tumi, Tomara Charana Loinu Sharana, Tomara Ki Gorami, Amara Parasya Tumi. Tomara charana Kinkara. He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He que mane shodibe more na jani bhakati karame jadamati parchi samsara ghare que mane shodibe more na jani bhakati karame jadamati parchi he Gopinath, he Gopinath, he Gopinath. He Gopinath, 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 sakale tumhara maya, nahi mama bala gyana sunirmala, swadina nahi kaya, sakale tumhara maya. Nahi mama bala gyana sunimala, swadina nahi kaya. He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, niyate charane sthana, mage pamara kandiya kandiya, karo he karuna dana, niyate charane sthana, ye karo he karuna dana, he Gopinath, he Gopinath, he Gopinath, he Gopinath, he Gopinath, he Gopinath, he Gopinath. तुम्हें तो साथ खाली पारो तू जाने तारी ते तुम्हारा साथ खाती क्या चे पापीरो आरो तुम्हें तो साथ खाली पारो तू जाने याचे पापीरो आरो हे गोपीनाथ 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 तुम्ही कृपा बरोबर जीवेरा करारा आशिया प्रपंच लीला कोल शुभिष्ठारा तुम्ही कृपा बरोबर जीवेरा कराने आशिया प्रपंच लीला कोल शुभिष्ठारा हे गोपीनाथ 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 আমি কি দোষী দোষী আশুরা সখালা পাইলো চারানা বিনোদা থাকিল বসে আমি কি দোষী দোষী আশুরা সখালা পাইলো চারানা বিনোদা থাকিল বসে হে গোপীনাথ 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 Shri Radha Gopinath ki. Gaur Premanandi. Hari.
Hare Krishna, that was an amazing bhajan. Round of applause for Bhavya. Now let's move on to the next portion of our program. I'd like to humbly request His Grace Damodar Krishna Das Prabhuji to please turn on his audio and his video. And Prabhuji, if you could just sing one line so that we can make sure that the audio as everything is good with the instruments as well.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhuji, you're audible. Can you sing just one line or something, just so we can make sure everything is good with the audio and the like instruments that you're playing? Any?
Oh, okay. Dhule dhule gora chand. Is that okay?
Yes, perfect, Prabhuji.
Okay, all right. So I know we're running a little behind. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to sing one song. The name of the song is Dhule dhule gora chand. I'll just read the translation. So this song is about when Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrives in Vrindavan. The moonlike Lord Gora Chanda arrives in Vrindavan while dancing, swaying to and fro, and singing the glories of Lord Hari. The creepers adorning the trees of Vrindavan are overwhelmed with ecstatic love, and they are speaking about the glories of Lord Hari. Flocks of birds who live in the groves are singing the name of Lord Hari. Lord Gora says, Hari Hari, a female parrot responds, Hari Hari, and then all male and female parrots start singing a loud chorus of the name Hari, of the name of Hari. Becoming intoxicated by the holy name, the deer come forward out of the forest. The peacocks and peahens are dancing and frolicking in ecstatic love. Lord Hari is in his heart. Lord Hari is in his meditation, and he always chants the name of Hari with his voice. Gaurachanda is intoxicated by ecstatic mellows and rolls around on the ground while singing Harinam. Arriving on the bank of Yamuna river, he dances wildly while chanting Hari Hari. Mother Yamuna becomes so ecstatic that she arises and comes forward to wash Lord Gauranga's feet. Mahaprabhu ki jai. ढूले ढूले गोरा चांद हरि गुण गाए ढूले ढूले गोरा चांद हरि गुण गाए ढूले ढूले गोरा चांद Hari Gun Gai Dhule Dhule Gora Chand Hari Gun Gai Ashiya Vrindavane Ashiya Vrindavane Ashiya Vrindavane Ashiya Vrindavane Nache Gora Rai Nache Gora Rai Dhule Dhule Gora Chand Hari Gun Gai Dhule Dhule Gora Chand Hari Gun Gai Vrindavane Turulata Preme Gaye Hari Katha Vrindavane Turulata Preme Gaye Hari Katha Vrindavane Turulata প্রেমে কয় হরি কথা বৃন্দাবনে তরুলতা প্রেমে কয় হরি কথা নিকুঞ্জের পাখি গুলি নিকুঞ্জের পাখি গুলি নিকুঞ্জের পাখি গুলি নিকুঞ্জের পাখি গুলি হরি নাম শোনায় নাম শোনায় ধুলে ধুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় ধুলে ধুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় গোরা বলে হরি হরি সারি বলে হরি হরি গোরা বলে হরি হরি সারি বলে হরি হরি গৌর বলে হরি হরি সারি বলে হরি হরি গৌর বলে হরি হরি সারি বলে হরি হরি মুখে মুখে সুখ সারি মুখে মুখে সুখ সারি মুখে মুখে সুখ সারি মুখে মুখে সুখ সারি হরি নাম গায় হরি নাম গায় ঝুলে ঝুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় ঝুলে ঝুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় হরি নামে মত্ত হয়ে হরি নাম আসিছে রে হরি নাম মত্ত হয়ে হরি নাম আসিছে রে হরি নাম মত্ত হয়ে হরি নাম আসিছে রে হরি নাম মত্ত হয়ে হরি নাম আসিছে রে ময়ূর ময়ূরী প্রেমে ময়ূর ময়ূরী প্রেমে ময়ূর ময়ূরী প্রেমে ময়ূরী প্রেমে নাচিয়া খেলায় নাচিয়া খেলায় ঝুলে ঝুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় ঝুলে ঝুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় প্রাণে হরি ধ্যানে হরি হরি বল বদন হরি 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 হরি নাম গে গে হরি নাম গে গে হরি নাম গে গে হরি নাম গে গে রসে গেলে যায় রসে গেলে যায় ঝুলে ঝুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় ঝুলে ঝুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় আসিয়া যমুনা কুলে নাচে হরি বল आशिया जमुना कुले नाचे हरि हरि बोले आशिया जमुना कुले नाचे हरि हरि बोले आशिया जमुना कुले नाचे हरि हरि बोले যমুনা উঠলে আসে যমুনা উঠলে আসে যমুনা উঠলে আসে যমুনা উঠলে আসে চরণ ধোয়ায় চরণ ধোয়ায় কোলে কোলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় ধুলে ধুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় আসিয়া বৃন্দাবনে আসিয়া বৃন্দাবনে নাচে গৌড়রায় নাচে গৌড়রায় ধুলে ধুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায় ধুলে ধুলে গোরা চাঁদ হরি গুণ গায়
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Prabhuji, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Now we have a small brief lunch break. It's going to last from 12:30 to 1:30. So everyone can go on the break. I humbly request everyone to please come back at 1:30 sharp so that we can begin our next Bhajan Rahasya class. So Hare Krishna, and looking forward to see all of you in about an hour.
Thank you, Janvi. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gai Gora Madhur Sare. Sada Hari bole dakho Sada Hari bole dakho Grihe thako bone thako Sada Hari bole dakho Grihe thako bone thako Sada Hari Grihe thako, bone thako, sada hari bole dakho. Grihe thako, bone thako, sada hari bole dakho. Grihe thako, bone thako, sada hari bole dakho. থানা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বললো রে গায় গোরা মধুস্বরে গায় গোরা মধুস্বরে জীবন হইল শেষ না বজিলে ঋষিকে 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 ভক্তি বিনোদ উপাদে একবার নাম রসে মতরে ভক্তি বিনোদ উপাদে একবার নাম রসে মতরে গায় গোরা মধুস্বরে গায় গোরা মধুস্বরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ হরে রাম 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 হরে 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 রাম গায় গোরা মধুস্বরে Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan Keshi Gata Banshi Bata Raja Shakana Jaha Shabalila Toilo Srinanda Nanda Keshi Gata Banshi Bata Raja Shakana Jaha Shabalila Toilo Srinanda Nanda Srinanda Jasoda Jaya Jaya Gopagan Sridamadi Jaya Jaya Denu Vatsagan Srinanda Jasoda Jaya Jaya Gopagan Sridamadi Jaya Jaya Denu Vatsagan Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kirtira Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Abhira Nagari Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kirtira Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Abhira Nagari Jaya Jaya Gopishara Vrindavanamar Jaya Jaya Krishna Shakha Batu Dijara Jaya Jaya Gopishara Vrindavanamar Jaya Jaya Krishna Shakha Batu Dijara Jaya Rama Gatha Jaya Rohini Nandana Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Basi Jata Jan Jaya Rama Gatha Jaya Rohini Nandana Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Basi Jata Jaya Dvija Patni Jaya Naga Kanyaga Bhakti Tejahara Pailo Govinda Charan Jaya Dvija Patni Jaya Naga Kanyaga Bhakti Tejahara Pailo Govinda Charan Sirasa Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Shyama Jaya Jaya Rasa Leela Sarva Manoram Sirasa Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Shyama Jaya Jaya Rasa Leela Sarva Manoram Jaya Jaya Jala
सर्वरससा परकिया भावे जहाँ ब्रजेते Prabhu Nityananda Sri Vatsala Sri Gaura Hari. Sri Gaura Hari Sahi Goshta Bihari. Nanda Jasomati Chita Hari. Ela holo Damodara Isha Ekana. Bova Mandire Bashi Karaha Bojana. Nandirani Deshi Bashi Giri Baradari. Baladeva Saha Saka Vaise Sari Sari. Shukta Shakhari Vaji Lalita Kushmanda. Dalidana Dugda Tumi Dadi Mocha Kanda. Udabora Mash Boda Roti Kagritana. Saskuli Pista Kakir Kuli Payasana. Kapura Amrita Keli Ramba Kirashara. Amrita Rasalama Dwadasha Pakora. Luci Sinisar Puri Ladura Sabali. Bhojana Korena Krishna Hoye Kutuhali. Radhikara Pakayana Bibida Bhanjana. Paramayanande Krishna Korena Bhojana. Chale Bale Ladu Khai Srimadu Mangala. Bagala Bajaya Deya Hari Bolo. Radhikari Gani Hari Nayane Rakone. Ripta Hoye Kai Krishna Jasoda Bhavani. Bhojanande Priya Krishna Subhasita Bari. Sabe Mukha Prakaloy Hare Sari Sari. Asta Mukha Prakaliya Jata Sakagane. Anande Vishama Kore Baladeva Sane. Jambula Rasalane Kambula Masala. Tahake Krishna Chandra Sukhe Nijagela. Vishalaka Shiki Pucha Chamara Dulaya. Apurva Saya Krishna Sukhe Nirayaya. Yasomati Anga Priya Danishtayanito. Shri Krishna Prasad Radha Unje Hoye Prito. Lalithari Sakti Gana Avashesha Paya. Mane Mane Sukhe Radha Krishna Guna Gaya. একমাত্র যাহারা প্রমোদা ভোগারতি গায় ঠাকুর ভক্তি বিনোদা কত বৎসল শ্রী গৌর হরি বজ্রব কত বৎসল শ্রী গৌর হরি শ্রী গৌর হরি সহি গোষ্ঠ বিহারী শ্রী গৌর হরি সহি গোষ্ঠ বিহারী নন্দ যশোমতি চিত হরি নন্দ যশোমতি চিত হরি ভজ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ গোপাল ভজ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ গোপাল ভজ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ গোপাল ভজ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ গোপাল রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে দামোদর রাতি বর্ধন বেশে দামোদর রাতি বর্ধন বেশে হরি নিষ্কুত বৃন্দা বিপিনে সে হরি নিষ্কুত বৃন্দা বিপিনে সে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে বৃষবানুদারি নব শশী লেকে বিষবানুদারি নব শশী লেকে ললিত সাকি গুণ রমিত বিশাখে ললিত সাকি গুণ রমিত বিশাখে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে করুণম কুরু মাই করুণ বরিতে করুণম কুরু মাই করুণ বরিতে সনক সনাতন বর্ণিত চরিতে সনক সনাতন বর্ণিত চরিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Participant screen sharing.
Okay, Prabhu, give me a second. I will enable it for you. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Prabhu.
Should be good now, Prabhu.
Very good now. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, Prabhuji. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So now can you hear my voice now? Is okay?
Yes, Prabhuji, it's perfect now.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to serve all of you. Om Gyan Timrandhasya Gyananjana Shalakya Chakshurunmiltam Vena Tasme Shri Guruve Namah. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Shrimate Kritudas Adhikari iti namine. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pracharne Nirvishesha Shunyavadi. Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sachidanand Namine Gaur Shakti Savrupaya Rupanuga Varayate. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Sachidanand Bhakti Vinod Thakur, who is the transcendental energy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He is a strict follower of 6 Goswamis headed by Srila Rupa Goswami. So I have a little problem here. I'm getting all the picture on the right side and sometime my slide will get cut off. So Prabhuji, can you guide me how to take the pictures out from here? Dhir Krishna Prabhu, can you guide me? On the right side, I see the pictures. Okay, it's okay now. I just sorted it out.
It is good for us.
Yeah.
Prabhuji, you can also, if you go to slideshow at the top and,
No, I'm okay.
and click
okay.
present, it should
I'm
work.
okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Solved my problem. Thank you. So this topic today, Guru Maharaj has given us to discuss and talk on Bhajan Rahasya. These are the deep secrets of Bhajan. As the title says, deep secrets. It is really very, very deep. And I'm not qualified. I don't have any capability to talk on these deep topics, deep subjects. But Guru Maharaj has given the order instructions just to follow his ordered instructions. And with his mercy, and I will beg mercy from Guru Maharaj and from all of the Vaishnavas, all of you, to bless me so that I can speak proper words at the appropriate time and for my purification. So time is too short and we have to talk about almost 18 shlokas, 18 verses. I'll try to cover as much as possible. Let us see the text number first, 18. So this text, I've just tried to take out the brief points from those texts so that it becomes easy for discussions and for everybody to understand it. The text number 18 starts with, the holy name is most auspicious of all that is auspicious. and the sweetest of all that is sweet. The title you see in the green is has been put by me. It is not coming from the book. And then says, chant the name without offense, be it with faith or indifferently. So if you see in this text, there are two intensifiers. One is most auspicious, and the second is the sweetest of all that is sweet. Now, here Rupa Goswami says, I do not know how much these two words, Krishna, have produced nectar. When the holy name is chanted, it appears that it dances within the mouth, and we then desire many, many mouths. When that name enters in the holes of the ears, we desire many, many millions of ears. So this is what the Srila Rupa Goswami is saying about the holy names, the sweetness and auspiciousness, sweetness. But if we see in the material world, if something is really very sweet and we like it, how that sweetness is expressed and how it is imagined and how our intelligence goes. Say, for example, I go to some home program and there is a very good sweet available there. And I like it, very delicious. So what will I do? I'll first cut down my other prasadam and go and take the one serving of the sweet. And then I like the sweet, I will go second time and take some more sweet. That is what I'll imagine, take one more sweet. And third time, if I want more, my intelligence will say, well, let me see, nobody is watching me, and go and take the third one. And then still, I'm not still contented. I still want, it's so sweet, so delicious. Then next I'll see, my home still is not watching me. Let me go and take the fourth one. So my imagination and my intelligence only can go up to this level. But when it comes to the spiritual sweetness, holy name, then how the Srila Rupa Goswami is saying, his imagination is intelligence to the extent that he's asking for many, many mouths. Whereas my imagination was never that, oh, it's so sweet. Why I shouldn't have 10 mouths, 20 mouths to grab all the sweets. My imagination was only to the extent, take one serving, two serving. But the holy name is so sweet. And second is that in our material sense, when it's some sweet, we can only use one senses, only use tongue to enjoy the sweetness. But whereas the holy name, we can engage all senses. You can engage your mouth, tongue, you can use your ears, and even you can use your eyes to have the Lord's darshan along with you. And your mind also to focus, to concentrate on the holy name and Lord's past time, names, forms while chanting. So that is the glory, sweetness of the holy name. Then when the holy name is so sweet, then it's very auspicious. But on the other side, if we see the material sweetness, it may be sweet, I like it, but it may or may not be auspicious. If I've taken 3-4 servings, the outcome may not be auspicious. Outcome may be difficult in the night when I will have the stomach problems. Or to have outcome may be the more worst in the morning when the sugar level went up because I took so much sweets. But the holy name, the auspiciousness will always be there. Sweetness is always in the present sense. At the same time, you feel the sweet, but auspiciousness is at the future level, that it is auspicious in the future at every time. Srila Rupa Goswami describes in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu that something is accepted as auspicious if it produces you 4 effects. What are the 4 effects? It can benefit everyone. It can attract everyone. And it produces good qualities. And it bestows superior form of happiness. That is called auspiciousness. Srila Prabhupada gives us example and with the fire, that as the fire can burn the child, it does not know whether somebody is small, big, intelligent, unintelligent, black, white, it will burn. Similarly, the holy name, when you come in contact with the holy name, it does not see Whether you're black or white, small or big, rich or poor, it will show its effects immediately. What are the immediate effects? When you chant offenselessly, all the sins are gone. Liberation is guaranteed, and you start developing the good qualities. That is God, auspiciousness. That is the auspiciousness of the holy name. Srila Rupa Goswami further describes in Upadeshmat, in Nectar of Instruction, that the holy name, form, pastimes, and activities of Supreme Personality of Godhead are naturally sweet like a sugar cane. But only the person who's afflicted with the jaundice, a person like me who has so much ignorance, avidya, he cannot see that, he cannot get the sweetness of that name. But still, if it is simply by the careful chanting of these names every day, the tongue gradually begins to relish these names, and the disease of the avidya is gone, it is destroyed. But it has to be careful chanting, attentive chanting. Attentive chanting means meditating on the true glories of the holy name, chanting without offense. Now, if you see even this verse, and it says the holy name is the most auspicious of all that is auspicious and the sweetest of all that is sweet. But then further the line says, chant the name without offense. That is a caution. That is why I put the word in a green for the clear highlight. It says the caution. Chant the name without offense. We daily in the morning, as regular, as a routine, we chant 10 offenses of the holy name. I'll just discuss briefly, very briefly, few offenses. But it does not mean that all other offenses, which I'm not talking, are not important. They're also very equally important. But just because of to manage the time, I'll just talk about a few offenses. First, blaspheme the devotees. Just see how important the offense is this. It is the number one. It is not yet number 2 or number 3 or number 10. It is number 1. And look at our Guru Maharaj. When he started writing the book, the first book he wrote is Sadhu San, talking about the devotees association and how the blasphemy devotees. And if we recall my discussion, my association with the Guru Maharaj for last almost 20 years, every time the Guru Maharaj has visited, if I see every time what the Guru Maharaj gave the instruction, if I just take the common factor of those instructions, one common factor of all those instructions is that be careful not to blaspheme any devotee. The Lord Chaitanya, all living entities, living these universes are countless. Chaitanya, in Chaitanya Bhagavat, Lord Chaitanya has given the instruction that all living entities in this universe are my eternal servants. Therefore, every living entity being that hurts or abuses another living being will be destroyed. Even a sannyasi who blasphemes an innocent person will fall down and lose all its piety. This is what the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying in Chaitanya Bhagavat. Even then he said, by raising his golden arms and declare to the whole world, just give up the tendency to criticize others and chant Hare Krishna. I will personally liberate everyone who chants the name of Krishna without criticizing others. That is the importance of this offense, that how careful we have to be for this offense. Then offense number 3, third, which we talk, disobey the orders of the spiritual master. So most of the time, if we see in the books, and I remember during one of the discussion with the Guru Maharaj also, we were reciting these 10 offenses, and somebody says, disobey the orders of the spiritual master. And then he was going to the next offense, 4th. Immediately Guru Maharaj stopped him. Hang on. Read the sentence completely. Sentence further says, not to consider him as an ordinary person. Very, very important. It is not just to disobey the orders of the spiritual master, but not to consider him an ordinary person. Just because our Guru Maharaj is so humble that he walks with us, he sits with us, he eats with us, and we should not treat him as an ordinary person. If we start treating him as an ordinary person, we'll start finding faults in the person. Be very careful for that. Once a question was asked to Srila Prabhupada, what is the greatest offense? Srila Prabhupada said, the first offense is if you accept Guru and again disobey him. That's the first offense. What to talk about the offense? He said, you are not even a gentleman. Why? You promise before Guru, you promise before Krishna, you promise before fire that I shall obey your order. Now you do not do this. You are not even a gentleman. What to speak about a devotee? It is a simple common sense question. Then fifth offense, to consider and glorify the chanting of Hare Krishna to be imagination. I remember sometimes in the discussions, somebody asked the question, Prabhuji, some certain statements given our scriptures look like it's something too good to be true. If like you go in the market, somebody tell you, oh, this house is available for $100. This statement looks like it's too good to be true. How this house is available for $100 in North America. But similarly, in scripture, you read, you chant once, you will be liberated. Your all past sins are gone. These kind of statements, we read it. It looks like it's too good to be true. If by chanting once, you are liberated, then I have chanted hundreds and thousands of times. So it means we should not consider it imagination. Then the answer which that Prabhu who was giving the class, yes, this statement which is given in the scripture is also correct. And he, because of his own humility, he also mentioned that I have been chanting for 40 years, but I know I will not get liberated. That statement is also correct. It was just because of his humility, he mentioned like that. But the point he was making was that, yes, the chanting once means chanting without any offense. No offense, zero offense, key part. Then yes. So that is the importance of offenses. That then we read always 10 offenses. But in reality, when we read the 10 offenses, there are 11th offense also, which is hidden, which comes at the last. Which 11th offense is basically the root cause of all these 10 offenses. If we take care of this 11th offense, then all other 10 offenses will gradually, automatically will be taken care of. It is an offense we read every day. It is also an offense to be inattentive while chanting. Anyone who claims to be Vaishnav must carefully guard against these 10 offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success, Krishna Prem. So if you see carefully, this line clearly says, saying this is the 11th offense. It is an offense to be inattentive while chanting. It is not considered in 10 offenses. It is the 11th offense. It is not named as 11th, but it is the 11th offense, which is more important. Srila Bhakti Thakur has mentioned that inattention or distraction while chanting is the root cause of all offenses. It is called pramada in Sanskrit, madness. Madness means you do something good and then you do something reverse, other way around, and then basically all the goodness is gone. As in the nectar instruction, we read the example of a mad elephant. So it is like same thing. It is improper to, on the one side, we are chanting, asking the Krishnas, and the other side, we're ignoring him. So it means when you're doing the inattentive chanting, it means on the one side, you're chanting and calling the Krishna. On the other side, you are not attentive for the chanting and you're doing something else. That it means we are ignoring the person. That's a madness attitude. So now, does it mean that every time when we do the chanting, are we really able to meditate and we're not even inattentive? Yes, I have been doing chanting for so many years. Still, I find hardly, sometimes even 1 minute to 2 minutes, I'm able to do the attentive. Otherwise, not even that. Mind goes somewhere else. Mind always travels somewhere else. So what we have to do is we have to bring back the mind back and forth again. And have to pray to Lord, pray to Guru, that we should be able to chant offenses inattentively. Then the second caution here was offense be with faith. We say chant the name without offense. And then second is it should be with faith. faith is very important thing. If there is no faith, you don't get the benefit of the chanting. So how to describe the faith? We can take the various examples in the scriptures about the faith of Prahlad Maharaj, of Dhruv Maharaj, of Srila Haridas Thakur. But I will prefer to take the example from, since we're talking about the Bhajan Rahasya, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur, I'd like to take the example from his book, which is a book called Song of Marketplace, Naam Hata. It is a marketplace. Since this is it relates to the Bhakti Vinod Thakur, it's written by him, and also it is more relating to the financial element. So I, as an accountant, would like to discuss with that part. So what is that says? In 1891, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur got about 2 years of time, and he started setting up the different Namhatas in Mayapur, in place called Shurabhi Kunj. The structure of the whole Namhata was just to match with the mood of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who gave the instruction to the Nityananda. What were the instructions given to Nityananda by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was, Suno Suno Nityananda, Suno Haridas, Sarvatra Amar Ajan, Karo Prakash. Prati Ghar Ghar Gye, Karo Ehi Bhiksha, Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Karo Krishna Shiksha. Oh, hear me Nityananda, hear me Haridas, simply disseminate my order everywhere. Go from house to house and beg to residents as follows. Speak about Krishna, worship Krishna, and teach others about Krishna. That was the basic instructions given by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to Nityananda Prabhu. On that mood, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur started setting up these Namhatas. So Namhata is like a marketplace of holy name. When there is a market, what does it mean? There is somebody who is selling some product, and there is somebody who is a customer who goes and buy the product. That's the market. Then what next is in the market? Is a product. You buy something, product, you buy some product, and then in return, you give some currency. So there are 4 elements: seller, buyer, product, and currency. These are the 4 elements important. You go to the mall, you go to any shopping center. These are the 4 things important. So similarly, in this market of the holy place market, in Namhata, what are those? Who are those 4 people? Srila Nityananda Prabhu, he is the principal trader, principal seller. Of course, he is assisted by the other people like Advaita Prabhu, Rupa Sanatana Goswami. And customer is the people who come with the faith, people who come to have the holy name. They are the customers. And what is the product being sold is holy name. Nityananda is distributing, selling the holy name. And what is the currency? What is the normal currency? At that point of time, the currency was what? Paisa, Anna. Anna is like a 6 paisa. At that time, Anna means 6 paisa, or silver coin, gold coin. So how the price was dictated for that in the market was, so if you come with the paisa, small coin, which may be 1 cent or 2 cents, and you want to buy a holy name, that 1 cent is compared, 1 paisa is compared to like a faith. That means you come with some faith, and then you get in return from Nityananda Prabhu, what? Holy name. So Nityananda Prabhu only sees that whether you have that faith, you have that coin, small coin. So that small coin is a small amount of faith. If you have little bit faith, he will give you holy name. Then you go home, you purchase that holy name, you go home, chant the holy name, meditate on the holy name, and then this is a unique seller. When you come next time, he sees, oh, this person is using my product. This person is using the holy name, taking the advantage of the holy name. So Nityananda Prabhu is so merciful. He will return you that paisa back to you. Now you have that paisa which Nityananda Prabhu returned to you, plus you have gained some more paisa, more shraddha, more faith by chanting the holy name. Now you have more money with you. It means you have more nishtha with the devotional service. Now you again want to buy the name, holy name from Nityananda Prabhu. Now he gives you the holy name, which is not just a holy name. It's the holy name imbued with the Lord's form. We call it as a Rupa Yukta Naam. So you are able to now purchase that name. It means now you have more steady faith. That's the Nishtha level. Then you again go back and you again chant the name. And now when you chant, you concentrate on the Lord's form also. So you have more Nishtha, more steady. Now what happened? You again, after a while, you come back. And Nityananda Prabhu says again, oh, you again came back, but now you are very steady in devotional service. So he will give you that, take the money back. He'll give the money back to you again. Now you have money back from Nityananda Prabhu, plus you have earned some more money, more annas by doing steady devotional service. Now in return, you have more Lakshmi available. He will give you what? Taste. So when you get taste, he gives you the holy name. Holy name, what is holy name? Holy name is not just holy name, it's imbued with the Lord's name as well as the Lord's qualities, which we call it as a Gun Yukta Naam. So he's able to purchase the Lord's name with the name, holy name with the name and the forms. Then again, similarly, he goes back and he comes with a more attachment, with more devotional service and with the taste, and then next comes to the attachment. Then next time he comes, Nityananda Prabhu again gives him the holy name, which is imbued with the Lord's pastimes. Go on. So like this, and at the end, you get from the Nityananda Prabhu holy name, which is imbued with the full potency of all transcendental mellows. This is basically the faith. As and when you're going back and following the instructions and you're getting back and back, and it all depends upon the faith. It's basically the faith. With that faith, you are getting the true love. Now, what happens in the market? All people are not honest. There are some dishonest people. There are some people who are the cheaters. If somebody comes with a fake currency, do you get the good product? As we go into the shopping mall, you try to give them the counterfeit currency, the shopkeeper will identify. Similarly, in that market also, if somebody is not really have the faith in the holy name and he come to take the holy name, can he buy? Answer is no. You cannot buy the holy name if you do not have faith. You cannot chant the holy name if you do not have faith. Faith is an important thing. Then comes the question, how the faith is developed. How the faith comes to you. Only one source. Faith comes only with the one source. That is association of devotees. With the association of devotees. The devotees association can be from your previous contact, previous lifetimes, or maybe during this lifetime. Or maybe sometimes devotees forceful preaching. Somebody has forcefully preached you. Like we have in our Bhakti Vriksha group, Kamala Mother, very famous in our Canada. Very forceful in preaching. She's so strong in book distribution and preaching. I remember one time, I don't know whether she's here in the class or not today, or Sanatan Prabhu is not there. I remember one time we went to some park doing some sort of a picnic. And there was one group sitting there. Mohammedan's group was sitting there and they were eating, naturally the lunchtime, non-veg was eating there. And we were doing the book distribution. It was her strong faith that she went there and she distributed the holy Bhagavad Gita to that group, distributed the group. So that is called forceful. She's so forceful in preaching. Now, when we say that faith is developed to the association, this association can also be the accidental. Once I was reading one book where the example was given that once what happened, Srila Prabhupada was giving in the early stages, was giving class in the New York, which is called Second Avenue. One drunkard person came and he dropped some toilet papers in the toilet. Srila Prabhupada saw. Actually, that person came few days earlier also there. At that point of time, there was no toilet paper in the toilet room. He used the toilet, but next time he came and he dropped the toilet papers in that there. Srila Prabhupada saw it. You know what Prabhupada said? He said, this person's devotional service is started from today. And gradually that person became a devotee. So that this is only association. He got the association like this. So it can be accidental. So once even Yudhishthira Maharaj asked Narad Muni that how as a householder you can develop faith. It can be with the association of the deities, devotees, shastras, and hearing. We need to have association. With firm faith, are we, so next question comes, if we have the firm faith, are we free from any suffering and punishment? Answer is no. Still, we may have to suffer at some times. What happened to Srila Haridas Thakur? He suffered. Despite having the firm faith, he still suffered. He was beaten up in 22 markets, but he never left his faith. Now, offenseless chanting. So we talk about partial offenses, unintended. It can be intentional, unintentional. Nam aparad more dangerous than seva aparad. Yes. Today morning, Guru Maharaj was also talking the same thing. He mentioned that he was mentioning the way that Nam Bhajan is we are doing with the soul, and Arch Bhajan we are doing with our other senses, body and mind. So Nam Seva we are doing with the soul is more important. So if you see the other way around, the Nam Aparad is more dangerous than Seva Aparad. So does it mean that? It means that if you do some Aparad during your Seva, that can be forgiven if you do the chanting, if you take the Nam. But if you do the Aparad towards the holy name, then that cannot be forgiven. So that is why it is very, very important to be careful for the Nam Aparad. Text number 19. Text 19 says, the holy name is the life of all transcendental knowledge, which is compared to a wife, Vadhu. Caution is here to chant the holy name with great respect and devotion. So this sentence, compared to a wife, Vadhu, is coming up basically from the Shiksha Ashtaka, which says, Cheto Darpan Marjanam, Bhav Mahadavagni Nirvapanam, Shre Kairav Chandrika Fitranam, Vidya Vadhu Jivanam, Anandam Buddhi Vardhanam, Pratipadam Puran Amrit Swadanam, Sarvatma Sanapanam, Param Vajeta, Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. This Shikshashtakam verse is not written by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The way we read the Bhagavad Gita, the way we read the other Shastras, that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wrote this Shikshashtakam in 8 verses and distributed, okay, this is the way for his preaching. No. But during the preaching, he only preached one thing, about chanting the holy name, Sankirtan. He never talked and preached on this. This was his own internal realizations. So Shikshashtakam is the different sentences, these verses spoken by him when he was relishing the name. When he was with his friends in the night, during the day he's preaching, in the night when he's relishing those names, he is reciting these words. So if you see these first verse, which constitutes about 8 stanza, Cheto Darpan, actually if we dissect it, it is a 7 plus 1, like this. Cheto Darpan Marjanam, Param Vajeta, Shri Krishna Sankirtana. Cheto Darpan. Chet, mirror of the Chit, mind, heart, cleaning. When this is clean, heart is cleaned, then how it is clean? Param Vajeta, Shri Krishna Sankirtana. Because of the all glory to Krishna Sankirtana. Because of that is clean. Bhav Mahadav Agni Nirvapanam. Bhav, material existence. Dav Agni, forest fire. Nirvapanam, all is finished with material existence. When material existence, no birth, no death, no old age, no disease. How? Param Vajeta Shri Krishna Sankirtana. It is only because of the Param Vajeta Krishna Sankirtana it happens. Similarly, Shre Kairav Chandrika Vitranam. Shre means good fortune. White Kairav, white lotus. Chandrika, moon. It's a white lotus, and from where the white lotus comes, what? Rays of moon. They are spreading everywhere. How? by Param Vajeta Shri Krishna Sankirtana. Then say Vidya Vadu Jivanam. What is Vidya? Vidya is Vidya, knowledge. Vadhu, very common word, Vadhu, wife. Jivanam, life. Here, the chanting of the holy name, which is the Nam Sankirtan, is compared to a husband, like a husband, Pati. And Vadhu, Vadhu is a wife, wife of Bhakti. Wife is a Bhakti. Process of chanting, which is done with Vidya. So what is the role of the wife? Her life is holy name. Her life is the way in the life of the wife is what? Is husband. Similarly, the life of Vadhu, life of his Jivanam, his whole life is what? Holy name. The Lord in the form of holy name. That is the life of the holy name. The way Pati gives life to the wife in the form of what? In the form of Vidya, knowledge. Lord gives life to the wife in the form of Vidya. That's Vidya Vadhu Jivanam. Anandam Buddhi Vardhanam. Anandam, Buddhi Avardhanam. Buddhi, ocean of Anand. Vardhanam, ever expanding. No limit. Once Srila Prabhupada was walking on the beach and he mentioned when he was walking along the beach for the morning walk, he said, look, this ocean has a limit. He cannot cross a certain point. It can come only up to this limit. Everybody is surprised at how the ocean has a limit. But he said, but the ocean of our Anand, ocean of our bliss, it has no limit, unlimited. You go on chanting, relishing the name, doing the Sankirtan, there is an ocean of Anand, no limit, ever expanding, increasing. There is no limit on that. Sarvatma Sanapanam, Param Vajeta, Shri Krishna Sankirtan. All living entities getting absorbed. Text 20. O Vidhata. Let me read what was here. O Vidhata, O Lord, O Paramatma. In this material world, the living entities, overwhelmed by the threefold miseries, cannot find any peace. Therefore, O Bhagwan, we take shelter of the shade of your lotus feet, which are full of knowledge. Here, Bhajan Rahasya book says, the demigods are praying at the lotus feet of Supreme Lord. O Lord, the living entity is experiencing the auspicious and inauspicious fruits of lifetimes of karma. By the management of Maya, he is wandering around in the forest of material existence, overwhelmed by suffering. He is endeavoring to find relief from these threefold miseries, sometimes through knowledge and renunciation, and sometimes through the knowledge of Brahman. But he is unable to find any peace. By obtaining liberation, he wants to become as if inert, unable to feel anything, just as stones immersed in the water cannot feel the pleasure of being in the water. By following the path of bhakti, the living entity becomes immersed in an ocean of transcendental peace and bliss. Thus, to take shelter of your lotus feet is the only means to attain the transcendental peace. The only way to get the bliss and the peace is to take the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. How to take the lotus feet shelter? There is only one way. Pranadi, which is clearly defined in Shikshashtakam, verse 3, how to get that. Tranad api suni chena, tarar api seshnuna, amani na mandena, kirtaniya sadahari. We have to be tolerant. You have to be humble. Tolerant like what? Tolerant like a tree. Like tree Even if there is no water, there's no rain, still no hunger, no thirst, silently standing there. That is the kind of tolerance. Even though the rain, just standing, no umbrella, nothing is required. Think yourself lower than grass. Anyone can cross it over to you, but no noise. Amani na, no expectation of any honor for ourselves. Man dena, always giving man, respect to others. But this is possible only when we see that everyone, every other living entity has the Lord in himself. We see the Lord in that person. Then only we can give man to other person. Because we see the Lord there. We are always ready to serve devotees. Lord says that one who thinks that he is my devotee, in fact, he is not my devotee. But if he says, if he thinks that he is a devotee of my devotee, then truly he is my devotee. That is how the Lord says. If we really, sometimes we feel that we have lost Lord's mercy. No, sorry, before that, how to develop tolerance. Okay, yeah. So how we can develop, the question is how we can develop that kind of tolerance like a tree. And sometimes we get adversities, either from circumstances or from the people around us. We have to learn to be tolerant. We should see this as a product of our karma. This we are getting because of our karma, maybe present, maybe past, maybe in some other life. We should just think it from that perspective. That is how we can develop the tolerance and humility. And if sometimes we feel lost, that we are not getting the Lord's mercy, we should serve more Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. Then we'll be able to get back the Lord's mercy. Text 21. These are very, very heavy verses, very difficult to cover 17, 18 verses in 1 hour. You have to rush that also. Text 21 says, knowledge is that by which one's attention is concentrated upon the Supreme Lord. In this context, in Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is asking Raya Ramanand, Prabhu kahe, kaun vidya vidya madhya sar, Rai kahe, Krishna bhakti bina vidya nahi aar. Bhagwan's potency, Shakti, has basically two functions. Knowledge, which is vidya, and Yogamaya is the knowledge. Ignorance, which is avidya. Vidya is that through which one knows the service to Krishna. When pure bhakti arises in the hearts of a person by his continuous performance of hearing and chanting, what happens? Result, Bhakti Devi removes his ignorance and dispels all his desires other than to serve Krishna. The life of this transcendental knowledge, which was just compared to a wife, is the holy name of Krishna. This Vidya fixes the mind at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Even in the Bhagavad Gita, it says, to those who are constantly devoted and who worship me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Out of compassion, I, dwelling within their hearts, destroy the lamp of knowledge, the darkness born of ignorance. Text 22. The chanting of the holy name expands the ocean of transcendental bliss. The devotees who are exclusively surrendered to Supreme Lord and who have no other desire than to attain him become immersed in an ocean of bliss by performing Sankirtan of his wonderful and supremely auspicious pastimes. So here the importance is surrender. What is surrender? Surrender means surrendering ourselves to the authority. We have to understand there is some authority. We have to surrender. In the material world, we always challenge the authority. That is the habit in material world. We always challenge. Why this? Why not? Who are you? Why you said this thing to me? But devotee always accepts authority. Authority whom? Authority of the Lord's authority. Authority of the Guru. Always remains submissive. Is surrender is a one time. Sometimes it comes that you will take the initiation. You feel that I've surrendered to my Guru Maharaj. I'm surrendered. Done. Is that surrender is just done once you take the initiation? Answer is no. Surrender is an ongoing process. Just because you have shaved your head and shaved your mustache does not mean that you have surrendered once. It has to be continuous. You have to keep your head and mustache shaved continuously. Continuously does not mean that you shaved your head and mustache once, my surrender is done. After that, now I can increase my hair and increase my mustache. Then that is not a surrender. The same way, if you surrender once, doesn't mean surrender is an ongoing process. So submission to Guru, Lord, and accept the authority, that is surrender. Text 23. I know the time is about 2:16. Okay. 23 text says, Nam Sankirtan enables one to taste complete nectar at every step. So who can deliver? The devotees whose bodily hairs stand and hearts tremble. When, upon hearing two syllables, Krishna, and who will be delivered? Clear-sighted and intelligent persons who desire eternal auspiciousness, who are surrendered to the lotus feet of these Rasik Bhaktas. So here the importance in this verse, if you see, it says, who can deliver? Whose bodily hairs stand and hearts tremble. Here the importance is given to the Guru. Even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu suggested that it is essential to have a guide if we wish to practice Nam Bhajan. The Bhakti Shakti travels through the heart of the devotees. Which devotees? Who have unflinching and firm faith in Krishna now. The people who have, persons who have the firm faith, unflinching faith in Krishna now. Bhakti can travel only through those persons. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said in one of the Nam Bhajan that just mere letters you can have from anybody else, anyone, at any time. But the profound and unknown truth hidden behind it can be exposed only with the grace of the spiritual master, who is a pure devotee of Krishna. Grace of such guide helps us to save us from the 10 offenses. Sorry, not 10, 11 offenses. Just now also when Guru Maharaj was saying, giving the attention, when he said, if you can't spare 24 hours, fine. When Prabhuji was asking the question that can we go into this deep or we are at a sadhana bhakti level, his answer was, okay, focus only 2 hours, dedicated chanting, offenseless chanting. Just focus 2 hours, nothing. Less 22 hours give to yourself, but 2 hours give to God, Lord. So sometimes the initiation, taking the Guru, is not for the purpose of just taking just for the purpose of surrendering and for our own spiritual advancement, but taken for the sake of prestige, for the sake of name. Even Shastras also recommend, even when we read the 10 offenses, it says holy name should not be given to the people who are faithless. So initiation to those people who do not have faith is prohibited. It is not recommended. It's not suggested. It's a caution for the spiritual masters also, gurus also. That is why the system in our ISKCON movement is a foolproof system, the way Srila Prabhupada has set up. Person should chant holy name at least for 1 year. Why? So that his faith is developed. Not that you started chanting in 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Now I'm done my 16 rounds. Next day I'm ready for initiation. No. You chant continuously for 1 year, 12 months. And also do some seva, devotional service, visit a temple, have darshan. Then only you become eligible for the initiation. That is how the foolproof system has been set up. One time a question was asked to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur that on the one side Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said that the holy name should be given freely. It should be freely distributed. On the other side, we are putting this restriction that for the restriction of the faith, you should have the first faith and then only we can give you the holy name, then only we can give you the initiation. The answer given by him was that yes, one must follow the process. When you are just giving the name to somebody, that's fine. You can go home to home, street to street and distribute the holy name. But when you want to give initiation to somebody, you have to follow certain process to awaken the faith within the person for that before initiation. Unless that shraddha, that faith is born, that faith, initial shraddha, is like a birth of a baby girl, which needs protection from cold, heat, hunger, thirst. Similarly, the new person who just joined needs some more care in the beginning. So that's the duty of the gurus, shiksha gurus, to take care of that person in the beginning, so that his faith is strengthened, so that he become eligible for the initiation. So a person's first endeavor to chant the holy name in the disciplic succession, means to take the initiation, that is the first endeavor from his side, an attempt from his side to attain pure consciousness. So initiation is very important. That is his first attempt, endeavor from his side, at least to advance towards the pure consciousness. Our purpose is not just to get liberation. Text 24. Chanting the holy name completely cleanses the self. Sorry, I'm not very good in handling this PowerPoint presentation. Text 24. Chanting the holy name completely cleanses the self. What is the outcome of that cleanliness? Shri Hari enters the heart of a devotee who describes his name, form, qualities, pastimes, and so on, and hear his glories. This cleanses the mirror-like heart of those who take the shelter of Krishna name. Text 25. Let me see. Text 25, the wording is the holy name is Shri Krishna himself and the sweet embodiment of transcendental mellows. So that is I put in a accountant or mathematical terms. Holy name is equal to Krishna himself, no difference. So what is said in Shikshashtakam, verse 2, Nam Nam Akari Bahuda Nij Sarv Shakti Tattarita Nimite Smarne Nakale Itadrishi Tav Kripa Bhagavan Mamapi Durdavim Idrisham Yahajani Na Anugrah. O Lord, your holy name alone can render all benediction to the living beings. And thus you have hundreds and millions of names like Krishna and Govinda. In these transcendental names, you have invested all your energies. Even a lot of places in the scriptures, the importance of the Nam and Nami, there's no difference is given. Even Chaitanya and Charitamrita Adi Lila says, Kali Kale Nam Rupe Krishna Avatar Nam Hete He Sarv Jagat Nistar. In this age of Kali, the holy name of the Lord, the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, is the incarnation of Lord Krishna. Simply by chanting the holy name, one associates with the Lord directly. Anyone who does this is certainly delivered. Text 26. O Lord, you manifested as transcendental slavers, Shabad Brahma. Great sages faithfully chant your glories. All victory to the holy name which destroys all fearsome sins and even sinful thoughts. So how the glories of the holy name frees one from the reactions of the sins? There are various statements given in the Shastras. First, in the Garud Puran, it says, if one chants the holy name of the Lord, even in the helpless or without desiring to do so, all reactions of his sinful life departs. Just as when a lion roars, all the small animals flee in fear. In Vishnu Puran, it says, simply by chanting the name of Hari, a sinful man can counteract the reactions to more sins than even he is able to commit. That is the power of the chanting. Offenseless, pure chanting. Vishnu Dharma. This word Krishna is so auspicious that anyone who chants this holy name rids himself immediately to the reactions of his sinful activities from many, many births. Srila Rupa Goswami mentioned in Padyavali, verse 40. As the rising sun immediately dissipates all the world's darkness, which is deep like an ocean, so the holy name of the Lord, if chanted once without offense, to be noted, word without offenses, can dissipate all the reactions of a living being's sinful life. All glories to that holy name of the Lord, which is auspicious for the entire world. Text 27. Text 27. The Vedas, the Rig Veda, describe the truth of the holy name. One who chants Om close to Brahm is liberated from the fear of material world. Therefore, Om is famous as Tarak Brahma. Here reminds me the pastime of Srila Haridas Thakur at Balaram Acharya's home. Sorry, it was not at Balaram Acharya's home. Balaram Acharya Prabhu invited Haridas Thakur. I think we're typing it, mentioned wrongly. So Balaram Acharya invited Srila Haridas Thakur at one of his devotees' home. Two of his friends were there. He invited Srila Haridas Thakur, his friend's home, for some discussion, for just normal, जिसे हम कहते हैं गपशप, for discussions. When Srila Haridas Thakur reached there, he introduced him with all his friends, with all those scholars' friends, saying that he chanted 300,000 names every day. So during discussion, when we sit together, let us talk for something. Sometimes talk for the Bollywood, cricket. So here, what they will talk, these are the scholars and all pundits. People. So let's talk about the Harina. So they asked Srila Haridas Thakur to say something about Naam. So at that time, Srila Haridas Thakur said that he was explaining the importance of the Harinam, and he said liberation. People are talking about the liberation, that with the Naam you get the liberation. When you chant the holy name, you can get the liberation. So Srila Haridas Thakur immediately objected to that. He said, no, liberation is just a byproduct of chanting. Liberation is just a byproduct. It is not the outcome. The true benefit and true outcome of chanting is what? Is the prema of the Lord. Liberation is just one of the byproducts. At that time, Srila Haridas Thakur recited a verse from Padyavali. He said, as the rising sun immediately dissipates all the world's darkness, which is deep like ocean, so the holy name of the Lord, if chanted without offenses, just now we read in the previous text also, dissipates all the reactions of a living being's sinful life. All glories to that holy name of the Lord, which is auspicious for the entire world. Then Srila Haridas Thakur said, explain the meaning of this verse. He asked all of the scholars, explain the meaning. They said, since you have explained the verse and you are so exalted devotee, why don't you explain it? Then at that time, how the Srila Haridas Thakur explained this verse. See the words carefully, what he said. He compared it with the normal, the way as a general layman. He said, he compared it with the sun, holy name with the sunlight. He said, when the first glimpse of the sunlight is there, when the first glimpse of the sunlight comes, what happens? Fear of thieves, ghosts, demons immediately disappear. With the darkness, you have this kind of fear of the thieves, ghosts, demons. But when the first glimpse of sunlight comes, that is gone. That fear of that thieves, ghosts, and demons is gone. And when the sun actually becomes visible, then what happened? Everything is manifest. And everyone start doing what? Performing his religious activities and regulative activities. This is just mentioned as a normal layman, that when you get up, when you find the darkness in the night, you have that fear. But when the first light comes, then that fear is gone. When actually the sun is visible, you start doing the worshipping and you start doing the religious activities. Now he compared this sunlight with the chanting. He said, similarly, offenseless chanting of the Lord's holy name, when you do the offenseless chanting of the Lord's name, it dissipates all the reactions of sinful life. So the first fear, which was the fear of thieves and ghosts, it is compared with the reactions of sinful life. The way the first sunlight came, all the fear of the thieves and ghosts are gone. Similarly, with your one first chanting, offenseless chanting of the Lord's name, all the reactions of a sinful life are gone. And now what happened? The sun actually is visible. So now you chant regularly, offenselessly. And then what happened? It awakens a service in the static love at the lotus feet of Krishna. Then it awakens the true love in your heart. That is what he described the importance of offenseless chanting. Then he described the pastime of Azamil also at that time. Azamil, he just chanted once at the time of his death. He just chanted, he didn't even chant his name. He chanted basically his son's name. Coincidentally, his son's name was Narayan. But he chanted his son's name. And even with that name also, he got liberation at the time of death. So there, one person, Gopal Chakravarti, tax collector, he was sitting there. He got very angry. He said that one person cannot get liberation even after millions of births. What are you talking, Haridas Thakur? You're saying that just a one-time name, you can get the liberation. If it does not happen, I will cut your nose. This is what he said to Haridas Thakur. Then Haridas Thakur said, if this is not correct, what will you cut my nose? I will cut my nose myself. Because whatever I'm saying, I'm not saying whimsically from myself. I'm saying because it is based on the Shastra. I'm just repeating Shastra statements. And 3 days later, unfortunately, that Gopal Chakravarti, he contracted leprosy. That is basically, if you have offenses towards the pure devotees, this kind of result can happen. So we should be very, very careful not to offend any devotee. Somebody is saying something based on Shastras, based on scriptures, we should trust it. That kind of faith and trust we should have in the scriptures. Text 28. The Vedas, Rig Ved, describe the truth of the holy name. I think I'm exceeding a little bit time. Is the organizers will allow me about maybe 10 minutes more to finish about 5-6 verses more, or you want me to stop here? Hare Krishna.
Yes, Prabhu, that is fine, Prabhu.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, so nice of you. I'm so sorry, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Prabhu, whole time is yours up to the evening.
The Vedas, Rig Ved, describe the truth of the holy name. O Vishnu, all the Vedas appear from your name. Your name is personification of transcendence and supreme bliss. Your name is embodiment of spiritual knowledge. Text 29. The Vedas, Rig Ved, even also Srimad Bhagavatam 12.6.39 states, Shri Bhagavatam is imperceptible. He is both undivided and divided. The transcendental vibration Om is his manifestation. Manifest in three forms, Brahm, Paramatma, and Bhagwan. The three syllables in the Omkara represent Hari, Krishna, and Ram. The name of Hari is non-different from Hari himself. There are some other Vedic verses which glorify this name. In Skand Puran, it says, by once chanting the holy name of the Lord, which consists of two syllables, Hari, one guarantees his path of liberation. Then in Padam Puran, it says, my dear Narad, actually I don't reside in my abode Vaikuntha, Krishna is saying, nor do I reside within the hearts of the yogis, but I reside in the glories of the holy name, that place where my pure devotees chant my holy name and discuss my form, pastimes, and qualities. In Srimad Bhagavatam, it said, those who are actually advanced in knowledge are able to appreciate the essential values of this age of Kali. Such enlightened persons worship Kali Yuga because in this fallen age, all perfection of life can easily be achieved by the performance of Sankirtan only. Text number 30. Text number 30. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Prabhu bole, कहलाना ए महामंत्रा, यह जपे गिया सबे करिया निर्बंधा, या हेते सर्व सिद्धि हैबे सबारा, सर्व कृष्णा बले इति विधि नहीं आरा. The Lord said, regularly chant this Mahamantra. In this way, you will attain all perfections. Chant at any time and in any circumstances. There are no other rules for chanting. This text basically is simply saying that there are no rules and regulations in chanting. It reminds me the examples of Gopal Guru Goswami. His actual name was not Gopal Guru. His actual real name was different name. Just forgetting the name. So once he saw in Puri, he was in Puri, he saw that one great devotee was chanting the Lord's name, muttering the name regularly. He was not able to stop it. And he wanted to go to the toilet. And he was trying to hold his tongue. At that time, Gopal saw him that he's trying to hold the tongue because he wanted to go to the toilet. He wanted to hold the tongue with his fingers. At that time, the Gopal was a very small boy. And he said, what are you doing? Don't you know that there are no rules and no regulations regarding the time and place of chanting? You can chant, doesn't matter. What happened if you die at that point of time when you're in the toilet? You chant. At that point of time, it said that Mahaprabhu overheard this Gopal sharing his wisdom with this Vaishnava. And he was very impressed. And at that time, Mahaprabhu announced to all his devotees that Gopal, this boy, was really doing a great work of a guru. From that day, that young boy was started called known as Gopal Guru. Just see if there is no rules and regulations for chanting the holy name while going in the toilet, what other rules can be there? So there's no rules. You can chant anytime. And Text 31. The holy name is the bestower of all perfection. Those who continuously chant with firm faith and conviction quickly obtain the fruits of prema. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur chanted with determination, and his vow was Khand Khand Hai Dehe Yaha Yadi Pran Tabu Ami Vadane Na Chadi Harina. Even if my body is cut into pieces and my life here exits, I will never abandon the chanting of Harina. We already talked about the faith, conviction. And here the example of Srila Haridas Thakur. Srila Haridas Thakur, he never left chanting, and he was Mohammedan by caste, just mentioned briefly. And the king told him to stop chanting, since he was not stopping from chanting, and he was brought into the market, 22 markets, to be beaten up till death. And when he was being beaten up, at that time, he said this statement: even if my body is cut into pieces and my life will exits, I will never abandon the chanting of Harina. 32, text number 32 describes some injunctions for chanting. Like, careful. Japa mala should be made of tulsi or with the precious stones. If it is made with tulsi or precious stones, it will fulfill all of your inner desires. Japa mala shape should be like a cow's tail or snake. It is auspicious. Do not touch japa mala with your 4 fingers. Do not swing or shake the mala again and again. खेलने की जरूरत नहीं है, उसको लेके माला को खेलने लग जाओ, वो नहीं. Chant and change the direction using thumb and middle finger. Do not touch the mala with your left hand. Don't let it fall from your hand. When it means falling from your hand, it means we are not careful in chanting. The mala is falling from our hand. That happens sometime with me. Those who desire bhakti, material enjoyment, and mukti, liberation, chant with the middle finger. Text 32. There is a clarification in certain. Japa mala of precious stone is not used in our sampradaya. This is clarification given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. In our sampradaya, we only use the tulsi, not with any precious stones. Chanting with the middle finger method is adopted by our Guru Parampara. That is why we use with the middle finger. And once the question was asked, similar time a question was asked to our Guru Maharaj, what happens if somebody has no right hand, or if the right hand is broken, or if the right hand, some problem is there, you're not able to use the right hand, should I stop mala? Answer is no, use left hand. So those exceptions are there, but importance is chanting. These rules and regulations does not restrict us from chanting. Our ultimate goal is to chant Lord's name. Of course, the rules is there to use with the right hand, but if the time, place, and circumstances are like this, we can use the left hand. That was the instruction, clarification given by our Guru Maharaj. Text number 33, how to perfect chanting. Manah samaranam, shocham, monam mantra arth chintanam, ivyag ratvam anir vedo, japa sampati hetavaha. Manah samaranam, to bring the mind back when it wanders to sense objects. Whenever we are chanting, our mind goes and here and there, we should bring it back to the japa. Shocham, cleanliness, very important. Both external and internal purity. Cleanliness is very important when we're chanting. Mona, silence, doesn't mean that you should always remain silent. Silent is only speak only about Katha, Bhagavad Katha, Krishna Katha. And when it comes to any mundane talks, other things, observe silence. Mantram Chintanam, contemplate on the mantra's meaning. When we are chanting, contemplate on the meaning. Avyagratam, patience. We should not rush, have patience. No rush. I have to finish my 16th round. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare. Slowly, no rush. Take time. Anirvedo, steadfastness. Don't expect quick results. I completed my 16 rounds. Now all the good fortune should come tomorrow morning. No, don't expect like this. Text 34. Srila Gopal Guru Goswami, we just gave the example for Gopal Guru Swami, who was called Guru, who said there's no rules and regulation for chanting. He explains the meaning of the holy name. So let us understand, read what meaning he has explained. He said the Supreme Person descended in the form of the holy name. Nam and Nami are non-different. There's no difference. We already talked Nam and Nami, no difference between name, holy name and Krishna. In the first stage, the holy name removes ignorance. He is Hari, who removes. Rasik Acharya meditates Shri Radharani, who steals away the mind of Shri Hari by her service. They attain Prem Bhakti. Shri Radha is Krishna, what Aladani Rukni, Krishna's own pleasure potency, none other than the Krishna's own pleasure potency. She steals Krishna's mind, and therefore she is called Hara, and its vocal form is Hare. So Hare Krishna means divine couple of Shri Radha Krishna. These names are Satchidanand. Gopal Goswami further gave the detailed meaning of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare, O Radha, please capture my inner heart and deliver me from the bondage of material life. Krishna, O Krishna, please pull my heart to you. Hare, O Radha, please steal my heart with your sweetness. Krishna, O Krishna, please purify my heart by giving me, through your devotees, knowledge of how to worship you. Krishna, O Krishna, please make me steady in devotion to your name, form, qualities, pastimes, and such. Then Krishna, O Krishna, please may I develop taste for you. Hare, O Radhe, please make me qualified for serving you. Hare, O Radha, please show me how to serve you. Again, Hare, O Radhe, please tell me of your cherished pastimes with your most beloved. Rama, O Rama, please tell me your cherished pastime with your most beloved. Hare, O Radhe, please show me your pastime with your most beloved. Rama, O Rama, please show me your pastime with your most beloved. Rama, O Rama, please engage me in such services as remembering your name, form, qualities, and pastimes. Rama, O Rama, please make me the qualified for your service in this way. Hare, O Radha, accepting me as your own, take pleasure in me. Hare, O Hari, please enjoy with me. So that is the meaning given by Gopal Guru Goswami for Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And said that when we chant, we should meditate on this mantra. I find it difficult to remember all the meanings, but the question of meditating while chanting. So Srila Prabhupada knows that there are people like me, so he gave the simple meaning. He said, meditate on this. Hare Krishna Mahamantra, simple meaning, my dear Srimati Radharani, my dear Krishna, please engage me in your service. Please engage me in your service. That is the way we should meditate when we are chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Jai Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I exceeded little time. It is already 2:48. I'm so sorry for that.
Prabhuji, continue. You have to take mine also. Yeah. Because I'm not prepared. So you have done such a wonderful job.
I want to learn something, Prabhu, from you. So you will be nectar. So let me take. I want to get Prabhu. The real nectar comes from hearing, Prabhu. This taking the class, talking on this deep subjects is not an easy job for a person like me. But I will love to hear from you, Prabhu. My pleasure. Thank you.
Nice. Hare Krishna.
For my forgiveness, do not have any capability, anything, neither in terms of my sadhana, nor in my language, nor in terms of anything. Still, I tried as per the instruction of the Guru Maharaj to discuss on this. Thank you.
Prabhuji, that was an amazing class. Thank you so much. We don't unfortunately have time for a lot of questions, but we can have one question if anyone has a.
I purposely exceeded the time so that no questions are asked.
Well, Prabhuji, I think you explained it so well because it doesn't seem like anyone has any questions. So you probably explained it so well that all of the questions were answered in the lecture itself.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Now let's move on to the next portion of our program. I humbly request Prabhuji if you could please unmute, and as you will be doing the next class.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. His Grace Radharaman Prabhu, Dhananjay Pram. Excellent. Very good. Unfortunately, I don't have a PowerPoint like Radharaman Prabhu. So we're going to display the book. So let's start. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjanaya Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swamarupa Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shivtapadakamalam Shri Gurum Shri Vaishnavam Cha Shri Rupam Sahagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sarvadhutam Parijana Sahitam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Shri Lalita Vishakham Vitam Scha Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Sriman Kratu Adhikari Jete Namine Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, give me 1 second, I have to change the place. I'll just, give me a second here. Okay, so let me share my screen. Let me share the book we are reading from. Okay, can see the screen, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Okay, we are on text 35. So, Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam Evi Kevalam. Kalo Nasteva, 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 Gatiram Annita. Naradiya Puran states the following. In this age of quarrel and hypocrisy, the only names of deliverance is the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. There is no other way, no other way, no other way. Everybody has heard this shloka number of times, right? Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam Ek Kevalam. Kalo Nasteva, 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 Gatiram Annita. There is no other way, no other way, no other way. Give up all other religious practices and all fruitive activities. For the holy name is the only essential practice. In Kali Yuga, there is no other worthy goal. Then it goes on quoting a text from Bhagavad Nam Kumudhi Purana, quotes the Purana as follows. If your mind is not fixed in the remembrance of Krishna, then chant those principal names such as Krishna, Govinda. So remembrance of Krishna is the goal of life. When you are brought in front of the spiritual world, the remote to open the gates of the spiritual world is in your hand. The remote is in your hand. The code is in your hand. And that code is, what is that code? Remembrance of Krishna. So imagine that you are immersed in a sports game of your choice, so much so that you forget, you forget the very important task or some password or something. So if you are brought to the spiritual world right there before, and you forget you don't remember, you don't have a remembrance of Krishna, which will open the door, and the door can open anytime, right? So, and if you don't have this ability to remember Krishna, you can't enter into the spiritual world. So if the mind, so fixing the mind on the Lord, that is the name of the game. But then if Shastra says that if we cannot fix the mind on the remembrance of the Lord, then we should chant the principal names such as Krishna, Govinda, which increases our attachment to him. Chant day and night without fear or shame. Conquer sleep. Be detached from worldly affair. Eat frugally. And in a tranquil mood, always seek the path of spiritual truth. Yadi achyutya bhagavati swa mano na sajjena namanti tadrati karnati pathed villajaha. So you chant day and night without any fear or shame. Conquer sleep. Be detached. Nidra ahar vihar kaji vijito. We have to conquer the sleep, conquer eating, and in a tranquil mood, always seek the path of spiritual truth. And please stop me in between with any questions you might have, because there are so many verses, so I will just breeze through them. Text 37, it says, Etavan eva loke asmin pumsam dharma parah smritah bhakti yoga bhagavati tannam grahana adivihi. So this is a verse from Ajamil Akhyan. It says, devotional service beginning with the chanting of the holy names of the Lord is the ultimate religious principle for the living entities in human society. The ultimate religious principle is what? Chanting of the holy names of the Lord. Actually, devotional service is the ultimate religious principle, but it begins with chanting of the holy names of the Lord. Samanam Kirtanam. The Prabhupada writes in the purport that Bhagavatam propounds the highest religious principle. Savai pumsam paro dharma yato bhakti adhokkaje ahitukya pratyahta ye atma suprasidhati. That supreme religion is, which teaches its followers how to love Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is beyond the reach of experimental knowledge. Yatho bhakti adhokkaje. Through your material senses, you won't be able to approach Krishna. So to that Lord who is beyond the approach of material senses is the goal of supreme religion. That is the supreme religion. It's how to love that supreme Lord. And that supreme Lord who is beyond the reach of experimental knowledge. And how does that system of religion begins? Tannam grahana. It begins with Tannam grahana. Begins with the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaran. And Prabhupada further says, after chanting the holy names of the Lord and dancing in ecstasy, one gradually sees the forms of the Lord and pastimes of the Lord and the transcendental qualities of the Lord. This way one fully understands the situation of the personality of God. One can come to the understanding of the Lord, how he descends into the material world, how he takes his birth, janma karma chame devyam, how he takes his birth, what are his activities, what activity he performs. But one can know this only by executing devotional service. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Bhaktya mam abhijanati. Only by devotional service one can understand about me. If one fortunately understands the Supreme Lord in this way, as described, as we just spoke, then the result is taktya deham punarjanma. One never takes birth again in this material world. After giving up this material body, he no longer takes his birth again. Where does he go? He goes back to the abode of the Lord. Goes back home, back to God. This is the ultimate perfection. Mamupetya punarjanma dukkhalayam shashvatam napnuvanti mahatmanam samsiddhi paramangata. After attaining me, the great soul who are yogis in devotion never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. Bhagavad Gita 8:15. So in 37, we just discussed 37. No, sorry, we didn't discuss 37. Yeah, 37 we discussed, I'm sorry. So remember Krishna, remembering his pastime. Remembering Krishna's pastime and Krishna is not different. And this Bhajan Rahasya further says, it quotes a shloka from Govind Lilamrit, which says that when the pastimes of the Lord, at the end of the night, if one remembers the Kunja Bhanga Lila, Radha Krishna separated after the pastimes, then he is guaranteed Krishna Prema. He said, I worship Radha and Krishna by remembering this pastime. Remembering this pastime and singing Krishna's name, then you will get the treasure of Krishna's Prema, Krishna's Dharma. Now, one very important thing I want to highlight here when we are hearing and reading. By hearing the pastimes of the Lord, one gets purified, right? By hearing and chanting, one gets purified. But what should be the mood of a hearer is very, very important. Because if we develop the mood of hearing, then our life becomes successful. Ajamil also, Ajamil heard the discourses of, Ajamil was in a situation of flux, right? He was out of the body experience, near-death experience he was having. He was hearing, first he heard first he heard Yamduta's discourse, and then he heard Vishnuduta's discourse. But his situation was a situation of flux. At the same time, Yamdutas also heard, after they spoke, they heard the discourse of Vishnuduta. So the effect of hearing the discourses of Vishnuduta was different on Ajamil, and the effect of hearing Vishnuduta's discourses was different on Yamdutas. What was the difference? Vishnuduta's, of course, Yamduta spoke about ordinary religious principles, that is fine. Trigurnya Vishaya Veda, Nestri Trigurnya Bhava Arjuna. They were speaking basically on the ordinary religious principle, whereas Vishnudutas were speaking on transcendental religious principle. Savai Pumsam Paro Dharma, Yatho Bhakti Adhikari, right? Ajamil heard the discourse in a very helpless condition, in a very anxious condition, in a very humble mood. He didn't know where he was going. His situation was very perplexed. So his consciousness while hearing was very different. But when Yamdutas, they also participated in hearing the discourses of Vishnudutas. But their consciousness, their consciousness was quite different. They had a different attitude also. They had a little challenging attitude when they were hearing. Hence, whatever Vishnudutas were speaking did not sink into Yamdutas quite nicely, as it sinked into Ajamil. Because Ajamil was in a very, very humble state of mind at that time. So anyone who hears the discourse, it's not that it will act in a similar way to all the hearers. It will act in a very different way, depending on their humility, their anxiousness, their fearfulness, their humility, their anxiousness to learn. All those things are there. So based on that, what happened? Ajamil's heart got transformed based on those qualities. But Yamduta's heart were not transformed because they were in the challenging mood. They were in the challenging mood. So their heart was not transformed. So one should have a certain, so everyone, so whoever is hearing, if we are hearing, like when we were hearing Adhikari and Prabhu, we should have a disposition to hear and understand that subject matter to our best capability. Otherwise, it will not sink in. So, and then Ajamil goes on further in a regret mood after Vishnudutas disappear, right? Vipralambat, he misses them. He misses that discourse. So anyway, so it sinked in. Similarly, when we are hearing, when remembering these pastimes, our mood should be in that certain disposition to hear and understand this pastime. Then they will sink in. Otherwise, sinking would be a little difficult. So in the verse 38, it says that I worship Radha Krishna by remembering these pastimes of Kunja Bhanga Leela. Because as Maharaj was explaining, the first pastime starts in the night, 3:30 to 6:30 or something like that. So with this it ends the first Pratham Yam of Sri Bhajan Rahasya. So successfully completed the first section of Bhajan Rahasya. All credit goes to His Grace Radhika Prabhu to finish the whole chapter. So now we are going to go second chapter. Dear Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Okay. Okay, bhajan in the morning. Sadhu Sangha, Anartha Nivritti. Removal of anarthas in the association of devotees. There is no question of auspicious or inauspicious time for chanting the holy names. The holy name are invested with all potencies described in Siksha Astaka 2. So the Siksha Astaka number 2 is the overlapping shloka for this chapter. Namnamakari Bhuja Nija Sarva Shakti Tatra Arpita Niyamita Smaranena Kala Ekadrishi Tava Kripa Bhagavan Mamapi Durdaiva Midrisham Mihijanina Anuraga. My Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, in your holy name there is all good fortune for all living entities. And therefore you have many names such as Krishna, Govinda, Rama, by which you expand yourself. You have invested all your potencies in those holy names. And there is no hard and fast rule for remembering them. You have made it so easy for us to remember. My dear Lord, although you bestow such mercy upon such fallen conditioned souls by liberally teaching your holy names, I am so unfortunate that I commit offenses while chanting the holy name, and therefore I do not achieve attachment for chanting. I'm so unfortunate that I have no taste for the chanting. Because people vary in their desires, you have mercifully distributed various holy names, regardless of time and place. One who chants the holy name even while eating, sleeping, attains all perfection. You have invested your full potencies in each individual holy name. But I am so unfortunate that I have no attachment for chanting your holy name. So Namnamakari Bhaja Nija Sarva Shakti Tatra Arpita Niyamita Smarane Kala. The holy name has got all potency. As Krishna has got all potencies, Krishna's holy name has got all the potency. Whatever task Krishna can do, holy name can also do. Nam Prabhu. Itadrishi Tava Kripa Bhagavan Mamapi Durdeva Midrisham Hijanina. But my problem is that I don't have a taste for the holy name. Text number 2. Now the Namastaka, the different names of the Lord would be sung here. Agahadamana Yashodhananda Nandasunoho Kamalanayana Gopi Chandra Vrindavanendreha Pranatha Karuna Krishnava Iti Aneka Swarupe Tvai Namaratir Uchchair Vardhatam Namadhyaya. O killer of demon Agha, Agha Damana, Yashoda Nandana, O son of Yashoda, Nanda Sunoho, O son of Nanda, Kamalanayana, O lotus-eyed one, Gopi Chandra, O moons of the gopis, Vrinda Vanindraha, O Lord of Vrindavan, Pranatha Karuna Krishnava. Krishnava. O Krishna, you have mercifully manifested in various forms. Aneka Swarupa. Tvai Mama Ratir Uchchair. I have merciful, may my attachment for you be greatly increased. Mama Ratir Uchchair Vardhatam Namadhyaya. O Krishna, may my attachment in you be greatly increased. Ratir Uchchair Vardhatam. My ruchi in you, may it increase. Krishna have invested full potencies in this holy name. So further it talks about how in Skanda Puran mentions the potencies of the holy names of the Lord. Dhanavrata tapastirtha yatra dhinam chaya stitaha saktayo deva mahatam sarva papahara shubhaha rajasuya ashvameghanam jnana asadhyatma vastuna akrishya harina sarvaha stapita sveshu namshu. Whatever potency to avoid auspiciousness, and destroy sin may be found in the performance of charity, penance, austerity, visiting holy tirtha, worshipping demigods, performing Rajasuya, Ashwamedha sacrifice, or attainment of knowledge related to the soul. That potency has been invested in the holy name of Hari. So Dana, Vrata, Tapa, Tirtha. These are all good things to do, all auspicious things. It gets you spiritual credits. But all those potencies, all those credits have been invested in the holy names of Lord Sri Hari. Similarly, it says, Na desha kala niyamo, na saucha asaucha nirnayaha, param sankirtana deva, rama rameti muchyate. There is no restriction regarding place or time, nor is there consideration of purity or impurity. Simply by the performance of Sankirtan, chanting Rama Rama or Hare Krishna mantra, one can achieve the highest liberation. And people who are bereft of all auspiciousness, what is their symptoms? What are the symptoms of misfortune? Symptom of misfortune is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam 397. Daivena te hata dhiyo bhagavataha prasanga sarva ashubha paksh. Daivena he hata dhiyo bhagavata prasanga sarva ashubha asmanad vimuktendriyaye kurvanti kama sukha lesha lavayadina lobha abhibhuta manaso akushalani shashva. O my Lord, persons who are bereft of all auspicious performance of chanting and hearing about your transcendental activities are certainly unfortunate and are also bereft of good sense. They engage in inauspicious activity, enjoying sense gratification for a very little while. Being distressed because of their inability to get even a bit of happiness from sense gratification and overwhelmed by greed, they engage in inauspicious activity. Such people make no effort to engage in chanting and hearing your glories. So this is an important factor, overwhelmed by greed. So if one is feeling overwhelmed by greed, that is not a good sign. That is inauspiciousness. Greed for bhakti is good, but greed for material, honey, money, and all those things are bad. So, overwhelmed by greed, they engage in. So, if we are overwhelmed with kam, krodh, lobh, moh, mat, matsarja, then we engage in inauspicious activity. Then we should know that we are doing something wrong in bhakti, or we are watering the weeds rather than watering the bhakti lata. So, Srimad Bhagavatam 1746 glorifies the process of bhakti. No, not process of bhakti. Actually, let's go back to, I have some notes here. A devotional service to the Lord is explained in the second chapter of Bhagavatam, which we did in our Nectar of Bhagavatam classes. All verses from 1 to 12, all the way up to 1 to 18, describes the process of bhakti. Let me relate those, sing those verses. Give me a second here. तच्छ्रद्धधाना मुनयोः ज्ञानवैराग्ययुक्तया पश्यन्ति आत्मनि च आत्मना भक्तया श्रुतगृहीता. A seriously inquisitive student or sage, well equipped with knowledge and detachment, realizes that absolute truth by rendering devotional service in terms of what he has heard from Vedanta Shruti. Ata pumbir dvija sreshta varnashrama vibhagasa swa anustistasya dharmasya samsiddhi haritoshanam. O best amongst the twice born, it is therefore concluded that the highest perfection one can achieve by discharging the duties prescribed for one's own occupation according to caste, division, and orders of life is to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Samsiddhir haritoshanam. If you cannot satisfy Krishna by your endeavor, then that task is useless task. O best among the twice, it is therefore concluded that the highest perfection one can achieve is by discharging duties prescribed from one's own occupation. Tasmadekena manasa, therefore, Tasmadekena manasa Bhagavan Satvatam Pati Sotavya Kirtitavyascha Dhyaya Pujaya Cha Nityada. Therefore, with one pointed attention, one should constantly hear, glorify, remember, and worship that Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the protector of all devotees. Bhagavan Satvatam Patihi. So that Lord as a Pati of all the devotees, protector of all the devotees. One should worship with one pointed attention and constantly hear, glorify, remember, and worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yad anudhyasena yuktah karma granthi nibandhanam chindanting kovidatasya kona kuryat katharatim. With sword in hand, intelligent men cut through the binding knots of reactionary work by remembering the personality of Godhead. Therefore, who will not pay attention to his message? Shushrushaha shraddhadhanasya vasudeva katharuchi syan mahatseva vipra punya tirtha nishevana. O twice born, by serving those devotees who are completely free from all vices, great service is done. By such service, one gains affinity for hearing the message of Vasudeva. Srinvatam Swakatha Krishna Punya Shravana Kirtana Hirda Antasto Se He Abhadrani Vidunoti Suhrit Sada. Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is Paramatma, is everyone's heart, the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses desires for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee, who has developed the urge to hear his message, which are in themselves virtuous when properly heard and chanted. So a lot of times the question is asked, Prabhuji, how, or Mataji, how will the heart will get cleansed? How will the heart will get cleansed? So this sloka says, Srinvatam Swa Katha Krishna. So if we hear the glories of the Lord's holy name, and the Lord's pastime, paraphernalia, and his devotees' pastimes, bhajan kriya, right? If we get engaged in the bhajan kriya, then hirde antasto he abhadrani. So the deep-rooted misgivings in the heart will get cleansed. How will it get cleansed? Who will clean them? Anartha nivritti. The Lord will clean. We don't have a capability to clean. So when we hear the pastimes of the Lord, then the Lord will himself will clean the unwanted thing in the heart. Therefore Bhagavatam says, Pravishta karana randrena swanam bhava sarorvaham dhunoti samalam Krishna salilasya yatha shara. Pravishta karna randrena swanam bhava sarorvaham dhunoti samalam Krishna. So once the katha enters into the heart, then the topics of the Lord and his names sits in the lotus like heart of a chanter with the dhunoti samalam Krishna sarilasya yathasara. And that lotus flower in which Krishna sits in the heart of a sadhaka blossoms in the Sarat Ritu. Salilam yatha Sarat. Like a flower blossoms in the Sarat Ritu, similarly, the lotus, the devotional like lotus flower in the heart of a sadhaka blossoms. Very nice sloka. Like that. Then it says, Nashtaprayeshu avadreshu nityam bhagavata sevaya bhagavati uttam sloke bhaktir bhavati naistiki. You all know that. Then when this all is done, this process of hearing is done or is being followed every day, then tada rajastamo bhava kama lobhadayascha cheta eter anavidham stitam sattve prasiddhati. As soon as the irrevocable loving service is established in the heart, irrevocable, that service which cannot be revoked, once that is established in the heart by continuous hearing and chanting, right? What is the effect? The effects of nature's mode of passion and ignorance, such as kama, lobha, dayaschaya, tata rajas tamo bhava. The effects of rajas and tama, which is kama and lobha, will go away. Kama, lobha and adhayasya, lust, desire and hankering will go away, disappear from the heart. Once that disappears, then the devotee is established in goodness and he becomes completely happy. So this is the process of devotional service which is explained in Bhagavatam. And thus once gets established in thus by the elimination of mode of passion and ignorance, once is established in the mode of goodness, What will be his symptom? Evam prasanna manaso. He will be happy. He will be enlivened. Evam prasanna manaso bhagavad bhakti yogatah bhagavati tattva bhagavata tattva vijnanam mukta sangasya jayate. The man whose mind has been enlivened by contact with devotional service to the Lord gains positive scientific knowledge of the personality of Godhead in the stage of liberation from all materialism. Then he is situated in the mode of goodness, in the unalloyed goodness. Then that goodness is not mixed with passion or ignorance. And then we can chant. So Maharaj says in his lectures that Trinadapi Sunichena Taroriva Sahisnuna Amani Namanadena Kirtane Sadari. Once we do that, once we come to that platform, after this Trinadapi Sunichena Taroriva Sahisnuna Amani Namanadena Kirtane Sadari, Maharaj says, then bhakti starts. Then your bhakti actually starts. So with that definition, at least my bhakti has not started yet. I don't know about yours, but mine has not started. So here it says, 1746, Bhakti Yogena Manasi Samyak Pranahite Amale Apasyat Purusham Purnam Mayam Chad Tad Apashrayam Yaya Sammohito Jiva Atmanam Trigunatmakam Paror Api Manyate Anartham Tat Kritam Cha Abhipadyate Anarthopasamam Sakshat Bhakti Yogam Adhokaje. Let me pull this whole sloka. This whole sloka is not there. This is also very beautiful. 1746. Bhakti Yogena Manasi Samyak Pranahite Amale Apasyat Purusham Purnam Mayam Chatad Apashrayam. Thus he is fixed his mind, perfectly engaging it by linking it in the devotional service, Bhakti Yoga, without any tinge of materialism. Means pure goodness, what we just talked about. And thus he saw the absolute personality of Godhead along with his external energy, which was under full control. Then, Yaya sammohito jiva atmanam trigunatmakam paro api manyate artham anartham tat kritam cha abhipadyate. Due to this external energy, the living entity, although transcendental to the three modes of material nature, thinks himself as a product of material nature and then undergoes the reaction of material misery. So they are talking about the external energy and how the living entity, which is spiritual in nature, gets attracted by the external energy of the Lord. Anarthopasamam sakshat bhakti yoga madhokaje lokasya ajanata vidvamscha chakre sattvatam samhita. The material miseries of the living entity which are superfluous to him can be directly mitigated by the linking process of devotional service. The material miseries of the living entity. What are the material miseries? What are the material miseries?
Birth, death.
Yes.
Disease, old age.
And other ones, smaller ones?
Adi Bhautik, Adi Atmik, Adi Devik.
The material miseries of the living entity which are superfluous to him, and these are superfluous. Actually, those are not his miseries. Can be directly mitigated by the linking process of devotional service. So by devotional service, is mitigated. But the mass of people do not know this, and therefore learned Vyasadeva compiled this Vedic literature. That is why Vyasadeva compiled this Vedic literature, because the mass of people do not know that. When Narad Muni came to him and chastised Vyasadeva for writing this voluminous literature, and he says, you have not given devotional service of the Lord. So even though you have given them the gradual process of elevating to the love of Godhead, but they may not be able to come to that level. They'll get absorbed in those step-by-step process itself. So unless you give the topmost devotional service, if you don't give the highest goal, which is to glorify, unless you glorify Krishna, and you don't give that goal of glorifying Krishna as the ultimate method to the living beings, they will not be happy. So there it says, anarthopasamam sakshat bhakti yoga madhokaje lokasya ajanata vidvams chakre satvatam sammita. So therefore Vyasadeva compiled this Vedic literature which is in relation to the Supreme Truth. That's why in Srimad Bhagavatam you will see the complete glorification of Lord and His activities and His devotees' glorification and the devotees' activities. So then further it says, thus he fixes his mind perfectly engaged in by linking into the devotional. Okay, that we read. Okay. Krishna, the potency of Krishna and the living entity together constitute the absolute truth. Illusion by Maya, the living entity is bound by her. This is known as anartha. When a minute conscious living entity performs bhakti yoga, all anarthas are destroyed and he attains Krishna prema. This truth has been realized by Vyasadeva by his full absorption in the Lord's name, etc. He therefore revealed the process of bhakti yoga in Srimad Bhagavatam. Now, one thing is also very important is that we do get knowledge, right? We do acquire knowledge in this whole process of hearing, chanting, hearing class and all. But how will this knowledge convert to realization? How will this knowledge convert to realization? You know? Any takers? How will this knowledge convert to realization? Any guess? So what are the stages of what we Maharaj explained, the stages, right? Ado Shraddha Tata Sadhu Sangha Tata Bhajan Kriya, right? Anartha Nivritti Tata Nishta Ruchi Tata Sakti Tata Bhava. So these are the stages. But the first stage of devotional service is Satam Kripa. Satam Kripa. You need to have some Kripa of Shastra, Prasad, or Sadhu, or devotee. Satam Kripa. Mercy of devotees. Very much required. So that is the first stage of devotion, Satam Kripa. Then Mahat Seva. Then what is that? Mahat Seva. Satam Kripa, Mahat Seva. Then that Satam Kripa and that Seva, Mahat Seva will develop a little Shraddha. That will develop a little Shraddha, initial Shraddha. And then from that Shraddha, you can take that Shraddha, solidify it and take it all the way to Prema. This is the process. So the knowledge will convert into darshan, realization by seva. So unless we perform seva, we will not be able to convert the knowledge into realization. So knowledge into realization will only happen if we are engaged constantly in the seva. Seva means hearing, chanting, being engaged in devotional practices. Maharaj was explaining morning, devotional, festivals, Ekadashi, glorifying Bhagavatam, helping devotees, cooking, so many things. So those are all sevas. Now seva just doesn't mean other act. Seva, the main meaning of seva is hearing and chanting. Hearing, chanting, and then glorifying. And glorifying in various ways, by holding festivals, by supporting local temples, by supporting Namahat programs, by giving your time, energy, money, anything and everything, any assets you have to push Prabhupada's movement, that is seva, in any capacity. And then, so Mahat Seva, then Satam Kripa, then Mahat Seva, then Shraddha, then Sadhu Sangha, then Bhajan, then after Sadhu Sangha, then Guru Padashraya, right? Then Guru Padashraya, then Shraddha, Sadhu Sangha, then Bhajan Kriya. Guru Padashraya, then Bhajan Kriya, then Anartha Nivritti. Then Katha, then Ruchi, then this Katha and Ruchi, that becomes Bhajan Kriya, right? And this in Bhajan Kriya, Hirdaya Antasto Abhadrani. So all the Abhadra within the heart has to go away. Then we come to this point of, in between we will be oscillating, the devotees oscillate between, because Shraddha is not very paripakva, matlab it's not strong. Naistaki, till the time we have come to Nishtha, our Shraddha will be, our faith, Shraddha, Sadhu Sangha will be revocable. So at the stage of Nishtha, it becomes irrevocable. Till that, devotional service may be not be steady. So we have to take the devotional service from non-study to steadiness, from revocable to irrevocable stage. And anarthas are the one which causes us the problems. So when anarthas goes away, the steadiness will develop. Steadiness in bhakti. Like, have you seen the steadiness of a panwala in India? Huh? A panwala is sitting with his two legs folded, and for 8 hours he will be just doing his pan. He will take gulukand, he'll take katha, and he will take pan, right? Correct? 8 hours he'll be sitting in the same asana. And if we have to sit for 2 hours for 16 rounds, we will take at least 10 breaks, 12 breaks minimum, back and forth. Prabhu ji, abhi bahut ho gaya, dard ho raha hai. Prabhu, abhi throat is aching. Prabhu ji, I'm feeling. So we are not steady. So we have to see the steadiness from the panwala. When he sits in his asana, 4 or 5 hours, he will be just doing pan, one after the other, one after the other. And the name of his shop will be also Shambhunath Panwala, Krsna Panwala. So steadiness, very important for bhakti. So when the anartha goes away, we will develop steadiness. Then we'll get, so after Nishtha, we get Ruchi. Then Asakti, all that stuff will happen. So basically we have to serve. So when we serve book Bhagavad, we have to serve the person Bhagavad also. We have to serve devotees. And how we serve? Menial services performed. One of the key things is, if we perform menial services in the Vaikuntha's planets which are created by Prabhupada, which is the temples of Prabhupada, by the orders of our spiritual authority, if we if we do menial services according to their, in their order, by their order, under their direction, if we perform those services, then what happens? The first and foremost is that menial services performed has tremendous effect on our consciousness. What it does is it develops humility in our heart. Because you are leaving your material designation or position and coming down under somebody and performing those services. You're not performing the services like when Maharaj Prataprudra was serving Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Initially, he was serving the Lord from his position from being a king of Odisha. So king has, unlimited treasury, king has unlimited servants. So of course he was engaging the Lord. He was engaging his assets in the service of the Lord, but Lord was not attracted by his service. So this is a very key point for us to understand. Why Lord was not attracted by his service? Because he did not come down from his position to do menial services. When Maharaj Prataprudra took the jhadu in his hand and started sweeping the road for Lord Jagannath, then Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heart became open for give him the mercy. Because the king came down from his position and performed menial services for the Lord. So it is very important that when we serve in the consciousness of humility. It will develop humility in our heart. And whatever services our authorities, seniors, or even equals give, we should do it. And I am at a big fault, and I apologize to Tingvidya Mataji and Dhir Prabhu for not giving my video, English video. After repeatedly they asking me for it. So I did not come down from my position of being a busy person and taking that service. So I did not get their mercy. So in advance, I apologize. I hope you will forgive me. So, so I could not, I could not surrender to the wish of the devotee. Anyway, I just remembered that. So I had to speak on that. What else? How much time I have, Prabhu? 10 more minutes?
Yeah, Prabhuji, you can continue. We can cover up later on.
How much time? I have.
We are running a little late, but please finish up, Prabhu, whatever you have to.
Okay, so let's go here further. Then in the Maya Sutra it says, no, what is the sutra? Amnaya Sutra, 4 types of misfortune anarthas are described. Maya, Mugdha Jivasya, Geyo Anartha Chaturvidaha, Hriday Daurbulyam Cha Aparadho, Sat Krishna Tattva Vibhrama. I think Mataji covered this in the morning, right? Guru Mata covered this in the morning. The living entity attracted by Maya is attributed to 4 types of anartha. Hriday Daurbulyam, weakness of heart, then all kinds of aparad, then asat trishna, material desire, and tattva vibhrama. This is a big topic actually, how to get into, there are, His Holiness Shivaram Maharaj has written a very good book on and His Holiness Sachidananda Maharaj also, on the holy name and the removal of anarthas. And I think I may have some PowerPoint also, which we can share later on, but it's a big topic of how to come over these 4 types of anarthas. Hriday Daurbalyam, Aparadha, which are Seva Aparad, Nam Aparad, Dham Aparad, Bhakta Aparad, all this. Then Asatrishna, material desire, and Tattva Vibhrama, illusion about spiritual knowledge. The anarthas, these anarthas lead to material bondage, which leads to misery. The illusion about spiritual knowledge then again further classifies स्वतत्व परतत्वे च साध्य साधना तत्वतः विरोधी विषय चैव तत्व ब्रह्म चतुर्विधा. The illusion about spiritual knowledge is of 4 types. Paratattva Brahma, Sadhya Sadhana Brahma, Virodhi Vishaya Brahma, illusion regarding subjects unfavorable to Krishna, and 4 types of illusion find in the conditioned soul. And conditioned soul has got 4 types of illusions. These are the 4 types of illusion which he can get. Then desire, material desires of 4 types. Desires for material objects, desire for heavenly comforts, desire for mystic powers, and desire for liberation are the 4 types of material desires. Then offenses, 4 types of offenses are described. Offenses towards the name, towards the form of the Lord, towards devotees, towards other living entities. And then weakness of heart are also 4 types which are further described. And these anarthas give birth to 6 enemies. Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Mad, Matsarya. And these anarthas also beget 6 waves. Shok, Moha, Kshuta, Pipasa, Jara, Mrityu. That is distress, illusion, hunger, thirst, old age, and death. The creeper of devotion can never grow as long as one cannot give up these anarthas. All anarthas, however, go away from performance of Nam Sankirtan. So by constant performance of Nam Sankirtan, it will constantly go away. Apanna samsritim ghoram yan nama vivaso grahana tatha sadhayo vimuccheta tad viveti swayam bhayam. Living entity who are entangled in the complicated meshes of birth and death can be freed immediately by even unconsciously chanting the holy names of the Lord. Now I think 13, and this is my last sloka, very important. Bhayam dvitiya abhinivesatasya ishad apetasya viparyayo asmriti tanmaya yato buddha abhaje tvam bhaktyeka esham gurudevatatma. When the living entity is attracted by the material energy, which is separate from Krishna, he is overpowered by fear. So fear comes when a living entity is attracted by material energy, which is separated from Krishna. Because he is separated from the Supreme Personality of Godhead by material energy, his conception of life is reversed. Ulta ho gaya. Bhayam dvitiya abhinivesatasya. In other words, instead of being eternal servant of Krishna, he becomes Krishna's competitor. What is the viparyaya asmriti? He forgets Krishna. Then how to rectify that? How to nullify this asmriti? How to nullify this mistake? To nullify this mistake, one who is actually learned, so he has to become learned. The one who is learned and advanced, who has little bit of buddhi, he will worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his Guru, or Sakshad Haritena Samasta Shastra. His worship Guru as good as Krishna. Krishna also says, Acharya Mam Vignanyam. That consider Acharya to be like me. The one who will worship the spiritual master, Supreme Personality of Godhead, as a spiritual master, as a worshipable deity, and the very source of life. That Guru should be as good as Guru Devatatma, the very source of life for that particular disciple. He thus worships the Lord by the process of unalloyed devotional service. One who desires to achieve Krishna's mercy should take shelter of a bona. So that mercy can be had only when you take shelter of a bona fide guru. When one engages in that such undivided devotional service under the direction of the guru, he is the one who will ultimately achieve Krishna. I think I end up there. Thank you very much. So the process of anartha is described, the process of removing those anartha is described, and the process of attaining that highest goal is described. So any comments on questions? There's a big number of slokas. So I have to zip through. Any comments, any questions? Okay. So if no comments, no questions, then you can go to the next one.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, I think you explained it so well that nobody has any questions or comments.
After speaking, I myself have so many questions.
Oh, 1 second. I think there are a couple of people that have questions. They're saying that they can't, though. One second. Okay, well.
Govind has raised hand.
Yeah, Gopal Govind Prabhu has raised his hand.
Yeah, seems like Sandhini Mataji and Pitch Prabhu, you want to say something?
Okay.
Let me.
Can you unmute them?
Yes,
yeah, let me try. Did we force mute everybody? I don't know.
Oh, I can. Looks like mine is unmuted.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Prabhuji, please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, many thanks for explaining so nicely. So many verses. It's a deep study, definitely require a lot of attention, which it did not get from my side enough attention. The Anarth Nibriti, Prabhu, just one topic. In the morning, Guru Maharaj said that start doing 2 hours of sadhana more seriously. That will automatically take care of Anartha Nibriti. When Mataji, one of the Mataji asked the question, Anartha Nibriti is a very, very long and time consuming process. Then Guru Maharaj just simplified it with that 2 hours of sadhana. So I actually could not take proper notes, and you also gave some tips on that. I would like to request you, please, can you rephrase those tips again?
So I want to first explain what this anarthas happen, okay? So there are so many classifications of anarthas, so we'll not get into that. But first and foremost is that we develop our full faith on scriptures and spiritual master. That removes lot of anarthas right away. So you don't have any tattva vibhrama anarthas, like you start doubting, is there a Krishna? Is there a God? Does he has a form? Is he a person? So that if somebody has those kind of doubt, then he is not a good candidate for devotional service. So to eliminate those kind of things, right? Elimination, right? The technique of elimination. So you eliminate the tattva. Okay, yes, Bhagavad Gita is a scripture. Srimad Bhagavatam is the scripture. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna is a person. He is full of rasa. He has to reciprocate with devotees. So the basic fundas are very clear, right? So you will not have any doubts about that ever. So once that is clear, then what you will have is some Vaishnava aparadha because of our habits. We have habit is the second nature. Because of the habit, we commit aparadhas. Or sometimes we just speak something, we may not mean it, but because I am habituated of speaking immediately or judging people by by their appearance, I may commit aparadha. That I will take some time to rectify. So that's what we learned. That's what we learned when we go into this 2 hours dedicated chanting, undisturbed chanting. Then we develop the taste for holy name. We develop taste for service. And when we develop taste for service, we will become humble. Sometimes some devotee was asking some guru, Maharaj, please bless me so that I can become humble. So Maharaj said, no, first become humble. Means it's not that by mercy you will become humble. You will become humble by working with devotees, by working with authorities, by listening to them, by doing by pleasing them, by saying what they want. Then we become humble. Right? So in these aparadhas, what happens is that our spiritual credits are always there. Sometimes somebody asks the question, Prabhu, so what about the spiritual credits which I have accumulated when I'm chanting? I know I'm committing some offenses, but I'm still chanting. Yes, you're not getting the taste. So what happens is, like you have a bank account, right? You have your money. You have your money, but for some reason you can't access that money. So it looks like, oh, I don't have my money because I don't have access to it. Correct? So you have spiritual credits, but the access to the spiritual credit is halted. That means you don't develop a taste. That is the offense. So as soon as that offenses are wiped out, you will get the access back to that credits. Spiritual credits never goes away. It's just that access to those credits are denied. So if chanting is offensive, if the chanting is offensive, then chanting will take a lot of time to manifest. That's the only point. It's not that it will not. So sinful activities are on a material platform. Offenses are on a spiritual platform. So you have to understand that also. Sins we don't commit, right? We don't commit sins, but we commit offenses, which are on a spiritual platform. So depending on the gravity of an offense, the result also may be sometimes negative also. But our offenses are not that bad that we meditate on, blaspheming somebody or hurting somebody. In the process of seva, somebody may get hurt. That is our problem. But it can be all worked up easily. So Vaishnava aparad, Nam aparad, right? Then at the end of the day, then it is the Lord's will. If we are clear in our path, we don't have any aparadhas, anything else, then it is up to the Lord's will to develop the taste. And Lord wills is always mostly there to give the taste to the sadhaka. So so the tip is that to chant offenselessly. And the mother of all offenses is inattentiveness while chanting. So if we work on inattentiveness and remove all the obstacles in those 2 hours, then we are good. And then apart from that, 1 hour we should give to reading Prabhupada books. Actually, it says 2 hours. we have to read the books of Srila Prabhupada. So if we do these two things regularly, chant properly, chant quality rounds, and read Prabhupada books, then I think we can, not I think, then Prabhupada says, then the whole day you can carry on the fight with Maya easily. That will still leave your consciousness in a very uphill platform. So that's what I have learned so far.
Thank you, Prabhuji. I believe Sandini Mataji has a question as well.
Okay.
Mataji, I think
Yes,
you're.
ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So Prabhuji, you mentioned when anartha nivritti happens, then the attraction to the other material energy as a symptom starts decreasing. So does it mean that when somebody is not attracted to the material energy, and I'm trying to connect one of the things that Mataji, Guru Mata actually mentioned, that a person who is rich as compared to a person who is poor, his bhakti is going to be much pure as compared to a person who is rich. I mean, is that a correct conclusion, or that is a wrong conclusion?
No. That richness and poorness has nothing to do with it. It's up to the Lord. If Lord wants to make somebody rich, the person will become rich. If Lord has decided, I will take away everything of this person, then Lord will take away. So somebody, when you say by material desire, means somebody who has got this asat trishna to enjoy material energy. If he or she has got this desires to enjoy this material energy, then that is anartha nivritti. Dhruv Maharaj wanted to have a kingdom higher than his grandfather, Brahma. So he did his bhajan with that intensity. I want this, I want this, I want this. Then when Lord appeared and purified his desire, then he said, I don't want it anymore. But after he said, I don't want it anymore, Lord decided that he will give it to him. Why Lord decided to give it to him? Because he will not use that as it will not become a stumbling block in his bhakti. Because his heart is purified now. So when your heart is purified, you can use the opulence or whatever, it doesn't matter. So Dhruv Maharaj was awarded the kingdom because his heart was purified. He was not awarded the kingdom till his heart was purified. Otherwise, he would have got entangled. So the point here is the richness and poorness, it doesn't depend like, oh, he's poor, he will do more bhakti. No. Otherwise, Dhruv Maharaj would have not become a pure devotee. But on the other hand, if Krishna decides, okay, look, this person has got a lot of potential to become a devotee, but his material opulence is becoming obstacle in his bhakti, then Lord will pull that out. Then Lord will take all these material opulences away also to accelerate your bhakti. So Lord can do what he desires. So we have to understand in bhakti why we are doing bhakti. Bhakti we are doing to please Krishna. To please Krishna. And pure bhakti means when we have no other ulterior motive. So we have to have no ulterior motives in the heart. We don't have to have ulterior motives in the heart. Oh, I want to become a billionaire. I want $1 billion in the bank. No, then we are on the wrong path. Then it is better to worship someone else, not Krishna. Sorry, you're on mute. You're on mute. Yes, it's okay now.
Can you hear? So on the same example, Prabhuji, when Dhruv Maharaj was given so much of kingdom and so much opulence, in some way or the other, he has to be connected to the material energy to maintain it, or to do something with it. So he can't be completely disconnected in a way. Although whether he desires it or not, but he has to do something and be connected to it to maintain or keep it working. So is that also called attachment to the material energy, or that is like different from just maintaining it because Krishna wanted him to do that? That's why it is.
Yeah. So he has got enough energy. He has got enough power. His consciousness is so pure that he can use material energy in the service of the Lord. Means he will not get contaminated. He is a pure devotee of the Lord. So it doesn't matter whether which energy he is in. If he is doing the administration of the universe for 36,000 years, then he is empowered by the Lord to do that because of his consciousness. So it is up to the desire of the devotee what he wants and how Krishna wants to use him at the end of the time. So Krishna is using Dhruv Maharaj to set an example as a case study for us that, while living in the material energy, you can be not attached to. Maharaj says, catch the fish without getting wet. You are in water, you are catching a fish, but you are not getting wet. But there are other people who are novice who will catch the fish and they will the water also. They will not even catch the fish, plus they will drown in the water. So that is not a good thing. So you don't have to get drowned. At the same time, you have to catch the fish. And that's an art. That means your heart has to be pure. And that will happen by mercy of devotees and Guru and Parampara, and at the end, Krishna and Guru, basically. If they empower you, then you can become like that.
Okay, Prabhu, very good example.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Prabhu, for the answer.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Prabhuji, I believe Pitch Prabhu also has a question.
Okay.
Yes, Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Bol, Pitch.
Hare Krishna. So you said in your lecture today that the menial service is one of the highest forms of service, which even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu liked that kind of service. So how do you say even Arjuna was serving Krishna one way to actually you know i- by fighting the war, and we are also like working every day, like going to the work and everything, and trying to give it to the Lord to some extent, whatever we can. So how we can transform our day-to-day activities or doing our karma as like a menial service.
So living entity always have to know. Maharaj says that living entity has to always meditate on that. Look, I'm a part and parcel of Krishna, and I am a very minute in nature. I'm very minute in nature, and I have such a big false ego which I have to crush it. So I am nobody. I am the, even if I leave this material world, nothing will happen. Material world will continue. By me being displaced from where I am, nothing will change. The material world will continue. Meaning that it's not worthless, but you know what I mean? To come to that sense of, okay, the world will continue without me. The work which I am doing, somebody else will do. I am not of that importance to this material world, right? So that kind of humility one can develop when doing bhajan. That will that way he can elevate his consciousness when he is chanting Hare Krishna.
Okay, Prabhuji, thank you. I have one more question though. So the desire for getting liberation is also considered as a material desire. Is that correct?
Yes, in path of bhakti, yes. Yeah.
So how is that, Prabhuji? Because liberation is it liberation is considered to be an elevation to the higher planets in the material world, or
Liberation means getting rid of your material condition. Right? You're getting rid of your material condition. Liberation, the meaning of liberation is, मुझे यार liberate कर दो. Any conditions you are in, if you get removed from that condition, so suppose somebody is having big, huge pain in the back, right? Or in the knees, all the time, cannot stand up, cannot sit down, very big pain. And he or she thinks, please liberate me from this pain. So what does liberation means? That if he or she does not have no more pain, right? So liberation for a lot of people, liberation means, okay, you know what, I want to get liberated from this. I don't want any problems of life, or liberate me. Nirvana. That's the definition of liberation. Removing your current miserable conditions means liberation. But as far as spirituality is concerned, liberation means being situated in your true constitutional position. Our constitutional position is to serve. We are not the master. We are made to serve. We are made to serve, but our disease is that we are trying to be the master. So what is our liberation then? Situate from being a master to be back to as a servant. A servant of who? Not as of the senses, but of whose part you are, which is Krishna. So if you are situated in that actual constitutional position of servant of Krishna, then you are liberated. Jivere Swarup hoy nityere Krishna das. So being situated as a loving servitor of Krishna means liberation. Liberation doesn't mean that you will have 4 hands, 6 legs, and some other kind of a body. No. Liberation means to be situated in your true constitutional position as a servant of Krishna. Okay?
Thank you, Prabhuji. Are there any more questions? Does anybody have any more questions?
I think we're done.
I think that's it. Thank you, Prabhuji, for that amazing lecture and all that great question and answer. You always give the best lectures. So now we'll be moving on to the next portion of our program, which is we have Kirtan and Bhajan slots coming up next. So I would like to request Aditi, if you could please turn on your camera and your audio. And Prabhuji, if you could stop the screen share so we could spotlight her.
Yeah, 1 second. Good.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Prabhuji. Adhikari, if you want to give me if you can just sing one line so I can make sure that it's good with the audio and everything. You can play the kirtan as well.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Janvi, is she audible?
Yes, she's audible. Prabhuji, can you just have her sing one line so that we can it's okay with if there's any instruments as well, like play and sing so we can make sure.
One line first.
Perfect. Perfect.
It's good, Janvi. Come on.
Hare Krishna. Bhajahure mana Srinandanandana abhaya chare nara vrindare dulabha manava pranama satsange taramare bhava sindure Sita tapo bhata varishana edina janini jahire Sifale se viru kripana dhurajana chapala shuka labha lagire Edhanayo vana putra paridana iteke akche pada tire kamala dhala dhala jivana kalamala bajahu hari padha nitire shavana kirtana smarana vandana Pada sevana dhakare Pujana saki jana Atma vedana Govinda dasa dhila kyare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Hari bol, man.
Hare Bol
That was so adorable. That was so perfect. Round of applause.
Beautiful kirtan. Hari bol. So,
Amala, if you want to, Amala,
yeah, Amala's ready too.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
So, Hare Krishna, everyone. So she tried to wrap it up quickly instead of saying the lines twice somewhere at most places because in interest of time, as the next class is scheduled very shortly.
Krishna Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopi Nada Mada Namo Kunda Radha Kunda Shri Govinda Yamuna Jaya Jaya Madhava Ketigata Bhakti Bata Vajasakana Jasa Dalila Kailasinanda Nanda Srinanda Jashoda Jaya Jaya Gopala Srijanani Jaya Jaya Januvachara Jaya Vreshabhanu Jaya Yatidasundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Nagari Jaya Jaya Gopeshwara Vrindavanama Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Bhakti Jaya Jaya Rama Gata Jaya Ravini Nanda Jaya Jaya Govinda Mana Basida Jaya Jaya Bija Patni Jaya Nayakan Jaya Bhakti Tejahara Koya Govinda Jaya Srivasa Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Rasa Lila Sarvamanora Jaya Jaya Jwala Rasa Sarvarasa Barakiya Bhave Jahapade Bachar Srijana Bhapada Padma Koriya Smaran Dina Krsna Dase Koyo Nama Sankirtan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Jaya Gopi Nata Madan Mohan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopi Mata Madana Mohan Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
That was wonderful. Round of applause for you. People.
Hare Krishna. So I will be singing Vrindavana Ramya Sthana. Vrindavana Ramya Sthana Divya Chintamani Dhama Ratana Mandira Manohara Vrindavana Ramya Sthana Divya Chintamani Dhama Ratana Mandira Manohara Adhika Kalindini Raja Hamsa Keli Kare Kahe Shobhe Kanaka Kamada Abrita Kalindini Raja Hamsa Keli Kare Kahe Shobhe Kanaka Kamala. Hold on. Tara Madhe Hema Pitha Ashtadale Veshtita Ashtadale Pradhana Naika Tara Madhe Hema Pitha Ashtadale Veshtita Ashtadale Pradhana Naika Tara Madhe Ratnasane Basiyache Dui Jane Shama Sange Sundari Radhika Tara Madhe Ratnasane Basiyache Dui Jane Shama Sange Sundari Radhika Orup Lavanya Rashi Amiya Pariche Kashi Hasya Parihasa Sambhashane Orup Lavanya Rashi Amiya Pariche Kashi Hasya Parihasa Sambhashane Narottama Dasa Koya Nitya Leela Sukha Maya Sadae Spuruka Mora Mane Narottama Dasa Koya Nitya Leela Sukha Maya Sadae Spuruka Mora Mane Vrindavana Ramya Sthana Divya Chintamani Dhama Ratana Mandira Manohara Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol, Hare Krishna, thank you.
Very good, Mataji. Very blissful.
Thank you,
Wonderful, wonderful, Mataji.
Hari Bol, thank you so much, Sandini Mataji. Sorry,
Absolute
no,
best. Absolute
no
best.
musical instruments, nothing to go with that. Apologies for that.
No, Mataji, it was such a pleasure to hear this. Like blissful is the word. Thank you so much, Mataji.
Hari Bol, thank you.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Thank you so much, Mataji.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
I would now like to request Her Grace Damodar Priya Mataji, if you could please unmute.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Mataji, if you could just sing one line so that we can make sure that that the sound quality and everything is good.
Hare Krishna. तो प्रभु जी आप डिस्प्ले कर देंगे क्या, क्योंकि ये थोड़ा टफ है, तो अगर कोई साथ में गाना चाहता है तो उनको देखना पड़ेगा।
Sure, Mataji, give me.
और मैं एक लाइन गाती हूँ अभी, ठीक है। कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परो, प्रेमामृतांभो निधि। इट्स ओके, आवाज सही आ रही है?
Mataji, perfect.
तो सबसे पहले मैं ट्रांसलेशन पढ़ लेती हूँ, पर मेरे पास हिंदी में है और यहाँ पर सब इंग्लिश में सुनना पसंद कर रहे हैं, पर इंग्लिश में नहीं है मेरे पास, हिंदी में है, तो मैं हिंदी में पढ़ूं?
Sure, Mataji, please go ahead.
Mataji, we have it. हरे कृष्णा माताजी, हमारे पास इंग्लिश का है, सो डू यू, अगर आप चाहते हैं तो हम इंग्लिश में पढ़ के
हाँ प्रभु जी, आप इसका ट्रांसलेशन पढ़ेंगे इंग्लिश में, क्योंकि यहाँ पर मैंने देखा कि इंग्लिश में सुनना ज्यादा पसंद कर रहे हैं सब जने।
मैं ट्रांसलेशन की बात कर रहा हूँ, तो ट्रांसलेशन पढ़ने के बाद आप राइट आफ्टर दैट आप सिंगिंग चालू कर सकते हैं।
जी, थैंक यू सो मच प्रभु जी, थैंक यू सो मच।
ओके, 1 सेकंड माताजी, हरि बोल।
I offer my respectful obeisances unto the 6 Goswamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatan Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunath Das Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami, who are always engaged in chanting the holy name of Krishna and dancing. They are just like the ocean of love of God, and they are popular both with the gentle and with the ruffians, because they are not envious of anyone. Whatever they do, they are all pleasing to everyone, and they are fully blessed by Lord Chaitanya. Thus, they are engaged in missionary activities meant to deliver all the conditioned souls in the material universe. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the 6 Goswamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatan Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunath Dasa Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami, who are very expert in scrutinizingly studying all the revealed scriptures with the aim of establishing eternal religious principles for the benefit of all human beings. Thus, they are honored all over the 3 worlds, and they are worth taking shelter of, because they are absorbed in the mood of the gopis and are engaged in the transcendental loving service of Radha and Krishna. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the 6 Goswamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatan Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunath Das Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami, who are very much enriched in understanding of Lord Chaitanya and who are thus expert in narrating his transcendental qualities. They can purify all conditioned souls from the reactions of their sinful activities by pouring upon them transcendental songs about Govinda. As such, they are very expert in increasing the limits of the ocean of transcendental bliss, and they are the saviors of the living entities from the devouring mouth of liberation. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the six Goswamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatan Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunath Dasa Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami, who kicked off all association of aristocracy as insignificant. In order to deliver the poor conditioned souls, they accepted loincloths, treating themselves as mendicants. But they are always merged in the ecstatic ocean of the gopis' love for Krishna and bathe always and repeatedly in the waves of that ocean. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the six Goswamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatan Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunath Dasa Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami, who were always engaged in worshipping Radha Krishna in the transcendental land of Vrindavan, where there are beautiful trees full of fruits and flowers, which have under their roots all valuable jewels. The Goswamis are perfectly competent to bestow upon the living entities the greatest boon of the goal of life. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the six Goswamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatan Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunath Dasa Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami, who were engaged in chanting the holy names of the Lord and bowing down in a scheduled measurement. In this way, they utilize their valuable lives, and in executing these devotional activities, they conquered over eating and sleeping and were always meek and humble, enchanted by remembering the transcendental qualities of the Lord. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the six Goswamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatan Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunath Dasa Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami, who were sometimes on the bank of the Radhakunda lake or the shores of the Yamuna, and sometimes at Vamshivata. There they appeared just like madmen in the full ecstasy of love for Krishna, exhibiting different transcendental symptoms in their bodies, and they were merged in the ecstasy of Krishna consciousness. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the six Goswamis, namely Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Sanatan Goswami, Sri Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Sri Raghunath Dasa Goswami, Sri Jiva Goswami, and Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami, who were chanting very loudly everywhere in Vrindavan, shouting, Queen of Vrindavan, Radharani, O Lalita, O Nanda Maharaj, where are you all now? Are you just on the hill of Govardhan, or are you under the trees on the bank of the Yamuna? Where are you? These were their moods in executing Krishna consciousness. Thank you, Mataji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mataji. Thank you so much. सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सब डिवोटी से आशीर्वाद चाहती हूँ कि ये छठ गोस्वामी अष्टकम ये गाना कोई इतना मतलब मैं लायक नहीं हूँ इसके गाने के लिए, पर मुझे मौका दिया है तो मैं ट्राई कर रही हूँ आप सबके सामने, तो कुछ गलती हो जाए तो मुझे इसके लिए क्षमा करना। गुरु महाराज से और गुरु माँ से आशीर्वाद चाहते हुए मैं ये छठ गोस्वामी अष्टकम गा रही हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच। कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परो, प्रेमामृतांभो निधि, धीरा धीर जना प्रिय प्रिय करो, निर्मांसरो पूजितो, श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरो भुवि भुवो, वारावहांतारको, वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्रीजीव गोपाल को वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्रीजीव गोपाल को नाना शास्त्र विचारणे कनिपणो सधर्म संस्थापको लोकानां हितकारिणो त्रिभुवने मान्यो शरण्याकरो राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्द भजना आनन्देन मतालिको वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुतो श्रीजीव गोपाल को वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्रीजीव गोपाल को श्री गौरंग गुणानुवर्ण विधो श्रद्धा श्रमध्यानितो पापोतापनिकंतनो तनुभृता गोविंद गानामृते आनन्दं बुद्धिवर्धने निपणो कैवल्यनिस्तारको वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो जीव गोपाल को वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्रीजीव गोपाल को तयक्त्वा तृणमेषमण्डलपति श्रेणी सदा तुच्छवत् भूत्वा दीनगणेशकौ करुणया कोऽपि न कन्ताश्रितो गोपी भावरसामृताब्धिलहरी कल्लोलमग्नो मुहुः वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्रीजीव गोपाल को पूजत कोकिल हंस सारस गणा ईर्णे मयूराकुले नानारत्न निबंध मूल विटप श्रीयुक्त वृंदावने पूजत कोकिल हंस सारस गुणा ईर्णे मयूराकुले नानारत्न निबंध मूल विटप श्रीयुक्त वृंदावने राधा कृष्ण महरनिशौ प्रभजतो जीवार्थ यो मुदा वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्री जीव गोपाल को वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्री जीव गोपाल को संख्या पूर्वक नाम गान नित भी कालावसानी कृतो निद्राहार विहार कादि विजितो सात्यंत दीन चायो राधा कृष्ण गुणाश्रमते मधुरिमा आनंदेन समोहितो राधा कृष्ण गुणाश्रमते मधुर आनंदेन समोहितो वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्री जीव गोपाल को वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्री जीव गोपाल को राधा कुंड तटे कलिंदित नया तीरे च वंची बटे प्रेमोन्माद वशाद शेष दशया ग्रस्तो प्रमतो सदा गायन्तो च कदा हरे गुणवरम् भावाभिभूतो मुदा वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्री जीव गोपाल को वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्री जीव गोपाल को हे राधे व्रत देवी के चललिते हे नंद सुनो कुतः श्री गोवर्धन कल्प पाद बतले कालिंद वने कुतः घोषणता विचि सर्वतो व्रजपुरे खेद महा विहलो वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्री जीव गोपाल को वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगो श्री जीव गोपाल को हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे षट गोस्वामी अष्टकम की जय सनातन सभी गोस्वामियों की जय श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय
Hare Krishna Mataji, that was an amazing kirtan as always by you.
Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mataji.
Now we'll be moving on to the next portion, which is we'll be continuing with the Bhajan Rahasya classes. I humbly request His Grace Akshay Krishna Prabhuji to please unmute and turn on his video.
Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhuji. One second.
Right.
Put the spotlight on me.
Give me 1 second. Right, so let me just go ahead and share my screen. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, Prabhuji. It's a little pixelated, but we can see it.
Okay. Maybe I'll just stop sharing and resharing again because I don't want the text to not be visible.
Yes, Prabhuji.
So,
Maybe you can show the next slide because it matches the picture.
is it any better?
Yes, Prabhuji, it's much better.
Okay, thank you. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padkamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagan Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijan Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagan Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitam Sha He Krishna Karuno Sindho Deenabandhu Jagatpate Gopesh Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhaevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advait Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Kratu Daji Maharaj Iti Namane Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Kijana Vishesha Shambha Jai Shri Prabhupada. All right, so thank you for first of all giving me an opportunity to serve you all here. Again, as we have been discussing since yesterday, topic that we are covering in this year's retreat is Bhajan Rahasya. So a very confidential, very secret kind of a subject. Again, not to be understood or shared with common people, even with devotees. This is one subject where it may take the whole lifetime or many lifetimes to kind of get a gist of it. So obviously, it goes without saying, I'm not qualified to speak on this subject, or in fact, in the assembly of such great Vaishnavas as you all, I'm not even qualified to speak anything at all. But here I am asked to speak on Bhajan Rahasya. So I am not being humble in expressing my, expressing my inability to speak on this topic, but I would seek the blessings of you all Vaishnavas here, Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, the whole Guru Parampara, so that I can speak something here for my own purification. And in the process, I'll try to serve you all. So with that, I will seek your permission to start here. Can we start, Prabhuji?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Okay, thank you. So, Bhajan Rahasya, as we have been hearing from our Guru Maharaj and so many speakers, exalted speakers here, this is one scripture which is compiled by Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur. He has given a method of a bhajan which he himself was practicing as a guidance for all, all of us, practicing devotees, especially. Obviously I'm talking about myself, but what is the method of bhajan that he himself was following? So when he was following this method, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj, his son and the great Acharya and teacher or guru of our dear Srila Prabhupada, he was observing him reciting these shlokas every day. And what he observed that when Bhakti Vinod Thakur was reciting these verses, he was relishing an overwhelming ecstatic love of Godhead. So the secret of this particular scripture, or the method that we are trying to learn here, is there in the shlokas that this whole Bhajan Rahasya is a compilation of. So that's what we are going to look into here. Again, these shlokas are, each one of them is so deep. So we are not going to go into the depth of any of these. We'll just quickly try to understand or get an overview of what is included in this section of Bhajan Rahasya. So with that, I will move on to the next slide here. Sorry, let me just adjust this video panel here. All right, I hope you are able to see the entire screen here. So as we have read so far or understood so far, there are about 8 yamas which Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur is talking about, and each yama is comprising of 3 hours. Day and night comprise of 3 yamas each, and then dawn and dusk, they have 1 yama each. So in total, we have in 24 hours, we have about 8 yamas, right? And so what Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur has done, he has linked each of these yamas with the Shiksha Ashtakam of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So each yama is linked to one of the shlokas. Obviously, the first shloka of Shiksha Ashtakam was the first yama. Now we have moved on to the second one.
Sorry to cut you off. Prabhuji, the screen is very pixelated. We cannot see a thing.
Okay, sorry. I don't know why that is, but I can just reshare, and I'm happy to do that a few times in case this doesn't work out.
Mhm.
I hope it's better now.
It's better right now, yes.
Okay, great. So
Prabhuji,
as I was saying, yeah, sorry, go
it
ahead.
got pixelated again. It was good for like the first minute.
Try to disable that notation.
Should I do that, Prabhuji?
Yeah, you have to do it because you are sharing.
Disable annotations, are you saying?
Yeah, disable the annotation. Go to more.
Okay. I don't see, Prabhuji, that option activated here.
Okay. So when you're sharing the whole screen, or you're just sharing?
I'm sharing my presentation mode of my presentation, Prabhuji.
You're not sharing the whole computer, right?
No, I'm just sharing one screen here. I can share the whole computer, all the windows if you want me to.
We can try that. Right now, it's not visible, right?
Okay, give me 1 second here. I'll just stop sharing. Then
And when you click on share, do you see, is it optimized for video clip?
Yeah, I did check that option. Can you hear? Can you see that, Prabhuji, any better?
No. Uncheck that option to
The
optimize.
first one was better.
You can uncheck that option to optimize.
Okay. And share computer sound, should I keep that checked?
Doesn't matter, you can uncheck it.
I can uncheck that, right?
Yeah.
And now it's good.
Yes.
So let me just try to blow it up, Prabhuji. Is it okay now?
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay. So maybe it was that optimizing screen sharing. All right. So, sorry, give me 1 second. All right. So I was talking about the 8 yamas linked to each of these shlokas of Shikshashtak. And so the second yama that we are in, which is called Dviti Yama Sadhan, it's linked to the second verse of Shikshashtaka, which is about the different, a devotee not having taste in chanting the holy names of the Lord. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying, नाम नामकारी बहुधा निज सर्व शक्ति तत्र पिता नियमिता स्मरणे न काला एतदृशी तव कृपा भगवन ममापि दुर्दैव मीदृशम ही जनी नानुरागा. So this particular section is talking about how we can get rid of that durdev, and the way to do it is by sadhu sang and anarth nivritti. So we can remove our anarthas in association of devotees. And sorry for the confusion here. I think I am including text number 13, which Chaitanya Prabhuji has already covered, so I'll just quickly talk about it. Maybe there was an overlap there. But anyway, coming back to our the yamas, again, just to give a very high level overview, what we have covered so far. The first yama was glories of the holy name. The second one, what we are talking about here, is the sadhu sangha durdev, avoiding namaprad. The third one is going to be the qualification for chanting the holy names. Then number 4 is not having any other desire, which is detachment from bhukti and mukti. Number 5 will talk about attaining asakti. Number 6 will be attaining sthai bhav or rati. Again, it may sound very technical or very not so clear at this point, but this is something which I'm saying is going to be covered in this scripture of Bhajan Rahasya by other devotees. Number 7 talks about the internal symptoms of perfection. And last but not the least is number 8, which is meditation of a perfect devotee. Now, all these yamas or all these positions or all these symptoms that we are talking about here, one should not artificially try to demonstrate when they have not truly manifested that. Of course, as Chaitanya Dev Prabhuji was saying in the morning that yes, we should try for it, but at the same time, we should not artificially try to take up our position. For example, number 5, it talks about number 5 yama. It talks about attaining asakti, in which position a devotee becomes aware of his eternal form, right? His Sid Swarup. Now, it is a very high stage also to know your Sid Swarup. So a devotee should not artificially try to practice something. So what he should do is he should wait for the instruction given by his own guru, by which he can understand his Siddh. So we can take an example as Srila Prabhupada talks about in case of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He gave different instructions to Haridas Thakur, Nityanand Prabhu, and Sanatan Goswami, right? To Haridas Thakur, he said, you stay in Jagannath Puri and do your bhajan, right? Nityanand Prabhu, he said, go to Bengal and preach. And to Sanatan Goswami and Rup Goswami, he said, go to Vrindavan and excavate the places or the places of pastimes of Radha and Krishna. So the instruction was different for different devotees, not to say one was better or which one was. So there is no comparison here. We simply have to follow the instructions of our guru to understand all this. So before, I just wanted to kind of make a disclaimer before we get deep into it. Now, moving into the actual shlokas here, and Prabhuji's, I would request Mataji's, if you are not able to see the screen or something is not clear, please stop me so that I can try to help with that. But hopefully,
it's good, Prabhu.
This one is this good, Prabhuji?
Yes, Prabhuji, perfectly fine.
Okay. So this shloka, as I said, Chaitanya Dev Prabhuji has already covered that beautiful shloka. Bhayam dvitiya abhinivesutasya dishadapetasya vipiryayo asamriti tanmaya yato buddhabjetam bhaktya kayesham guru devatatma. So not going into the details of the shloka, as Prabhuji already covered that, but it talks about basically how a devotee can get rid of his fear. The fear is because there is a problem of misidentification. Right now we are identifying ourselves with this material body, but as in when we come out of this false conception, we will be able to get rid of this fear. And what happens in this fear, we consider the illusory energy of the Lord. We kind of absorb ourselves in the illusory energy of the Lord. So the way to come out of that is given in the shloka. And Krishna also talks about this at many places. But one place in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, text number 14, he says, Devi Hesha Gunmai Mam Maya Duratya Mame Vye Prapadyante Maya Yetam Taranti. That my material energy is very difficult to overcome, but one who has surrendered to me can easily cross over that. So the way to do that is, as it is given in the shloka, surrender to Krishna. And surrender to Krishna means surrender to your guru, surrender to the process. So under the guidance of a bona fide spiritual master, we can help ourselves come out of this this position. And one example which comes to my mind, which I heard from one of the lectures which Radhanath Maharaj gave, and I also kind of related to it recently. I'm not sure if any of you must have seen it, but we saw a video wherein an eagle, a huge size eagle, was carrying a dolphin, right, in her claws over the beaches or over the beaches of, I think, South Carolina. It was a very, very big eagle. So about how I related that to the example which Radhanath Maharaj gave is how we have to think about, we have to analyze how was that dolphin captured by that eagle, right? Although the eagle was huge, but dolphin, she must have been floating or swimming on top of the waters. Had she been had she been underwater or deep inside the water, eagle wouldn't have dared to even get there to catch the dolphin. So similarly, in our devotional life, if we are if we try to deep dive into the understanding of the scriptures, try to understand in detail rather than just artificially, superficially trying to practice, we will also be saved. And that basically is another way of saying that we need to surrender to Guru and Krishna. So then next shlokas are going to talk about that process. So we'll move on to the next shlokas. So here we are taking two shlokas from Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.2.12 and 1.2.7. The way it happens is, as it is given in these shlokas, is Vasudeva Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojita Janyati Asu Vairagyam Jnanam Chayad Ahetukam. So when we render devotional service, as we said, surrender to Guru and Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge and detachment from the world. And then, as a follow-up of that, Tat Shraddhana Munyo Gyan Vairagya Yuktaya Pashyanti Atmani Chatmanam Bhaktya Shrutya Gritya. As soon as the seriously inquisitive student or sage gets that knowledge and detachment, he realizes that absolute truth by rendering devotional service in terms of what he has heard from Vedanta Shruti. So, important thing here is that the pure devotee has all the good qualities, knowledge, detachment, etc., everything, right? But the opposite of that is not true, which means if one just aims for knowledge and detachment, he cannot understand bhakti or he cannot get pure bhakti. But if he's a pure devotee, he will have all of that. For example, as Brahman and Paramatma are imperfect realizations of the absolute truth, but they are paths leading to such realizations. But Gyan and Karma Yoga are imperfect in themselves. But somebody who has the perfect realization of the absolute truth, he will have the understanding of Paramatma, Brahman, and he will also have understanding of Gyan Yoga and Karma Yoga if he has perfected in Bhakti Yoga, right? So the point we are trying to make here is, if somebody is a pure devotee, he will automatically acquire all these qualities. There is no separate endeavor required, because reading the shloka we may think of, because I need to get knowledge and detachment, then you do not have to make a separate effort for it. If you practice Bhakti Yoga seriously, nicely, sincerely, as Prabhuji has said in the morning, will automatically develop that knowledge and attachment. And how we are going to do that? We are going to do that based on the oral reception of Vedanta Shruti, as it is given in these shlokas. Now, to what extent one should go, to understand or practicing these yogas is what is given in the following shlokas, wherein we are going to look at the ways and means to avoid these anarthas. So text number 15, first of all, we'll talk about, to what level one should go. So this shloka says, a person who is searching after the supreme absolute truth must certainly search for it up to this in all circumstances, in all space and time, and both directly and indirectly. So in other words, a devotee should try his best to understand, and irrespective of any circumstances and time and space, he should indirectly or directly, we're going to deep dive into that part as well, but he should try his best to in search of his the supreme absolute truth, he should try his best to understand this. And as I think, as Prabhuji was saying before, I'm just forgetting that, but anyway, so we yes, Prabhuji was saying that that bhakti is not dependent on, I think I was hearing in another lecture, not today maybe, but in another lecture, that bhakti is not dependent on any particular situation or any particular position. Like we see in our scriptures, you can practice bhakti at the time of death also, as Ajamil did. You can practice bhakti even when you are in when you have a very opposing conditions, like in the case of Bhishma Pitama. And you can practice bhakti when you are in so many troubles, like Kunti Maharani did. You can practice bhakti at a very young age, like Prahlad Maharaj and Dhruv Maharaj did. So point here is, bhakti is not dependent on anything. So one should try their best to practice bhakti yoga, through which we can get the knowledge and detachment which is needed. Now we're going to deep dive into the second part of the shloka, which is the ways and means to avoid this directly or indirectly. So the next shloka talks about that. So this is where from we will move on to the next section of shlokas, which is the shlokas from Nectar of Instruction. So we are the directly or indirectly part that we talked about here in this text number 15. So directly means when we are following the rules. So that is the direct process. And the indirect process is by following the restrictions. So do's and don'ts, both are important, not to take the literal meaning of direct or indirect here, but both are important for avoiding our anarthas. And as we have been hearing from our speakers, and I think Guru Maji also talked about that how do we get off these three anarthas, which are material desire, weakness of heart, and offenses. So the way to do that is by following these shlokas of Updeshamrit or Nectar of Instruction, as have been compiled by Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur. So I know all of us here, or most of us here, are already kind of familiar about these shlokas of Nectar of Instruction. So again, we'll not deep dive into it. At a very high level, we are going to talk about the first shloka of Nectar of Instruction: Vacho Vegam, Mansa Krodha Vegam, Jiva Vegam, Udarupasta Vegam, Etanu Vegani Vishet Dhira, Sarvam Apimam Prithvim Sashishyat. So it talks about the 6 kinds of urges that can disrupt one's bhajan, right? So one should make repeated efforts to control these urges. That's why, Chaitanya Prabhuji, when he was saying in the morning, of course, you have to practice Raganuga Bhakti and Vaidhi Bhakti at the same time. but we need to start from somewhere. That's why we start from this first shloka of trying to control the urges, but at the same time we'll talk about the ultimate goal of our spiritual life. So this is what we need to do, for as this shloka prescribes, that we need to control our urges. And again, these 6 urges are very difficult, out of which the tongue is the most difficult. So Srila Prabhupada says the best and easiest way to control that is by utilizing your tongue in Krishna consciousness. Just 2 things if we can do. If we can eat Krishna prasadam and chant Hare Krishna. Prabhupada said these at least the 3 senses which are in line, which is jiva, udar, and upast. Right? If we eat Krishna prasadam by our mouth, and if we chant Hare Krishna by our tongue, what happens? It basically purifies our tongue, and it purifies the next part, which is the upast. Sorry, which is the udar, the belly, and the upast, which are the genitals. So these things can be, because these are in straight line, because these can be immediately controlled if we follow these 2 processes very, very seriously, not eating anything other than Krishna prasadam and chanting Hare Krishna. And yeah, so that's what it is. So next shloka, again, this is Atyahar prayashascha prajalpaniyam agraha jansangascha lolyam cha shadbir bhakti pranashyati. Srup Goswami here is talking about the 6 things which are unfavorable to our devotion. So again, we all know about the details. What are these things that we should try and avoid? So we'll talk about a few here. Atyahar, as we know, is wherein we make extra endeavors to acquire few things. So another meaning of atyahar, which I understood of late, in in one of the lectures, was what it truly means is, because sometimes people think, or as a practicing devotee myself, I think, okay, what should I do? How much effort should I make? And how much should I do? And how much should I not do? So where should I draw a line? So one thing which I understood is, we should not artificially make any efforts to increase our possessions. At the same time, we should also not make any artificial efforts to decrease the possessions. If something is coming out of its own accord by Krishna's mercy, then we should accept that. Again, we should practice the principle of Yukt Vairagya, which is something which we are going to cover in the next shlokas. But so far, we practice that, it is okay, right? We can, even if we artificially try to, give up our possessions, whatever we have received by Krishna's mercy, maybe it's not right, because Krishna has given that, thinking either we still have some desires, or we can somehow utilize that in Krishna's service. So any which way, it's not favorable if we try to artificially try and get rid of that. The other point which I wanted to bring in this particular shloka is niyam agraha. So niyam agraha, as we know, is basically, it basically means that we should not be too much attached to the rules and regulations, right? So if it is favorable for our devotion, then we should obviously follow certain rules. But if for the service of the Lord we have to give up a rule or a practice, then we have to do that as well. For example, in the case of Govinda, when he had to serve Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he crossed Mahaprabhu when he had to serve him. But when he did not, when for his own not sense gratification, but when for satisfying his own hunger, he did not cross over Mahaprabhu, and we all know that story, right? So I don't want to go in details, but that's what the thing is, that we should be careful about niyam agraha and atyahar while trying to avoid all other things. So while we are at these 2 concepts, I wanted to kind of jump over a few shlokas, because I think shloka number 24 and 26, which I have in this presentation, are kind of relating to that. So I thought they are linked. So maybe we can cover these together. So what is this 24 shloka talking about? It is talking about Yukt Vairagya, that prapanchikatya buddhya hari sambandhi vastuna mumukshubhi parityago vairagyam falgu kathyate. That, again, the point that I was trying to bring in here, that we should not artificially try to renounce any resources, is being validated in this shloka, that by development of Krishna consciousness, one can know that everything has its use in the service of the Lord. Srila Prabhupada came to the West, he flew on planes, and he he rode in luxury expensive cars because he was utilizing everything in Krishna's service. So that is the concept we are talking about here in terms of Yukta Virage. And number 26, again, the rules and regulations, all of which we follow, ultimately they all are servant and subservient of this golden rule, which we should not forget, which is smartavyo sattam Vishnu vishmartavyo na jatuchit sarve vidhi nishedasyo eta yorav kinkara, that all rules and regulations are subservient of this particular rule, that we should always remember Krishna and never forget him, right? So that's the reason why I kind of touched on these shlokas, because they were linked to what we were talking about. So we covered number 17. Now shloka number 18, again, this is again from Nectar of Instruction, but it talks about how can we positively engage with devotees, because remember, this particular yama is talking about anarth nivritti through sadhu sangha. So how can we deal with devotees? How should we deal with devotees so that our love and exchange with them is increased and we progress in our bhakti? So this particular shloka is an evidence of that, which is dadati pratignati guhyam akiti prachiti bunjte bujayate jeva shad vidhi priti lakshanam, that if we exchange gifts and charity, or reveals one's mind in confidence with a devotee, inquire from them confidentially, accept prasad, offer them prasad, these are the 6 symptoms of love shared between one devotee and another. But one very important point here, which I wanted to bring, I think maybe Chaitanya Prabhuji, I heard it from you one time, that although these exchanges of love are very beneficial in our devotional life with devotees, at the same time we should be very careful of not having these exchanges with non-devotees, right? Because then what it will do is, it is going to be unfavorable for our devotional life. So that's the point I wanted to talk about here. Now we kind of covered in a brief, I know I'm kind of running, but I want to cover everything which is given here in a high level summary kind of a way. So we talked about the shloka, we talked about the anarthas to avoid, how can we increase our sadhu sangha, but there are some more, even more serious kind of anarthas and apradhas which we should think about while we are practicing devotional life, which Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has included in his Bhajan Rahasya, and that's what we are going to cover here. And this is from Sri Chaitanya Chandro Natak. I'm not going to recite that. I will not try to recite the shloka, but basically it says that for someone who is seriously engaged in cultivating devotional service or Bhagavad Bhajan, and he who has completely abandoned all material activities, it is considered more abominable to expectantly see a Vishay, a sense enjoyer, or to savor gazing at a woman than to willingly drink poison. So it is talking about a person who has renounced everything, all his material possessions and everything, and he's very, very serious about practicing or cultivating spiritual life. For that person, he should definitely avoid 2 things. One is that he should not expectantly see a Vishay, and this is something, of course, me being a infant in spiritual life, I can think about me doing it many times. Maybe in an indirect way, when we see some materialist person, we may not directly desire for a similar life or a similar kind of position, but indirectly a subtle desire crops up in our heart, and wherein we expect to be like that person. So it's at a very subtle level, but again, it is very, very dangerous, especially for one who is serious about his spiritual life. And the second point here is that it is said, that we should not try to savor gazing at a woman, or for women it's man. So we should not try to enjoy a woman or a man by looking at them. Again, a very subtle kind of a thing sometimes, which happens knowingly, unknowingly, but we should definitely try to avoid that. And Lord Chaitanya has prohibited one from seeing a materialistic sense enjoyer, or a woman or a man with the mood of enjoyment. And the example of Chota Haridas comes into our mind when we talk about that. So I'm going to recite that beautiful shloka here, which is given in Chaitanya Charitamrita, that swapne na kar bhai stri sambhasan गए स्त्री छाड़िया भाई आसिया चेवन यदि चाह प्रणय राखीते गुरांगे सने छोटा हरिदासेर katha thake ye न मने. Right, so basically what it means is that we should not even in our dreams think about sense gratification or enjoying with a woman and a man. That you have given up your house and you have come to a forest, but if you want to if you have the desire of associating with uh, Gurang Mahaprabhu or Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then you should always think of Chota Haridas's example, right? As to what happened to him, although he was a close associate of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but he was in a very subtle way. Again, that was a pastime, so not going into details of it, but we know it happened for a reason. But at least as an example for us, we should never try to think about it. So these are some of the more serious or more subtle kind of offenses as we discussed here. And next serious offense is which is covered in text number 20 is about offenses towards sadhu. And again, text number 6 of Nectar of Instruction, we all know that Trishta Sabhav Janiter Vapushosh Dosher Na Prakritatam Vibhakta Janasya Pashet Gangam Bhasam Na Khalu Budbuday Fene Pranker Brahmadavatmam Pagati Nidharme. So two things again, I'm not going to go into the details of the shloka. We all know that we should not externally try to identify a devotee. So one thing which I recently was hearing, I think it was in the lecture, I think when Nectar of Instruction, when it was covered by India devotees. So I think this particular shloka was covered by Paresh Prabhu. So one point which which I learned from there, obviously what he said, as practicing devotees with little bit of knowledge, we somehow learn to not discriminate or kind of think ill of a devotee by looking at their external position. But one thing which is very subtle is we should also not try to discriminate or judge a devotee based on their swabhav, right? Because we sometimes discriminate a devotee based on their swabhav, because we all have our own swabhav, our own nature. And one thing we should be very careful about is Krishna accepts us with the kind of swabhav we have. Of course, it is not at a pure level at this point in time, but this is what is going to, this is what we are going to utilize in Krishna's service when we purify that. Krishna likes us with the kind of variety we all bring to him, right, in our services. So he will accept all kinds of devotees, but so we should not try to judge a devotee based on their swabhav. One example which I think Chaitanya Prabhuji, maybe you can help me remind of, thinking of this devotee from Chaitanya Charitamrita, wherein he was, when he was serving Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he got angry when when he was trying to serve and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu kind of refused to accept his service. I'm just forgetting that devotee's name. So he got angry and started throwing things and started doing all of that, and Mahaprabhu accepted his service because he had that kind of a mood. So point is, although he was angry, Prabhuji, can you?
Pandit.
Maybe not. Anyway,
He was giving oil. He got oil for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
Okay.
Mahaprabhu did not accept, so he took the oil and broke it, the whole pot.
Maybe that pastime, Prabhuji, but somehow I'm not able to recall that. Obviously, you must be right here. But point I was trying to make is, you can do or you can utilize any of your subhav in Lord's service, and Lord accepts it, right? So that's the point, we are trying to make here, that while we are trying to not discriminate against a devotee based on their external position, we should also be very careful about not thinking about their subhava, because it could be very different from what we think it is, right? And one shloka which comes to my mind, which I have heard from Guru Maharaj lectures, I don't know where it is from, which scripture or what, but Maharaj has quoted it many times. Arche Vishnu Shilabir, Vaishnave Jati Buddhi, Guru Su Narmati, Sa Narkiyesa. That three things he talks about, that if you worship the Vigraha, considering them as Arche Vishnu Shilabir, as it is a piece of stone, right? Vaishnave Jati Buddhi, that if you consider this Vaishnava is Punjabi, this is Gujarati, this is Baniyan, all that, this is discrimination, right, against devotee, that having Jati Buddhi in Vaishnavas. And Guru Sunarmati, considering Guru as an ordinary person, that person is of hellish mentality. So we definitely want to avoid such serious and grave offenses. Therefore, this shloka becomes very, very important. in the context of what we are talking about here. So like text number 20, and so next we are going to talk about, so this shloka is, yes, so this is from Manay Shiksha. That again, we are, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has included these shlokas as to how should we train our mind to be able to, come over these offenses that, our mind may make us do. So Mahaprabhu is saying in that, as long as the impudent, untouchable women of the desire for fame dances in my heart, why should pure love for Radha and Krishna touch me? O mind, continuously serve my spiritual master, the leader of those who are dear to Lord. Then my master will quickly kick out that harridan and allow that pure love to enter. So again, in a nutshell, if we serve our guru from where we started in the beginning, and that shloka number 13, if we try to serve our spiritual master, that guru, that leader of that mind, can help us kick out such propensity wherein we have those wherein we have those desires of name and fame. And again, as we were talking about, these are some of the more serious or more subtle kind of anarthas, which obviously I cannot think of at myself because I'm still struggling with calm, growth, and others. But as in when devotees grow in in devotional life, it gets more difficult to get rid of these more difficult anarthas, which are Nam and Pratishta. And so again, in the second one, so this is now this in this particular again Raghunath Bhatt Goswami, who has written this Manay Shiksha, he's getting more critical about a position of a person who wants to enjoy the prestige and all that. So he's saying, why do you burn us, oh my mind, why do you burn us both by bathing in the urine trickling from the ass of great deviousness and hypocrisy? So he's saying, why are you bathing me in the urine trickling from the ass of this deviousness and hypocrisy? So such a filthy thing, right? We don't want to bathe in that, but our mind helps us bathe in this expectation of honor and adoration and all that. Rather, he's recommending that we both should try to delight ourselves by bathing in the glistening nectar ocean of pure love for Shri Gandharva Giridhari or Shri Radha Krishna. So he's giving our mind an option that instead of bathing yourself in such a filthy thing, you should rather think about the nectareal ocean of the love of God. So yeah, I think 21, right? So let's move on to the next one. And I just hope, yeah, I think we are good on time right now. So one should endeavor to give up this duplicity and desire, and not have a desire for fame is what basically we're talking about here. Only then we can get a strong attachment for chanting the holy name. So again, coming back to our original point, the first yama glorified the holy name, but the second yama here is talking about why are we not getting that taste in the holy name. And as Guru Maharaj was talking about in his lecture, I think 1 or 2 days back in Vrindavan, wherein one devotee asked the same question, that we have, Maharaj, you say that the holy name can burn, like fire can burn anything, holy name can purify everything. So why even after chanting for so many years we are not getting that taste? So Maharaj said, because we have not been able to get rid of our anarthas and aparadhas. So that is why the second yama becomes very, very crucial. While we are chanting the holy names, we should also try to avoid all of these anarthas. So next we are going to talk about some of the namaprads. Again, we know we all chant that every single day as devotees, the top 10 offenses. Not going into details because we all know it by heart, but just trying to touch a few at a very high level. Of all these 10 offenses that we know of, the first one is the worst of all, right? Why? Because the first offense is blaspheming the devotees who have dedicated their lives in propagating the message or the holy name of the Lord. So if somebody is blaspheming the devotees, forget about everything else. He will be of nowhere, because Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that anybody who preaches this message of Bhagavad Gita to my devotees is most dear to him, and now we are trying to blaspheme that person. How is Krishna going to like that? And again, taking a reference from Guru Maharaj, lecture a couple of days back, he said Krishna doesn't like it. Whenever devotees get involved, Krishna does not like it. Maharaj said, I don't like it. And he gave his own example. Maharaj said, you go to any temple, in a ISKCON or wherever I have served, you go and check with anyone. Nobody ever had a problem with Guru Maharaj. Why? Because of his ideal character, ideal behavior with everyone. Right? So this offense is the worst of all, is what I was trying to highlight here. And Nam Prabhu, who is none other than Krishna himself, never tolerates such blasphemous activities, even if one passes as a great devotee. Even if we pass ourselves as a great devotee, but we still blaspheme, then Krishna as Nam Prabhu will never accept that. Right? So that's how important this is. And then I will move on to the third aparadh, which is considering our spiritual master as an ordinary person. Again, we touched upon that briefly before, but what basically this says is that we should not do Guru Avagya. But while not doing Guru Avagya, seems very direct and very straight. Okay, Guru Maharaj has said something and I'm trying to follow that instruction. Another subtle part of that is we should not try to envy the exalted position of the spiritual master. Because as in when we progress in spiritual life, this really filthy feeling might come in our heart that, oh, I know more than my Guru Maharaj. Of course, we have learned from him. We are learning from our scriptures. We are nothing more than trying to be perfect stealers of information from our gurus and our parampara. And at the same time, if we somehow develop this feeling that I kind of try to envy the position of my guru, that is very, 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 very dangerous. So while following the instructions of Guru is very important, at the same time, we should also make sure that even at a subtle level, we always consider ourselves as a very tiny, insignificant atom or a piece of dust particle at the lotus feet of our Guru, if we want to make continuous progress. So next, again, as these next shlokas were 10 offenses, so I'm not talking of these in detail, but just going to touch upon a small disclaimer as an asterisk, or maybe I'll just talk about a couple of points. Number 8, which talks about that considering the chanting of the holy name as a ritualistic activity. So with ritualistic activity, we should also understand that as devotees, if we practice some renunciation or follow some kind of vows which are related to rituals, that is also included here. So Hare Krishna Mahamantra is not a ritual, but also at the same time we should try to avoid such religious rituals which are based on which entail following some kind of a vow or practicing renunciation or sacrificing some certain things. So until and unless that is directly related to Krishna consciousness, we should try to avoid such rituals, and such rituals cannot be compared to the chanting of Hare Krishna. And ninth one I wanted to quickly talk about, which is that we always talk about we should not try to instruct a faithful person. So the important thing is, yes, we don't want to instruct a faithful person, but when we go out and preach to devotees, most of them maybe they may not have any faith. So how do we identify? So point is, if somebody does not have a lot of faith, what we can do to start with is make them hear the chanting of the holy name. We should not try to instruct. It is not said that we should not try to preach them. We should not try to instruct them, because if we try to instruct them or try to glorify the holy name in front of them, then they may try to offend the holy name. So if you are not offending and if you are just making them hear the holy name, that is not an offense. Here is what I wanted to clarify. And the 10th shloka, not having complete faith in the chanting and having material attachments, basically talks about the feeling of aham mameti, I and mine, and that basically says that we do not have enough love and respect for chanting, is why it is considered as an offense. And asterisk that I was talking about, or disclaimer, that any devotee or every devotee who claims to himself to be a Vaishnava must guard against these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success, which is Krishna Prema, right? So that is why it is so very important. So after talking about these 10 offenses, we are now going to go into, that we should not just try to avoid these or practice these externally, but rather this should more of as an internal process also, as it is given in this particular shloka. We already touched that prapanchikataya buddhya hari sambandhi vastuna. So what we are saying here is that we should not try to do it as a Falgu Vairagya. It should not be just external. Why Falgu? Because the example of Falgu is given because Falgu is the name of a river in India, wherein if you go to that river bed, you will see that it is all dried up, it's all sand. But as and when you press it, you will see water will come out. So basically, it talks about some devotees or renunciates who externally take the dress or are in the garb of a devotee, but internally they have also many bad things. So while we are trying to learn about these anarthas and apradhas, it should not remain external, that externally I'm trying to do. Internally we should try to practice so that it doesn't become a Falgu Vairagya. And next, somebody may ask, okay, there are so many rules and regulations because this particular yama, especially is around the restrictions. So talking about so many restrictions, so many things that we should try and avoid. What is the benefit or what is the position of such a devotee who practices? So this particular shloka, text number 25, talks about from Srimad Bhagavatam that Devarshi Bhutatma Nidam Pitrinam Na Kinkaro Nayanam Rini Charajan Sarvatmana Ya Sharanam Sharanyam Gato Mukundam Parihritya Kartam. That any person, any devotee who has given up all his material duties and taken the shelter of the lotus feet of Mukunda, he is not indebted to any demigods, great sages, ordinary living beings, relatives, friends, mankind, or even one's forefathers, right? Because they all are parts and parcel of the Supreme. So it does not have any obligation towards any of them. Again, we're talking about a pure devotee here who has crossed over the signs of material existence and crossed over these anarthas and apradhas. So that's a thing or aim for us to get to as an ideal devotee who exemplifies such symptoms. So then we will next talk about the shloka which we have already covered, the bottom line shloka of what was the purpose of following all these principles. It was that ultimately we should always be able to remember Krishna and never forget him, because that's the primary shloka, and that's why we don't want to link it to any ritual or any other kind of a materialistic activity, because our ultimate aim is to remember Krishna and not forget him. So any activity, any practice, any vow, any ritual, or anything that we are practicing, if it helps us in our Krishna consciousness, we should not give it up. But if it does not help us remember Krishna, then yes, there is no point having it. So that's what it talks about here. And then shloka number 27. Sorry, I think this particular shloka basically says that there is actually no other way than what we are talking about here. And as you see in the translation of the shloka, that the lowest of human beings who commit offenses at lowest lotus feet of Sri Hari will certainly cross over the ocean of cross the material ocean if they somehow take shelter of the holy name. However, those who commit offenses against the holy name, the well-wisher of all, certainly fall down. So basically the point which is discussed in this shloka is this particular shloka is that if one offends the lotus feet of Sri Hari or Lord Krishna, he can still cross the material ocean if they take shelter of the holy name, right? As we also hear in that beautiful bhajan, that Hari sthane aparadhe tare Hari naam, tav sthane aparadhe nahi paritran, right? So try to link it to that particular shloka, that if one has committed offense to the lotus feet of Krishna, right, then that person can still help get rid of those offenses by chanting holy names. But if that person commits offenses toward holy name, now somebody may ask, holy name and Krishna are not different, then what is the point here? The point here is, when we are saying offending the holy name, then we are talking about all those anarthas and apradhas that we commit towards the devotees and everyone else, and which is indirectly talking about the devotees of the Lord. So that is why this particular bhajan says Tava sthane aparadhe nahi paritran. That if you offend the devotee of the Lord, then there is no paritran. So that is why there is no other way. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam evi kevalam. But at the same time, we should not try to offend a devotee, or we should not. We should try and be careful about avoiding all the anarthas and apradas which have been discussed here. So I know a few hands have been raised here. I'll just quickly. I think I have only a couple of shlokas here, so I'll just quickly cover that and we take those questions.
Can we sing that bhajan? Can we sing that bhajan? Thomas Parade Tare Harina.
Okay, Prabhuji, can you be a little louder?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhuji. Sorry, your voice is very low. Can you speak up a little?
I am saying, can we sing that bhajan?
Prabhuji, you can sing it much better than I can, so please.
Sing karo.
All right. Haristhane aparadhe Tare Hari Naam. Haristhane aparadhe Tare Hari Naam. Tab sthane aparadhe nahi paritran. Tab sthane aparadhe nahi paritran. Thank you, Roji. Hare Krishna. So sorry, I forgot what I was talking about. So we should take the shelter of the holy name and not commit offenses towards the holy name. That's the point we're talking about. And why should we follow that? Because this is an instruction which is given to us by Krishna, and about his devotees. How should we deal with his devotees? And next shloka, Krishna is going to talk about his supreme position, so that we know that there is a reason why we have been asked to follow all this, because Krishna is saying that I am not an ordinary person. I am the supreme personality of Godhead who was existing before the creation, when there was nothing but myself, nor there was material nature, the cause of creation, and that which you see now is also I. So, and after annihilation also, what will remain is I. Aham evasham evagre na anyat yat sat asat param पश्चात अहम यद एतच्च यो avashishyet, so asmi ham. That which was there before was I, that what you are seeing right now is I, and that which will remain after the annihilation is also I, which is Krishna himself, the supreme personality of Godhead. Therefore, O Arjuna, please follow my instructions, or therefore devotees, please follow my instruction, is what Krishna is trying to tell us here. And then yes, so next shloka is, yes, so another important point, that while we are trying to, how do we know, while we are trying to follow these instructions, how do we know that what I am practicing in Krishna consciousness, is it really the genuine practice, or am I being misled here, or am I being illusioned here? Because while sometimes we may be thinking as devotees, or whatever I'm doing is absolutely right, I'm just following all the instructions, but there is like Guru Maharaj says, there is a check and balance. We should always, as devotees, have some check and balance. So this is the check and balance here, the shloka number 29, where it says, Lord is saying, "Oh Brahma, whatever appears to be of any value, if it is without relation to me, has no reality. Know it as my illusory energy, that reflection which appears to be in darkness." Again, from where we started, shloka number 13, how we are covered by the material nature, this particular shloka kind of concludes that information, is that although while we are doing all of this, how we can make sure that I am not deviated, I am not acting in Maya. We should try and link it with whether it has any relation with Krishna or not. If a particular thing does not have any relation with Krishna, then obviously it does not make sense that that it is Maya. Krishna says you should know that as my Maya, and we already discussed in detail how can we get rid of that Maya, and how can we get rid of all those narthas and everything. So all of that is being talked of here, Krishna's Maya Shakti, and which is why it is Krishna talks about it here, because this Shakti is actually simultaneously one and different from Krishna. That is why it is called Achinta Bheda Bhed, because it is very hard to conceive. This Shakti, this Maya Shakti of Krishna, it arises from the internal or Chit Shakti of the Lord. right? So it is one and a different at the same time. And but this shadow of internal energy, which is Maya, it acts through the three modes of the material nature in this material world. So this is why we need to be careful about it, because sometimes we may be thinking, oh, I'm acting in Krishna consciousness, but I might be acting in Maya, because this Shakti can kind of trick us to believe that I am in Krishna consciousness while I will be in Maya. So and the why this Shakti is so powerful and so strong, because it is kind of one and different with the Lord at the same time. So with that, I think I came to the end of our presentation today for the shlokas that I was asked to serve on. Hare Krishna. Again, obviously, I may not have been able to do a lot of justice, even with just repeating this information which is given in the scriptures, which I have heard from all the devotees, from my Guru Maharaj and all the Vaishnavas, Acharyas. But devotees, senior devotees here, obviously, they can correct me, they can add much more than what I was able to say, and clarify anything which I was not able to do. But more to follow in the coming section of this particular Yama is more on Durdev, more on how to remove Namaprad, which is something which is going to be followed by other devotees. And then we'll talk about this particular shlok. Yama will also talk about the creation, the holy name, Krishna's forms, qualities, pastimes, etc., qualifications for chanting, devotional service, apradhas, anarthas, so much more to come. I know this is so much of detail to be covered in such a short period of time, but again, as we have been, instructed to serve these particular shlokas, we kind of have to, as Chaitanya Prabhuji said, we have to kind of, breeze through or run through or kind of, fly through these shlokas. I don't know how much I was able to explain, but I would request all the senior Vaishnavas or all Vaishnavas actually, to kind of help me clarify things that were not clear, or add or correct whatever they think appropriate. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much.
Hi Krishna Prabhuji, wonderful presentation. At this moment, if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. I see Swati Mataji has done that. So Mataji, I'm going to unmute you first. And I request you to please turn on your video. And if anyone else has any questions, please feel free to either raise your hand or speak.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, thank you so much for this wonderful, sorry, one second. Thank you so much for the wonderful, wonderful presentation. My question is about one of the points you made during the class, Prabhuji. You said that we should not over endeavor for things, especially material things. So the question is, as it relates to work, should we not be ambitious? Should we not try to be the best we can be at work in order to focus on spirituality?
Very nice question, Mataji. Very practical question. I had it and I kind of got it clarified from Guru Maharaj in one of his lectures. So again, I'll share what limited understanding I have, and I would request other devotees to add there. So Guru Maharaj says that whatever comes to you out of your own accord by working 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, you should accept that. Now, if you try to make extra endeavors thinking that, okay, if I'm, let's say, earning $100,000 in a year by working 8 hours, and if I work 16 hours, I can earn $200,000, Maharaj said that will never be possible. And he in fact gave a very specific percentage to that. He said if you try and do that, you will get, it's not that you will not get any incremental benefit, but the benefit that you will get will be about 10-15%. And I can tell you from my own experience, I tried doing that. There was a time initially when I came here, I had extra hours in my day. So I literally worked for 16 hours on few days doing some sort of a side gig and stuff. But trust me, I was not able to get more than 10% of my original income. So I said, what is the point if by investing 100% more of time, I'm only getting 10% incremental benefit? That is of no use. So point is, some people, may work 8 hours and earn 100,000, others may earn 200,000, some others may earn 300,000. That is which has already been fixed in their destiny. So while you should be ambitious, you should be working hard in those 8 hours that you have allocated for your work. You should not make any artificial endeavors or extra efforts to try and exponentially try and increase that income by working double or triple that shift, is what I understood from Maharaj. Again, I would request other senior devotees or Prabhujis who can add to what I mentioned here, and that is not right. Maybe Chaitanya Prabhuji, I can request you, since you are here, I can see you. Is that something you would agree to, Prabhuji, or you can add something to that? I'm pretty sure you can add a lot of flavor there.
Very nicely answered and very good question. This is a practical question for every practitioner devotee. I was in the temple on Janmashtami day, so I encountered a devotee who is becoming an entrepreneur. And he has been chanting rounds. So we had a discussion on surrender to a spiritual master, and he happens to know Maharaj from Baroda. He gave me 1,000,001 reasons not to accept a spiritual master at this point of life, because he has this material desire to become the richest person in the world. So he said, Prabhu, it will not work. If I surrender, I will lose that materialism, and So I said, then why are you chanting? Why are you? Why? I said, so you want to be a pious materialist. There's a difference between a devotee and a pious materialist. We are not pious materialists. We are devotees of the Lord. We are giving pleasure to Krishna. Our goal is to serve Krishna. So you can only serve if you don't become a master. Or in other words, you can become happy if your master becomes happy. That is the oneness. So if you want to become pious materialist, then this is not for that person. Pious materialist means, so Prabhupada was once he went to a devotee's house in Mumbai with few devotees, few of his disciples. So a person whose home Prabhupada went was, he had pictures of the Lord, and everywhere he has an altar, everything, So it looks like, oh man, this is a devotee of the Lord. No problem. So he ordered his wife, bring chai for Swamiji. So Prabhupada said, sorry, we don't drink chai. Okay, bring milk for Swamiji and bring chai for me. So he started sipping the tea, started having a dialogue with Prabhupada. He took up a tulsi from his dibbi, from his little packet, and he put it in his tea. And he said, Swamiji, patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhaktya prachati. I have learned to offer everything to Krishna. So Prabhuji, Swamiji, I love tea, and I am putting tulsi and offering to Krishna. So example of pious materialism. If you tell him to stop drinking tea or follow four regulative principle, he will fire back. So pious materialism means, okay, I am doing what I am doing, but to fulfill my desires, to satisfy my senses. So we are not pious materialists. So that is the difference. So once you do bhakti, it's like Dhruv Maharaj example I was giving. We have material desires, yes, but that is the cause of our bondage. So we have to recognize that for me, anything which I desire separate from Krishna is going to bind me. So that is tattvata. That means I need to hammer on that. Yes, I have this desire. So when I perform bhakti, those desires slowly should go away. Slowly should go away. And if by accord of you making some endeavor, right? Like Maharaj says, work smart. So if money can make money and you can work for Krishna, that is perfectly fine. Right? So if you can work, Maharaj gives four categories of people. What is that? One is the busy fool. Busy fool is the lowest. He says that He is first of all full, number one, plus he's busy. Means whatever he will do, he will spoil it. Second is lazy fool. At least he is lazy and he's full. Means he will not do anything, at least he will not do the harm. He will not do the bad part. Third is busy intelligent. Busy intelligent will say, okay, without me, this job is not going to be done at all. Only I have to do it. So everything he does. And fourth is lazy intelligent. He is maybe the owner or something. He knows how to quickly make money. You know, in 5 hours he can make good money if he wants. So that is what Maharaj says. So utilize the time in Krishna consciousness, but at the same time, catch the fish without getting wet. That is the idea. And that's the practice we have to follow. So however it fits you individually, you can customize this principle. Principle is catch the fish without getting wet. Means don't get entangled in material activities and forget Krishna Bhakti. That's the idea.
Thank you, Prabhuji. So for such a wonderful explanation and presentation, was so nice. Thank you.
I hope Mataji got, I don't know if she...
Mataji, I think you got a much better answer here by Prabhuji.
No, same answer. You give
A
same
more realized one, I would say.
Thank you both Prabhu, both Akshay Krishna Prabhuji and Chaitanya Prabhuji for those amazing answers. I believe that's it. Doesn't seem like we have any more questions, so we'll move on with the rest of the program. Akshay Krishna Prabhuji, can you stop this screen share if possible?
And Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, so just a quick time check. I think we are running 40 minutes. So if anyone has any suggestions to catch up, please let me know, or else we can continue with as usual. We still have 3 more devotees to present. So we have 2 more presentations.
Something we can do to make it a little bit easier is for question and answers. If there are questions, perhaps we can do a message in the chat, like personal chat, to the speaker. And then,
that's a great suggestion. So let's put the questions on the chat.
Hare Krishna, it's better. Let's continue, right? Whatever is. If we are a little late, that's fine, right? We can adjust some time somewhere.
Sure, Prabhuji.
Okay, with that being said, Manharini Mataji, I humbly request if you could please turn on your video and your audio as we continue with the program. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Dhananjay, everybody.
Pranam Mataji.
Hi, Bo. So I'll be taking Shloka text 30 from chapter 2. Can I share my screen? Tanvi?
Yes, Mataji. Can you try to share it, and then if it doesn't work, we can share something else.
Says host has disabled participant screen share.
Dear Krishna Prabhuji, if you could enable it.
So first of all, thank you so much. We have been listening to all the wonderful speakers since morning, starting from Guru Maharaj, Guru Ma, to we have Radhika Raman Prabhu, Chaitanya Dev Prabhuji, and now Akshay Krishna Prabhuji. So I know I am not the right candidate here because you need a lot of study of the scriptures and you need a lot of mercy of the Vaishnavas to speak on these kind of occasions. So I'll try to do my level best in this case and try to see if I can do some justice. All right.
Mataji, you should be able
I am able to share now. Yes. Thank you. So Bhajan Rahasya, we are very, very fortunate that Guru Maharaj has guided us to learn from Bhajan Rahasya. As you all know, Rahasya means something that is very confidential in nature. That's not given to everybody and anybody. So Bhajan Rahasya, normally it's the confidential knowledge, just like in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna gave the confidential knowledge to Arjuna. Similarly, Bhajan Rahasya, it is our good fortune that our previous acharyas have actually summed it up for us so that we don't have to go to multiple places and learn about these things. So this is a gem of a book. We are going to start from text 30, chapter 2, text 30. So we will start from that. Yatha mahanti bhutani bhutashu anu pravishyanti aparvishyanti tatha teshu nateshvaham. O Brahma, please know that the universal elements enter into the cosmos and at the same time do not enter into the cosmos. Similarly, I myself also exist within everything created and at the same time I'm outside of everything. So here Krishna is saying that he is actually inside all of us. He exists in all of us as super soul. Just like the 5 elements, right? Air, water, earth, fire, ether, it exists in the body. These are the universal element, and when they enter into the cosmos and at the same time do not enter into the cosmos. So it's like a cycle, whole cycle of they create human beings or other material beings and then they vanish into the cosmos again. Similarly, Krishna, although, this is something which a devotees can understand, that Krishna is within us, but he's also outside us. Because he's omnipresent. He's present as super soul inside, but he's present outside. That's why we go to temples to worship. We ask for sadhu sangha and things like that. So here Krishna is telling about these great elements. They enter the bodies of all living entities, whether you are the demigod or you're the subhuman species. But the element exists independently also. Just like super soul, he has his own surupa and he appears to his surrender devotees. So that was what the text was. Now on text 31, the knowledge of the intrinsic nature of the holy name is given in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and it is quoted from the Padma Puran. Nama Chintamani Krishna Chaitanya Ras Vigraha Purna Shuddha Nitya Mukto Bhinnatva Nama Namina. So in material world, we see that the person who the name belongs to is different. You may have the same name as somebody else. The holy name actually is a transcendental wish fulfilling gem, what is called Chintamani, Nama Chintamani. So what is a Chintamani? You ask any benediction, any boon, and you will get it, right? So if there are some people, right, in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna said, Chaturvida Bhajante Mam, right? Who is the first person to chant or surrender to Krishna is Artha. Person who is really fed up of the material world. Person who is fed up, like Artha means he's like really tormented by the material energy. And then the next category is Artharthi, people who want money. So the holy name is transcendental. It's a wish fulfilling gem. There is no difference between Krishna's name and Krishna himself, Nama Namina. So there is no difference between the two. In other words, the holy name is the bestower of the supreme goal, the Param Purusharth, which is what? It is the supreme love of Krishna, right? We all want to develop in this lifetime, we want to develop our love for Krishna. This name is the very form of transcendental mellows, the Chaitanya Rasarup. It is completely pure. That is, it is unlimited and eternally liberated, devoid of any connection with Maya. Harinam Chintamani. So what should we ask? Like when we have this knowledge that Nam Chintamani, there are some people who are like, okay, I'm gonna do the holy name for material, comforts. I'm gonna chant the holy name so that I get a good job or I get, selected in a particular college. So yes, it's a transcendental wish fulfilling gem. What does Krishna says in all the scriptures where you would see that Krishna meets with Sudama, and there are so many other references. If Krishna really loves you, what does he do? He gives you the holy name. right? He gives you the transcendental loving services. What else he does? If anybody can say, Harishyasi tad dhanam. So Krishna will take away all your material opulences. Why? Because he wants you to be exclusively dependent on him. That's what he wants from you. He doesn't want you to be worshiping him. Okay, you know, I want to pass this particular test. Krishna, please help me. I want to beget a son. Krishna, help me. I want to get married. Krishna, help me. Yes, all those things could be fulfilled. But what should be devotees' endeavor is that we should strive for getting the loving devotional service of Krishna, not any kind of material benediction. Text 32. In Bhakti Rasamrit Sindhu, again, it's quoted from Bhakti Rasamrit Sindhu, Ata Shri Krishna Namadi na bhaved grahayam indriyam. The tongue and the other material senses cannot perceive Krishna's name, which appears automatically only on the transcendental senses of one in whose heart the desire to serve Krishna, Shri Krishna has risen. So Krishna is not just a mechanized process. You're not doing Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. That's not the goal. The goal is that the tongue and other material senses, they cannot perceive. How do we get the holy name? The taste of holy name is by associating, right? Adu Shraddha Tato Sadhusam. So first we have faith in the holy name, we get association of devotees, and then our tongue and all other material senses, they start perceiving the Krishna's holy name. And it only appears on the transcendental senses of one in whose heart the desire to serve Krishna has arisen. So we should be very hungry, even in material life. You know, we are hungry for money, we are hungry for fame, we are hungry for name, but we should be hungry in this particular lifetime for getting the service of Krishna, getting the transcendental loving service of Krishna. You know, that is what our goal has to be. So Krishna's holy name, we want to get. Why? We have been listening to this throughout, right? In text 33, it is said that Sve Sve Adhikari Yanishta Sa Guna Prakritya Viprayastu Doshat Syad Ubhayo Ese Nishchaya. Steadiness in one's own position is declared to be actual piety, whereas deviation from one's position is considered impiety. In this way, the two are definitely certain. So some people said, oh, we are very lucky, we got Krishna Prem, we are very unlucky, we cannot. But we have just learned that what are the anarthas that actually devoid us of Krishna Prem, that devoid us from getting to Krishna, that devoid us from reaching that transcendental loving services. We have listened to all the anarthas that Chaitanya Prabhu Ji was saying, from the weakness of the heart to all the aparadhas that we can do. So the qualification for chanting the holy name are given in Srimad Bhagavatam. Jat Shraddho Matkatush Nirvaha Sarva Karmashu. Right? Having awakened faith in the narrations of my glory, being disgusted with all material activities, knowing that all sense gratification leads to misery, but still been unable to renounce all sense enjoyment. My devotee remains happy and worships me with great faith and conviction. Even though he is sometimes engaged in sense enjoyment, my devotee knows that all sense gratification leads to miserable result, and he sincerely repents such activities. So the first qualification to chant the holy name is that, first of all, they have faith in the narration of the glories of Shri Krishna. That is the first thing. And this is said time and again in all the scriptures, Adu Shraddha Tato Sadhusam, right? And then being disgusted with all the material activities. So Swati Mataji was asking a question that should we not endeavor for then material activities? And just like Akshay Krishna Prabhu answered very nicely, that Guru Maharaj said, whatever is coming to you, you're not over endeavoring. Like if you are an accountant, if you are working as a doctor, if whichever profession you're working, okay, you have to complete your task to the best of your abilities. But you don't strive for, okay, I want to have a vacation in Hawaii, or I want to go to a cruise ship. You know, all the material activities that will lead to sense gratification, they will lead to misery. You will not be able to have fun, and then it will lead to misery, because this material world is more like you're trying to get oil from grinding the stones. right? Can you get oil from grinding the stones? It's not at all possible, but you can try, right? So if we do not get away from the sense gratification again and again and again, we will not be able to chant the holy name. Holy name, you will lose the taste for the holy name. So the first requirement is that awaken faith in the narration of the glories of Sri Krishna, being disgusted with all the material activities and knowing that all sense gratification leads to misery. Right? We have all our previous acharyas, they were multi-millionaires, they were very rich, and they were very, exalted devotees, and they left all the things. Why? Because they want people, they want to know the glories of the holy name. They want to go to the Dham. They want to understand how and when Krishna and his associates, they are kind of serving in the holy dhams. They came and they uncovered all the holy places in Vrindavan. Now, text 35 talks about how or what qualities are favorable for performing bhajan. So we just see that the first quality for performing bhajan is that, we should be faithful, or we should have faith in the glories of the holy name. Now, this is an excerpt from Updesha Amrit. Utsaha nishchaya dhairya tat karma pravartanat sangatyaga sato vritti sadbir bhakti prasidyati. So what are the 6 favorable principles to the execution of pure devotional service? And what is pure devotional service? Pure devotional service means you don't have any desire for any material or spiritual gain. That is what is pure devotional service, right? Rishikesha, Rishikena, Sevanam Bhakti Muchyate, right? So you are actually, from your own senses, you are serving the Lord. Rishikena, Rishikesha, Sevanam Bhakti Muchyate. So the first principle that helps you accelerate in pure devotional service is utsaha, being enthusiastic, right? What happens in material endeavors? If you don't pass one interview, if you don't pass one test, what do? You try again, and you try again, and you try again until you succeed. So similarly in bhakti, there might be family members, there may be your own body. You may have, like the Krishna Prabhu was saying in the morning, that you may have Adi Devik, Adi Bhautik, or Adhyatmik kleshas that are going to prevent you from getting to the pure devotional service. So what you should do is, you should always be enthusiastic. You should endeavor with confidence. That's the second one. Third thing is being patient. You plant a seed, you don't get the tree the same day. It takes a couple of years. Similarly, the creeper of devotional service, the Bhakti Lata Beach, takes some time to grow. Fourth is acting according to the regulative principle, such as Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, the hearing, chanting, remembering of Krishna. 5 is abandoning the association of non-devotees. If you cannot abandon it completely, you can minimize it. And there is a very simple way of minimizing it. Nowadays, there is iPods and AirPods and whatnot. All those gadgets are there. You can put it in your ears and you can listen to Krishna. Continuously keep listening to Krishna. And 6 is following in the footsteps of previous acharya. So these 6 principles undoubtedly assure the complete success of pure devotional service. Anybody who is trying to be on the path of devotional service, or who is, just barely starting, they can actually get this thing inscribed and really hang it on their neck, because these are the key principles if you want to keep progressing. Just like if you want to be an entrepreneur, there are requirements for there. If you want to be a student, there are requirements. These are the requirements to accelerate in bhakti. Now, one of the most important thing, text 36 is, one must strive to achieve the association of pure devotees. Who are pure devotees? Who are 24/7 engaged in the transcendental loving service of Krishna. Not that when it is convenient to them, not that whenever they find time, no. 24/7, all their hours and minutes and seconds of the day, they are actually engaged in the service of Krishna. So in the association of pure devotees, discussion of the pastimes, activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and the heart. And the ears are actually the gateway to spiritual world. So if you want to get into the spiritual world, what you have to do is, you have to listen more. Shravanam. That's why out of the 9 limbs of devotional service, the topmost is Shravanam. So you have to hear more and hear more, because that's how you get the entry into the spiritual, um, you know, loka of Krishna. So by cultivating such knowledge, one gradually becomes advanced on the path of liberation, and thereafter he's freed and his attraction becomes fixed. So like Chaitanya Dev Prabhu was saying, that initially if you're trying on the path of bhakti, you're going to be a little bit like a pendulum. You're going to be you're going to be swaying from here to there. You're going to be oscillating. Your bhakti is not yet fixed. Your shraddha, your nishtha is not yet fixed. So how you can get it fixed is by, getting association of pure devotees. He then gradually attains shraddha, the attachment to the holy name, rati, bhava, and bhakti. Prema bhakti means the loving devotional service to Krishna. So those are the few things that will help you get there where you want to be. Text 37, how to associate with devotees, is mentioned in the Updeshamrit. Shruneti yasya giri tam manasidriyata dikshasi chet pratinibhesh cha bhajantam isham. Shushra bhajanam vijanam ananyam anya nindadi shunyaridam ipsita sangalabdya. One should mentally honor the devotees who chant the holy name of Lord Krishna. One should offer humble obeisances to the devotees who have undergone spiritual initiation and is engaged in worshipping the deity, and one should associate with and faithfully serve that pure devotee who is advanced in undeviated devotional service and whose heart is completely devoid of the propensity to criticize others. Such a devotee sees everywhere as the eternal servant, everyone as the eternal servant of Krishna. So one should mentally honor. It's not like there are times you might not have time because you are rushing, or whenever you see a devotee, even when you say Tulsi Maharani is eternal consort of Lord Krishna, right? And whenever you see Tulsi, you should mentally pay respect, and you should also offer humble obeisances. If you get senior devotees who are already initiated, engaged in the deity worship, then you should offer obeisances. And we had classes during the last Bhakti retreat on how to pay obeisances. So these are some of the things that can help you to progress in Bhakti. Text 38. One should pass his life in the mood of Yukta Vairagya and chant the holy name, as stated in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. So let's understand, we have some of the speakers were talking about Yukta Vairagya. Vairagya means you have no attachment. It's more like you are detached from the material world. Yukta Vairagya means anything that can be utilized in the service of Krishna, you can dovetail it into Krishna consciousness. Instead of just artificially condemning everything and saying, okay, this is wrong, and nothing is working, you can just say, Yukta Vairagya means connecting everything or dovetailing everything into Krishna consciousness. So one should pass his life in the mood of Yukta Vairagya. So if you have got sweets, you offer it to Krishna and then you accept that prasadam. If you have got, say, typewriter or computer, you can actually transcribe lectures of Guru Maharaj, or you can help him in writing books, or you can help him with other kind of stuff. So those are the kind of things that whatever ability you have, your personal ability or the technology or things that assets you have at home. If you have a big home, you can have programs and things like that. So as stated in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, anasaktasya vishayanam yathar upayujanta nirbandhan Krishna sambandhe yuktam vairagyam uchyate. So that is the right way of doing things, rather than condemning everything that, oh, this whole material world is just a piece of crap, or this is not something that works for me. Saying those kind of things, dovetail everything into Krishna consciousness. When one is not attached to anything, but at the same time accepts everything in relation to Krishna, one is rightly situated above possessiveness. What is possessiveness? Is we are holding on to things. This is my house, my car, this is my children, this is my family, my bank balance. So we are very possessive about things. But when we are not attached to anything, right? We are doing everything as our duty to Krishna. If I have kids, I'm serving them because they are given to me by Krishna. If I have a job, I'm doing it as a service to Krishna. I am not totally attached to it. to the fruit of it, right? Karmane vadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. So the Srimad Bhagavatam also further says that Vritya swabhava kartaya vartaman swakarm krit hitva swabhav jam karma sane nirgutam iya. So we have to do everything in relation to Krishna. That is what is the essence of this particular shloka. Now, if one acts in its profession according to his position in the modes of nature and gradually gives up this activity, he attains the Nishkam stage. Even in Karma Yoga, chapter 5 of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna has described all this, that you can be Karma Yogi, you can do all the things, but you can detach yourself from the results of it. And even if you have profession, like even if you are, say, working in a slaughterhouse even, right? So there was one of the devotees of Krishna was Sadhna Kasai, and he was working in a slaughterhouse. But when you are acting in the consciousness, in Krishna consciousness, that is what matters the most. It's not the kind of act, whether you're working according to which mode of material nature. You may be a warrior, you may be a priest, you may be a warrior, and you may be a Vaishya, that you are doing, you're rearing crops and you're raising, or you're milking the cows. You can be in any mode of material nature. But if you are acting according to Krishna consciousness, then you can attain the Nishkam, whereas you have no material desire. One should live free from sin and take shelter of the holy name. This sort of living is mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 11. Prana vritve santusya munir nevidya priyaha janam yatha nanashyate navkiryate vanmanaha. A learned sage should take his satisfaction in the simple maintenance of his existence and should not seek satisfaction through gratifying the material senses. In other words, one should care for the material body in such a way that one's higher knowledge is not destroyed, and so that one's speech and mind are not deviated from self-realization. One should live in such a way that he can avoid useless activities. So, how we can do is we can cut off our time that we spend on any kind of material activity, and we can devote that much time to Krishna consciousness. If you're cooking, you can, Guru Maharaj was here last June. And this is the tip he told me, that if you really want to progress and you're seeing a lot of hindrances in your spiritual progress, is continuously listen. If you're showering, listen. If you're cooking, listen. If you are sitting and doing some mundane activity, cutting vegetables and cleaning the kitchen, you listen. So the more you listen, your senses are going to be actually invested in Krishna. So that time is counted towards your spiritual activities. Text 41. One should be especially careful regarding his association. The Hari Bhakti Shuddhodaya gives the following reason. Yasya yat sangate pumso manivat syatse tadguna. So as the quality of a nearby object are reflected in a crystal, one similarly takes on the quality of a person with whom he associates. Therefore, a wise person should take shelter of those sadhus who are more advanced, affectionate, and have the same temperament. So, if you want to become a gambler, you have to associate with a gambler. If you want to become a thief, you have to associate with a thief. If you want to become a doctor, you have to associate with a doctor. So, yasya yat sangat, whatever you want to become. So if you want to become a devotee, because you take on the qualities of that person that you are associating with, that's the essence of this particular shloka, is that the qualities of the nearby object are reflected in a crystal. Similarly, one similarly takes on the qualities of person with whom he associates. Jaisa sang, vaisa rang, right? So the more you spend time with materialistic people, and they will talk about their holidays and vacations and how they're not getting enough money and how they're frustrated with life, same thing you're gonna start feeling, because you're associating with them. If you associate with devotees, you're not gonna feel whatever is going on. Even in this crazy situation that we are in right now, if we associate with devotees, they keep us grounded. Even in this particular situation, for example, there is a life-threatening disease going on, and the people who are devotees, what they have been telling is that Krishna's name is so powerful, the holy name is so powerful, that trayate mahato bhaya, right? Even the most fearful situation, if you are chanting the holy name of Krishna, it is gonna give you ultimate protection. So when you hear those kind of things, do you even fear about any kind of disease going on? You don't. Why? Because you know Krishna is in control. Fear and uncertainty arise because of our limited senses. Fear and uncertainty arise because we have no faith in Krishna. So if we have faith in Krishna and if we know what he is in control of, he is the supreme personality of Godhead, then we are not going to be fearful of anything. But if you really look at the news every day, you will go crazy. You'll feel like, okay, everybody is dying. What is going to happen to me, my family, to my assets, to my home? So therefore, it is very much important that you associate with people who actually resonate with you or they have the same temperament like you. And nowadays, it is very easy. You can go online, go to YouTube. You can, Harrisburg has Sangha every Saturday, I believe, if I'm not incorrect, Saturday. Then you have ISKCON of Silicon Valley. You have Mayapur TV. There are so many ways you can associate with devotees if you cannot go in person anywhere. Text 42. One should carefully follow the path of the Mahajanas as described in the Skand Puran. Samargya Shresham Hetu Pantha Sant Parvarjita Anvapta Sharanam Purve Yena Santa Pratasthire. One should strictly follow the easy path which the previous Mahajans have accepted. That path bestows great auspiciousness and is devoid of all misery. What is that path? That easy path that they are talking about is taking care of it as a servitor, right? So all of those great people, Mahajanas means all of those, Maha means great, Jana means people. So all these great people that are described here, they follow the easy path. Why? It's not easy means it is easy to do. No, easy path means that this is the eternal nature of the soul, that we are part and parcel of Krishna. That's why we must remain connected to it and we must serve them. This is what I have always listened from Guru Maharaj about the $1 million question, which is, who are you? Right? So I'm a soul and I'm part of Super Soul, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. And my job is to stay connected with him and to serve him. Just like the hand, stay connected with the arm. If the hand wants to enjoy some laddu by itself, it cannot. Why? Because it has to feed the mouth, and then mouth will nourish the stomach and in turn the whole body, including hand. So when we don't understand these basic things, we miss out on all the guidance. We miss out on all the devotional thing. We are all striving for the same direction, right? We are all wanting to go into spiritual path, or we want to follow devotional service and get to this love of or loving devotional service of Lord Krishna. It is not difficult. What is difficult is to control our senses. What is difficult is our material desires, the propensity to cheat, our offenses that we commit to other people, to devotees, to the acharyas, to the, there are people who do japa like as if it is a race, right? It's a marathon. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Koti Kashire. So we don't have to go anywhere. The holy places reside in the feet of all those great devotees of Lord. They are the walking, talking pilgrimages, right? So we don't have to go anywhere. Everything is provided right here, right now. And what we have to do is we have to just follow their footsteps. We have to serve Krishna with all our senses, just like Bali Maharaj did, right? And there are so many other great devotees, that we have heard that have served the Lord with all their senses. There are kings, there are they have big kingdoms, and still what they did is they devoted their whole kingdom, all the services to Lord. So the path given in the Vedas is the real path of bhakti, and it is stated in Brahma Yamala. So this is the 43rd shlok from Bhajan Rahasya, chapter 2. Shruti smriti purnadi panchrat vidhim vina ekantik hare bhakti utpatveya kalpate. Devotional service to the Lord that ignores the authorized Vedic literatures like the Upanishad, Puran, Narad, Panchrat, etc. is simply an unnecessary disturbance in society. One can easily progress by accepting the path given by the Mahajans. One who acts according to his own ideas will meet with disturbance and ruin. If one makes no effort to become free from anarthas, he will meet with misfortune. Being unable to receive the mercy of the holy name. Without receiving the mercy of the name, one will be unable to remove his anarthas despite repeated attempts, sincerely at the lotus feet of the name. Then within a few days, all anarthas will vanish. After giving up anarthas, one should fully engage in hearing and chanting, taking complete shelter of the holy name. So if you are struggling with anarthas, if you are having problems, taking the shelter, or if you just keep on going up and down the ladder all the time, you're struggling, you go to 16 round and drop, and then go and drop again, and then you think you're very unfortunate and you're not being able to receive the mercy of the holy name, then try this simple trick, which is cry at the lotus feet of the name. Even best is Krishna loves when we go to the servant of his servants, right? So that's what Krishna wants, that we should try to serve the Vaishnavas. We should try to serve his devotees, even the name, right? So Bhagwan ka naam, roop, leela, gundham, all that is as powerful as Krishna. There is no difference in that. So we should see how we can actually, just like a small kid, right? But once the kids cry out, then the mother will come running to him and ask him, what's the matter? How can I help you? What is wrong with you? Did you got hurt? Do you want to eat something, right? So even the kid has to cry. Similarly, if we cry out at the lotus feet of the name, then within few days, all anarthas will vanish. So that is the promise that is given by our scriptures. And then another important thing in text 43 is that devotional service to the Lord must be in accordance with Upanishad, Puran, and Narad Panchrat. You cannot have your own whimsical way. Okay, Ekadashi is okay, but only till 9 p.m. I will fast from grains and beans. After that, I will eat. That's not Ekadashi, right? People create their own comfortable version of things. So that is not what is suggested. Here it is said that the devotional life service to the Lord that ignores the authorized Vedic literature. So you have to follow the rules and regulations. How to get rid of anarthas? One is either you follow the scriptures, right? So it's both actually. Either you follow what is the scriptural rules and regulations, or what is prohibited in the scriptures, you don't do that. But actually it's both of them. It's the do's and don'ts, right? You have to do this, but you don't have to do that. So you have to follow both the do's and the don'ts. That is prescribed in the scriptures, whether it is Upanishad, Puran, Srimad Bhagavatam, Narad Panchratra, right, Brahma Vaivarta Puran. So wherever it is described, we have to get it. And sometimes we think, oh, it's so many of them, I will never be able to reach them. So the best thing is go to a learned person, go to Tattveta, person who knows it all, who knows what Krishna is by Tattva, right? He can summarize everything for you. So you don't have to struggle hard for that. You already have, just like if you're hungry, right? And if you're very hungry, what people do is like, we have Govindas here, we go to Govindas. So you get ready-made prasadam out there, right? You don't have to get the ingredients, cook them, and everything is just ready for you. You just have to eat. Similarly, when we go to devotees who are, Tattvaveta, one who knows Krishna in his all forms and shapes, they can provide us with the knowledge, like an instant knowledge, everything ready to go. So we don't have to struggle too much in that case. That's why when you're surrendering to Krishna, you have to surrender to the devotees of Krishna who know him, who are aware of what Krishna is actually about. The endeavors of one performing resolute bhajan are described in the Hari Bhakti Vilas. Now that's another very beautiful piece of our literature, the Vaishnava literature, the Hari Bhakti Vilas. First, I'm gonna read the text, and if somebody can want to recite the shloka 44, which is the longest here, I'll be reading the English translation here. The devotees whose mind are fixed on hearing and chanting Krishna's glories in pure love have no taste for other activities. Serving their beloved deities with their Diksha mantras stimulate their taste for Swarsiki Bhajan, worship according to their particular rasa. The activities of such a Raganuga Bhakt arise out of spontaneous devotion for Krishna. Still, his activities are never contrary to Shastric injunctions. Even if one can give up all the material desires, the desire for fame is very difficult to give up. This desire for fame, which is compared to stool, is the root cause of all anartha. Therefore, one should carefully avoid touching the stool in the form of desire for fame. In the early morning, at dawn, midday, and midnight, one who gives up his anarthas and engages in hearing and chanting easily obtains the mercy of Lord Krishna. Those who chant the holy name with full faith in association of devotees are freed from anartha and reach the stage of nishtha. So this is one of the excerpts from Hari Bhakti Vilas. Evam ekantinam praya kirtanam smaranam prabhu kurvata praramprithya kritmanyam na roshate bhaven kenchit preshta srimurter angari sevane syajesham swamantren swarasanev tadvide. So the Raganuga Bhakti is where, there is Vedi Bhakti, right? There is Vedi Bhakti where you, under the guidance of a spiritual master or senior Vaishnava, you are trying to develop your love for Krishna. And then the Raganuga Bhakti is the second stage where it is spontaneously coming from the heart. You are particularly worshipping Krishna according to the rasa, that whether you are in the mood of sakha, whether you are serving him as a parent, whether you are serving him as a friend. So in any rasa that you find you can relate to Krishna, you're serving him. So those are the kind of things. And these activities are never contrary to Shastric injunctions. So even if one can give up all the material desire, the desire for fame is very difficult. We have seen that the politicians and all the material people, they have a lot of, the craving for fame. This desire for fame is compared to stool. Who craves for stool? Nobody, right? So if you're craving for stool, like people will be like, okay, you're stupid, number one. And this is the root cause of all anarthas, because it's like a chain reaction. Once you start with, okay, I want some fame, I want to be a devotee, very famous devotee. Okay, now here starts the anarthas. So what we should do is we should always engage our mind, because all the senses, right? In Bhagavad Gita also it is said that how we get into entanglement of senses. How we get into entanglement of services, it is said in the Bhagavad Gita very clearly. If anybody can quote that shloka. Sangate Shubh Jayate. Anybody would like to volunteer here? Dhyayate Vishayan Punsa Sangate Shubh Jayate. So when the senses are looking at an object of sense gratification, that's when, Dhyayate Vishayan Punsa, you're thinking about the sense objects, and Sangateshu, because you're associating with those material energies, whether it is touch or smell or looking at it or hearing it, you hear a particular song and it's not very conducive to your bhakti, but you really like the lyrics. And from there, you start getting distracted. So it is very, very essential to guard your senses, just like you guard your money, right? You have to guard your senses very, very carefully, because if they're not guarded, what they do is that senses actually derail the mind, and the mind will derail the intelligence. Buddhi nasho. So what happens is there is ultimate destruction when you let the kid or child rule the house. What happens is there is ultimate destruction there. Atyantik pralay, what is called. So what happens is that when you let the senses control the life, or senses control the mind and the body, and it will start your downfall from there. You would only be interested in material sense gratification, and material sense gratification is such a thing that no matter how much you do, you would never get the max out of it, because it's like putting ghee in fire, putting the fuel in the fire. So I have last two, which are from, so this ends the chapter 2 of Bhajan Rahasya. And I have 2 more shlokas from chapter 3. So chapter 2 was all about how we can do the anarth nivritti. That was what the guidance that was provided in chapter 2 was about, the anarth nivritti. Now we are starting chapter 3. The first shloka is the qualification and procedure for performing Nam Kirtan, which is stated in Shikshashtakam. And it is as follows, and this is one of the most quoted verses in ISKCON, I guess. Trinadapi sunichena tarora vasaishnana amanina manade kirtaniya sadahari. One who thinks himself lower than the grass, one is more tolerant than a tree, one who does not expect personal honor, but is always prepared to give all respect to others, can very easily always chant the holy name of the Lord. Now you see what are your impediments in bhakti. This is one of my impediment in bhakti, that, okay, I am still not I don't think myself lower than the grass. I'm not tolerant than a tree. I mean, I do react to situations and people and circumstances. And when we do not expect any personal honor, because if you're still expecting personal honor, you're still associating with your body. You are not yet on the platform of soul. You are not thinking I'm soul and I'm part and parcel of Krishna. So that's what happens. So that is the first qualification for performing Nam Kirtan, as said in Shiksha Ashtakam. Now, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu only composed 8 verses, Shiksha Ashtakam. So these are the 8 gem or the 8 verses of instruction that he has actually himself written. And out of this is the most important one. And that's why all Maharaj, all senior Vaishnavas, Guru Maharaj always talks about, like, if you have seen his behavior in general, in personal and public, he always gives honor to others, even if the people are offensive, even if the people he doesn't know, but he's always, ready to give than take. So what it tells us is we should at least follow his footsteps, if we are not following anybody else, if you're not, if you're looking at him as your role model, then obviously this is what he does. Trinadapi sunechana tarora vasaishnanama amanina manaden kirtaniya sadahari. He's always engaged in the loving devotional service, always engaged in chanting the holy name of the Lord. Even when he was hospitalized here in New Jersey, and I'm pretty sure Sandhini Mataji and Akshay Krishna Prabhu can vouch for that he was telling all the nurses and doctors to chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Even amidst that kind of crisis where he's going through a life-threatening disease and treatment, he was asking, "Aap mala karte ho? Kitni mala karte ho? Nahi karte ho to kyun nahi karte ho? Let me explain you why you should do chanting," right? And I'm very sure all the doctors and nurses must be thanking now that they are into even greater danger, day in and day out, that the holy name will save them. So the last shloka that I have for today from chapter 3 of Bhajan Rahasya is the 6 symptoms of surrender according to the Vaishnava Tantra are Anukulasya Sankalpa Pratikulasya Varjanam Rakshatiti iti Vishwaso Goputra Varnam Tatha Atnikshep Karpanya Shadvida Sarnagati. The 6 divisions of surrender are the acceptance of those things favorable to devotional service, rejection of unfavorable things, the conviction that Krishna will give protection, the acceptance of the Lord as one's guardian or master, full self-surrender, and humility. Now, again, Krishna has given you intelligence. So don't just go on the top of the mountain and jump and say that Krishna will give you protection. Obviously, Krishna has given us intelligence, right? So the devotees are, this is not that devotees are weak or devotees are cowards. This is about that we have a staunch faith, okay? Amidst all chaos, amidst all calamities, Krishna will give protection. Why? Because in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan said, what did Krishna promised is Yogakshem Vahamya, right? So I'm going to take care of the well-being and of all the things that belong to you, right? So he's going to take yoga means he's going to stay connected with the devotees and shame the wellness. So he's going to take care of you. He's your only guardian or master. So you have to fully surrender to him and have humility. It's not that, okay, I don't care. I mean, I'm very, self-sufficient. I will take care of this thing. No. So anukulasya sankalpa. You have to accept things that are favorable to devotional service. There are sometimes family members, there are jobs, there are so many things that are sometimes favorable. I remember my first job and I told Guru Maharaj, I'm not going to take it. It's very far away from my house. And he said, no, take it. And I'm like, no ways. And this is when I was not a devotee. I was still a normal person, like in the sense, I was an outsider. I was a materialistic, not a normal person. I would say I was a materialistic. And when I took my first job, I think I've shared this with a lot of you, that from my first job, I was able to take a trip. The first one was to Jagannath Puri. The second one was to the Radha Govindev temple in Jaipur and Srinathji. And I was able to go to ISKCON in Hyderabad. So I was able to travel to a lot of places and take darshan of a lot of, the holy dhams of Krishna, just because that was favorable to the devotional service. And I took up that job by the mercy of my Guru Maharaj. I was like, no, I'm not going to take it. Maharaj said, just take it and you will see how it will work magic. So you have to accept things that are favorable to devotional service. Reject unfavorable things. If you have those night outs and there are so many other things, parties and things like that, you have to reject those unfavorable things. You have to be very, very firm conviction that Krishna will give you protection and the acceptance of Lord as one's guardian. Full self-surrender, not that, like Draupadi, she was holding on to her sari. Still, she was holding on. And the moment she raised both hands and asked for Krishna's mercy, that's when Krishna comes. So don't hang tight to the rope till the end of the rope is coming. Full self-surrender is when you tell Krishna, you are in total control, guide me and tell me what to do here. And of course, humility. So these are the shlokas I have to cover today.
Thank you, Mataji. That was amazing. Thank you so much. Now I'll open the floor up. Does anyone have any questions? No questions? Mataji, I think you explained it so well that no one has any questions. Thank you so much. We will continue with the rest of our program.
I have a question.
Yes, Prabhu.
So, Mataji said, Yoga Kshema Vahamya. Krishna says, I will protect you. A lot of times, when reversals happens, devotees are bewildered and cannot really figure out what protection is. So can you please explain a little more on what it means by protection? Because normally people say, everything will be fine, but sometimes it doesn't go the way we think.
Right. So basically, when we say protection, Krishna is protecting us in terms of our spiritual life. If we are working on the soul level, because then, there are businesses may just ruin, and then some people would, like, especially now in this pandemic situation, you will see that a lot of people are losing business or money, and we think, oh, Krishna is our protector. Why is he not protecting my money? Well, Krishna has promised Yogakshem Vahamyam. When he talks in that sense, he's talking from Atma Paramatma perspective. That is my understanding, Prabhuji. Why I'm saying that? Because I had so many plans in life that were derailed, and I always think that, okay, let me ask Guru Maharaj, what is the reason behind these things, because when we say Yogakshem, we are still thinking from material platform. We are still thinking as a material being. That's what we think. Okay, my house will be saved, my kids will be saved, my body will never get disease. No, that is not what Yogakshem means. Yogakshem means that Krishna will stay connected with you and he will take care of your spiritual well-being. That is my understanding of Yogakshem Mahamaya. Now, if we think that our material propensity will increase, our business graph will be linearly up, that's not what Yogakshem is here. That's not what Krishna is saying. He's saying that as your supreme guardian, as your protector, I will always take care of you as one of my, if you are engaged in Krishna's service, that's what he means to say in Yogakshem, is that I will stay connected with you and I will deliver you from this material world, the Bhavsagar, the Kleshas, the Anarthas. But that necessarily does not mean the Yogakshem, which the materialistic people kind of translate to, which is like, okay, he's going to always protect your business, your bank balance, your children, your job, that's not what it means. I hope that answers your question. This is my understanding, Prabhuji, but you can add more because you have read it. You're more...
Materialists don't even know that. Materialists don't know about Krishna's protection and not unprotection. So they don't care.
I mean, those Arth, Artharthi, Jigyasu, those people, when they come to Bhakti initially, that is what their intent is, that, okay, if I, if you remember, I remember back in India, people give 10 rupees ki bundi and then they say, Bhagwan, meri 5 lakh ki lottery lag jaye, right? So when the Arth, Artharthi, Jigyasu, the newcomers come to Krishna conscious, they think that all my things will be protected by Krishna. That is what I'm referring to, very neophytes or very new people. And they think this is what Krishna does is, but that is business. That is what Prabhupada said. It's business. You give me this and I'll give you that, right? I will give you 2 coconuts and please, help me get cleared in IV schools, right? So that is business. That is
Prabhupada
not...
says, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Prabhupada.
Prabhupada was saying, okay, we don't know what we are going to eat in the evening in the temple, he was saying.
Right.
So he's saying, but we have a firm faith that Krishna will provide. We don't plan for what we are going to cook tomorrow evening. And if Krishna sends, we will take. If they don't send, then we will not eat.
Right.
So then I thought this is actually Yogakshema Mahamya, because Prabhupada believes that if Krishna can take care of 1,000 elephants in the jungle,
yes,
nobody not take care of devotee.
Right. So it is more on a spiritual platform, not just material, because as you correctly said that Hathi ko man or Chiti ko kan. Krishna provides this, right? So Chiti needs only one, ant need one just droplet of sugar, and elephants need couple of thousand, kilograms or pounds of food every day. But that is what Krishna is providing, even to subspecies like fishes and all the species. So he's providing to everything, but Yogakshem is more on a spiritual platform, that he protects the knowledge you have got. He protects the devotional life that you have come up to that particular level. So that's what Yogakshem is.
He will take care of a devotee at whatever level he has to, whether it is supplying food, supplying whatever necessities of life, it is up to his wish. Because why that I'm saying is because Krishna, when he fought the war of Kurukshetra, the same tattva which destroyed the Kurus, same tattva destroyed his own family also, Yadu dynasty. So Krishna is saying, look, I took care of destroying Kurus, but don't think I will not destroy my own family. 11th canto. He did in such a way that his whole Yadu dynasty got wiped out. That was, of course, his Leela and all we understand. But the same tattva which left, have the Kuru's families destroyed, same tattva destroyed his own family. So it is up to the will of the Lord. So if the will of the Lord is that aapko ye business mein bhi ghata uthana padega, then that is what it is, his protection. That's what it means, what I understood. It's not that if you are a devotee and you open some business and you will be successful. No, not necessarily. It is up to his will. If he desires, then it will happen. If he doesn't desire, then that failure is his protection.
Correct. He's protecting you because you might just get overly endeavoring in that business, and that is why Krishna is protecting you, because
Whatever the reason may be, yeah, but sometimes, so devotee should come in terms with, okay, the failure is his protection.
Right. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Anybody has any other question?
Thank you for that discussion.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to the next portion of our program because we are running a little bit late. If there are any more questions, feel free to message Mataji, and she'll be more than happy to answer. I'd now like to ask Dhananjay Krishna Prabhuji. Prabhuji, if you could please unmute and turn on your video. Prabhuji, you're muted. One second, you're still muted, Prabhuji.
Let me.
Hare Krishna, we can hear you now.
Okay, now, yeah. I was disabled by host. I think I should talk to Achyut. Okay.
Oh, sorry about that, Prabhuji. Please continue.
Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Gnananjana Salakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Yaina Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Dhamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapad Kamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raghunadvitam Tam Sajivam Sadhavetam Savadutam Parijan Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahaguna Lalita Shri Visakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpati Gopesa Gopika Kanta Radha Kanto Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vindavanesmari Shipano Shute Devi Pranamami Hare Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhasya Kripa Sindhu Vacha Patitanam Pavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnu Padaya Namo Vishnu Padaya Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pracharine Nirvishesha Nivadi Pasha. Hare Krishna, everyone. My name is Dhananjay Krishna Das. I am from Canada. And first of all, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity today to speak something, or all Bhakti Retreat 2020 organizer. Although I am not competent enough, so even to speak any single word, but today I'm assigned 7 taxis. So I have about like 30 minutes to speak. So I will definitely try my best to please Sri Guru Maharaj and all Vaishnavas here. So please, I ask everyone for their blessings, shower your blessing, so I can speak something. And the second and most important thing, this is my first time speaking on this platform. So yeah, I'm doing a lot of prajalpa in a material world for sure, but whenever it comes to like spirituality, I'm not sure, right? So with the pleasure of Guru Maharaj, for the pleasure of Guru Maharaj and Vaishnava, I will try my best. So please, shower your mercy upon me. So without delay, we can start with a very deep topics like Secrets of Bhajan Rahasya by Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur here. And let's jump into text number 3 now. Let me start sharing my screen. Okay, so is all good, Janvi? Everyone see my screen here?
Yes, Prabhuji, it's good.
Okay. So we'll start with text number 3, chapter number 3. Idam shariram sada sandhi jarjaram patati avashyam parinam apeshalam kim aushadam pricha muda durmate niramayam Krishna rasayanam piba. One should give up the false identification with the material body, which is made of 5 material elements and has hundreds of joints which will wear out. One day, this body will fall dead. The results that it will be turned to ashes or an insect's stool. At that time, everyone will see the body as despicable. Therefore, it is unwise to have attachment for this body. O mind, hear my truthful words. The powerful medicine to cure this material disease is to continually drink the nectar of Krishna's name. So, what this text tries to explain here, the importance of holy name, the importance of Krishna's name is the only medicine in this material world. As we all know them, even in all our Vedic scripture, there is a lot the important to talk about like holy name of the holy name. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Eva Kevalam, Klau Nasti, Eva Nasti, Eva Nasti, Eva Gatiya Anyatha. So even our beloved dear Srila Prabhupada always says, chant and be happy. So that is the most important thing. And what other thing this text tries to explain? One must understand that the purpose of this material body in the human form of life. So here, the human form of life is also a very important thing, right? Because everyone knows that this is a rare opportunity. There are so many living entities. Of course, like all living entities are dearer to Lord Krishna. But out of all those living soul, like living entities, human form of life is very important because only human form is awarded for the bhakti. Like that is what is a special blessing from Krishna. You can spend your time and relish the nectar of holy name, and get rid of this material prank and material hankering here and there, right? So one should understand that this body is a temporary. So why should we proud of those things like deha bhiman, right? Deha bhiman meanings, deha means this body, and abhiman is the proud. So this body is made of 5 elements. Everyone knows that this gross body is made of like 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. And there is also a subtle body, and it is like the subtle body is also covered by 3 elements, right? Mind, intelligence, and ego. So ego meaning is definitely false ego, because all these are at the material platform, right? So one should understand, this material body is a temporary. So one should not pride of those things. There is nothing special about this body. Yes, the only thing is special about you have given intelligence. So you have to use those intelligence in a proper way. So how to chant the holy name and how to make this life given by Krishna to the fruitful result. Even there are so numerous examples given in our material world as this, like Steve Jobs. Like everyone knows Steve Jobs. He had so much wealth. He had so much opulence. He had a very, very, he's influenced. He has a so influence on government of that country as well, right? When he was alive, everyone thinking, oh, he has so much influence, he can do this thing. But see, what is the position of Steve Jobs? Even his own family member, they don't know what is the position of Steve Jobs currently, right? So what is the importance after? What we should understand from this text, what Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he is exalted devotee. He doesn't need to, he is definitely at a different platform. So he wrote this book for the elevation of the fallen soul like me. So we should understand why he's trying to explain all those things. So what we should understand, what is the medicine to cure this Dehabhiman in a material world? Just Nam, holy name of Krishna, holy name of Krishna. It is the only solution for this human form of life. And there are so many references given in other Vedic scripture as well, not in the Bhajan Rahasya, because as we have been saying, we have been doing this Bhakti Bhajan Rahasya since morning, and there are, all our senior Vaishnavas and all our I have presented in a very fantastic way. So we know, and even this subject is so deep. Like even a devotee, like ISKCON devotee, is it very hard to understand what is the philosophy of those things. So what we tell about other material people or non-devotee people. So in a material world, like there are so many materialists. I mean, they think they are a sadhak at the material platform. We can call is a Mayavadi. I mean, they follow so much Ashtanga yoga kind of thing. The yogis, they are doing a lot of meditations, a lot of breathing exercise to keep their body intact, to keep their mind intact. But they don't understand. I mean, this is not the real dharma of this thing. So what is the real dharma of this human form of life? Not Golok Vrindavan. Like Golok Vrindavan is not, shouldn't be our destination. We should understand. That is not our destination. What is the final destination? What is the goal of human form of life? To awaken the pure love of Krishna. Right? Once we awaken pure love, because he is a supreme father, he is the eternal father, right? Same like a child. I mean, if child do something favorable to their parent, he is automatically getting all what he wants, like what or he or she wants, right? So Krishna is our supreme father. So like breathing exercise, yes, we should do all those things to keep our body so that we can pray Krishna for his pure love, right? But most of the materialists, most of the Mayavadis, they are thinking, this is the goal. They believe, dharma, earth, calm, and moksha. Like, no, that is not the real destination. Only pure devotee can understand what is the original nature of spirit soul is to become happy and to be blissful. It is the only possible, there is only possible solution to become a blissful and to become happy. And what is that? And that is the name of Krishna, the holy name. So what one should understand here, give up all variety of dharma, give up all variety of religions, and just take a shelter of Lord Krishna, and take a shelter of pure devotees, take a shelter of spiritual master. That is the only way. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam eva kevalam, kalau nasti eva nasti eva nasti eva gatiranyatha. So this is clearly mentioned in Vedic scripture. You know, here I'm talking about Bhagavad Gita. See, there are so many Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita itself is a very deep subject. Even for, and then see, you read Bhagavad Gita text today, and it would be a different meaning. And when you read that Bhagavad Gita sloka tomorrow, it would be a different understanding. So even, it is a very deep subject, right? So there are so many slokas, like more than 700 slokas in Bhagavad Gita. But what I would told when I talk to, like, my congregation in Brampton, we have like our congregation, when we are talking between sloka in Bhagavad Gita, what I would say, like in Bhagavad Gita, chapter number 18, sloka number 66 is a trump card of all the sloka. One should understand. Even Krishna clearly, openly mentioned here that sarva dharma paritaje mam ekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo moksha vishyami mahasucham. So, even Krishna clearly says, just leave all this dharma. I mean, there is no need to do those kind of religious activities here and there. No need to do. Just focus, concentrate on the name of holy name, and everything will be there on his part. So this is what this text tries to explain here. So we should understand the holy name is the only solution in this age of Kali. To text number 4 here. Nati prasidati tathopachiro pachicharena आराधिता सुर गंतेर कदी बद्धा कमय यत सर्वभूत दया यसत अलभ्ययोस्के नान जनेश्व अवहिता शूरद अंतर atma. My Lord, you are not very much satisfied by the worship of demigods who arrange for your worship very pompously with various paraphernalia, but who are full of material hankerings. You are situated in everyone's heart as the super soul, just to show your causeless mercy. And you are the eternal well-wisher, but you are unavailable for the non-devotees. So what I understand from this text, because I have a limited understanding. So what here this text tries to explain, the importance of pure devotees mentioned by Lord himself, not by any other person. Here clearly Lord try to explain who is dearer to him. Here, who give all sort of happiness and opulences to even demigods, right? Demigods definitely is a different platform. One should pray demigod, but that shouldn't be our goal. A lot of people, they go and pray demigods to get some material benefits. Let's go and chant, do some kind of worships, some karma kand, some kind of yagna to get some wealth, some money,